The moment this guy wakes up, there's a goddess just standing over him, and he lunges at her, no hesitation. Zephyr's strike lands hard, screaming that this is payback for every selfish god who treated humanity like some toy box. But the attack does absolutely nothing. The goddess, completely unharmed, casually summons a massive foot and slams Zephyr straight into the ground, hitting him down, locking every movement, forcing him to kneel right there before her. She warns him never try that again, not like any human could actually hurt a god anyway. If Zephyr wants to keep breathing, he plays by her rules now. She tells him regress and start from zero just to keep the gods entertained again. But once Zephyr regresses, everything spirals completely out of control. And the next time these two cross paths, he finally does what he's always wanted to. The goddess is stunned, he's actually attacking her again. He's moving so fast she can't even react. He grabs that deceptively pretty face of hers and slaps her hard, telling her he's done being the god's little plaything. Then he just walks off, leaving the humiliated goddess in the dirt. He knows full well she can't touch him now that he's this strong. So who exactly is Zephyr, and why does he despise the gods this much? If you're enjoying this video, don't forget to hit like, share, and subscribe for more videos like this. It really helps the channel grow and lets us keep creating more videos like this. It all comes down to them letting the evil god Tartarus invade Earth and just standing by while humanity got wiped out. Zephyr was the only one who ever managed to wound this invincible god, slicing off his very hand and paying for it with his life. Unsatisfied with such a lame ending, the gods decided to give him another shot, sending him back 20 years to a time when he was nothing but a slave down in the mines. As the scene opens, he sees a pack of slaves ganging up on a small, powerless boy curled up and shivering from the beating. As they keep pounding on him, their supervisor barks at them to get back to work. The bullies fall in line, but not before warning the boy not to pull that stunt again. But Zephyr's got no patience for lowlifes. He picks up a nearby pickaxe ready to blend in. But he notices that same small boy still on the ground, murmuring something to himself. The warrior doesn't recognize him and just walks on past, focused on something far more important, the perks the angel promised he'd get after regressing. As the boy drags himself back to work, Zephyr stands still and activates his perks, a surge of power rushing through him. In that moment, he can barely believe the angel actually handed him something this powerful. A while later, the other slaves are stunned watching Zephyr work at an incredible pace, filling sack after sack in just minutes. They realize this newcomer just set a whole new standard, meaning nobody else can slack off anymore either. Meanwhile, Zephyr's still buzzing over what happened earlier. The moment he unlocked his perks, a sudden flood of information crashed into his mind, splitting his skull with pain, but that pain quickly melts into excitement as he spots a bunch of rare, high-level skills and items appearing before him, completely free. Lost in thought, he doesn't notice the head of the mining team walking up. Mistaking his stillness for laziness, the supervisor starts screaming, furious this newcomer's already slacking on day one. Getting no response only makes him angrier. He raises his whip, ready to teach the kid a lesson. But to his shock, Zephyr snatches the whip out of the air barehanded and calmly hands it back, leaving the stunned supervisor stammering an apology. Zephyr just turns back to work, quietly stunned by his own reflexes and combat instincts. The whip didn't even leave a mark. It's his first perk at work, an ability that cancels out minor physical damage. It takes effort to activate, but it's clearly worth it. And somehow, he doesn't even feel tired after a full day of brutal mining. By day's end, he's racked up 9 perks total, each one a solid step back toward his former strength. But for now, the warrior's still got a job to finish. Filling dozens of sacks in just a few hours, Zephyr leaves the supervisor stunned, who rewards the whole team with first place. As the results come in, the small boy from earlier stares in disbelief, realizing he was on Zephyr's team the entire time. Zephyr, equally caught off guard, glances at him, sensing their paths are about to tangle together again. The bully team goes dead silent as the head calls out the rest of the rankings. He reminds everyone that last place gets the smallest cut, with their share handed straight to the top teams. Then he orders every slave to pray to their light goddess. Maria, hearing this, everyone immediately starts praying. Zephyr follows suit, knowing Maria is one of the 3 supreme gods and easily the most ruthless moneylender of them all. Most of the slaves here either lost everything or were adventurers who wound up buried in debt to the temple. The slave mark branded on all of them, Zephyr included, makes escape impossible. Try to run without permission and your heart just stops. Zephyr's goal is simple: pay off the debt, walk out a free man fast as he can. And it's not just about revenge on the demon lord, it's about protecting a woman who means everything to him. That evening, the slaves gather to unwind in the market square. Zephyr's immediately floored by how expensive everything is. As he stands there thinking, the little boy from his team offers to buy him a beer, a small thank you for saving him from the bullies earlier. With the little money he's got, the kid still wants to give something back. He mentions their team usually finishes dead last because they're weak, but thanks to Zephyr, they just placed first for the very first time. That's when Zephyr sees the bullying for what it really is, targeting and grinding down one member of every team, turning them into dead weight that drags the whole squad to the bottom. Still, Zephyr politely turns the boy down, figuring the kid would just slow him down. Instead, he walks up to the bartender and asks for recovery water. That catches the bartender off guard. Recovery water isn't cheap. He suggests Zephyr just let his injuries heal the natural way instead. But the boy hands over 1.5 gold coins and asks for the rest to be covered as a loan. This stuns the kid. They're already sitting on existing debt. And the interest on new loans is brutal, but Zephyr brushes off the concern, confident he can pay it back. Without a second thought, he downs the recovery water. The stuff restores a drinker's stamina and in bigger doses gives a small mana boost too. Normally it's weak, you'd need a huge amount just for minor results. But thanks to Zephyr's rare perk boosting potion effectiveness by 500%, even a tiny dose hits like a truck. Grinding away in the mines won't actually make him any real money, there's no bonus for extra effort here. So he makes a call, chug as many potions as he can afford to train his body and build raw strength. Once he feels strong enough, he tells the head he's been hearing strange sounds, possibly monsters, deep in the mine and suggests they call in the hunting team. Zephyr knows exactly what he's doing. Dungeons are where the real money's hiding. He thinks back on monsters, creatures born from warped mana, hostile to humans by nature, long feared as nothing but a menace. But over time, people learn to see their value. Their mana stones grown inside their bodies, even their bones, turned out to be rare, valuable materials. The dens they nest in are called dungeons, once treated as pure threats, now seen as gold mines. These dungeons get handled by hunting teams, squads made up of enslaved fighters picked for their combat skill. Given how brutal the risk is, they're paid handsomely with performance bonuses on top. Zephyr wonders why someone trained as an adventurer like him got stuck on mining duty. He suspects there's more to it than they're letting on. Lost in thought, the shopkeeper reminds him he's already hit his borrowing limit. Zephyr mentally notes that if he wants more funds, stealing might be his only option. Just then, the priestess appears, offering a grim alternative, selling organs to the temple, which buys fresh ones for research. She hands him the paperwork explaining the surgery gets cancelled if the loan's repaid in time. Despite the shocked stares around him, Zephyr accepts the deal and insists on more recovery water. The shopkeeper reluctantly hands it over, not without a warning. The boy chugs down the bottles. Satisfied he's finally hit the physical benchmark he needs. While he's busy with that, a man named Goatee, head of a recon team, walks up to confirm if he's the guide they've been waiting on. Zephyr confirms, mentioning his knack for sensing mana, a skill that lets him read his surroundings across a wide area, perfect for slipping through dark dungeons unnoticed. Goatee's thrilled since that saves them from needing a night vision potion. The group gears up to move out. Zephyr's handed some equipment and told to keep up. One of the guys, Dale, comments on his unusual abilities. Goatee quickly shuts the chatter down, while Zephyr quietly sizes up the team. Two faces are unfamiliar, but he recognizes one, a guy who joined the hunting team right after this exact dungeon got cleared. Which means, going by what he knows, two of them aren't walking out alive. He starts thinking through how to use that knowledge to his advantage. The group reaches the dungeon entrance, where a young boy greets them. He wraps a thin magical thread around Zephyr's wrist, linking it to the rest of the team. If any of them go down, the bracelet snaps, signaling base to send backup. Even though it's just a scouting run, the boy still tells them to be careful. Inside the dungeon, two torch-wielding monsters wander into view, distracted by a scatter of falling stones. Goatee and Dale swiftly move in, ambushing and taking them out. Zephyr watches, noting the recon team's actual job: gather intel, gauge monster activity, and let a strike squad handle the real fight afterward. Though sometimes, if a scouting unit thinks it's manageable, they just clean it up themselves. Goatee checks the fallen monsters and figures they're stragglers left over from a previous raid on another part of the mine. Dale agrees, probably the last survivors they just took out. Meanwhile, Zephyr notes that recon members aren't just scouts, they're battle-hardened fighters too. Goatee suggests they finish the rest solo. But Dale pushes back, pointing out that Zephyr, stuck carrying supplies, can hardly count as a fighter. Trying to defuse the tension, someone asks if Goatee's actually got a plan worth hearing. He grins and tells the boy to pull something out. Zephyr opens his bag, pulling out a stash of moon bush leaves and berries. He explains they give off a scent just like a female cobalt in heat when mixed with certain monster waste. The smell drags nearby creatures in from miles off. The trap works perfectly. One monster, lured in by the scent, charges in blindly and gets cut down instantly. Seeing the result, Goatee praises the plan, basking in the glow while his men joke about his sudden genius. What nobody realizes is that the idea was Zephyr's all along. In Zephyr's first life after transferring to the hunting team, he worked alongside Goatee in the same unit. Goatee was the type desperate for fame, but it never quite panned out for him. Knowing that, Zephyr approached him before the team meeting and claimed the dungeon ahead held nothing but a few stray kobolds and was basically empty. He was lying, claiming he was on the recon team and found this out himself. Zephyr also laid out a plan that seemed solid, convincing Goatee they could clear it solo. He did it knowing it'd be a waste to share such an easy dungeon with the whole squad. Goatee, hungry for recognition, was thrilled the new recruit was handing him all the credit on top of offering up moon bushes, a rare, hard-to-find resource. He also knew a single recommendation from him could officially get Zephyr onto the hunting team, which was probably why the kid was trying so hard to impress him. Goatee wasn't easily won over, but that kind of credit was too tempting to pass up. Back in the present, Goatee finishes off the last remaining kobold, though he's far from impressed by the weak mana stones they're pulling in. Meanwhile, Zephyr scouts ahead and signals that the path is clear. But as Dale scans the surroundings, he spots scattered bones that look like they belong to a kobold, though the way they're arranged feels off, almost staged. But just as he leans in to inspect them, a massive monster's hand bursts out of the cave wall, grabbing him and hurling him against the wall with brutal force. Seeing this, Marco readies his hammer, charging it with mana. On the outside, he looks completely composed, but inside, he's drowning in dread with no clue what kind of horror is lurking in that cave. He activates his mana shield, bragging about how sturdy it is, but before he can finish that thought, the monster's tail lashes out in a flash and sends him flying. The sheer force of the strike leaves Goatee stunned, especially once he catches sight of that tail. In an instant, the same tail slams into him too. Outside, the boy monitoring the team through the magic threads suddenly feels 3 of them snap at once. Alarmed, he realizes something's gone horribly wrong inside that cave. Inside, Goatee's still alive, though his shoulders badly mangled. Zephyr now stands protectively in front of him. He used his wall of iron perk to eat the brunt of the monster's attack, but the hit still got through to Goatee, a grim hint at just how strong this thing really is. While Zephyr sizes up the situation, the monster steps out of the shadows, revealing its towering, ferocious form, his teammates hanging limp in its grip. In that moment, everything clicks. This is no ordinary beast, it's a predator that raises other monsters, luring them in with a false promise of safety, only to devour them the moment they let their guard down. Without wasting another second, Zephyr grabs Goatee's spear. He activates his third perk, loading a ball of energy straight into his palm, then excitedly asks Goatee which part of the monster he wants taken out. The perk, known as the Silver Key, works like a personal storage inventory. From it, Zephyr pulls out a piece of cloth and a bundle of dragonweed. Goatee just watches, confused, with no idea what the kid's even planning. But Zephyr moves with calm, steady purpose, wrapping the cloth tight around his hand and gripping the spear. Despite his injuries, Goatee feels a flicker of defiance rise up. He doesn't want to hide behind a mere miner, but before he can move, the monster unleashes its fierce skill. A deafening, paralyzing roar that instantly roots him to the spot. In that moment, a chilling memory surfaces, something an old soldier once told him back in his early days. That man once spoke of facing a fully grown monster where an entire village froze solid, unable to move a muscle. Paralyzed by fear so total they couldn't even blink. They just stood there waiting for their turn to die, and now in the present the exact same thing is happening all over again. But this time, Goat watches in stunned disbelief as Zephyr actually moves. He's not frozen at all, he's charging in, weaving around the monster with speed and precision, dodging its massive swings and repositioning with practiced ease. Zephyr had paired the dragonweed with his effectiveness boost perk, wiping out the fear effect completely. But he's only got one offensive perk and it's off the table right now, it drains way too much mana. So instead, he coats his spear in a potent poison, strong enough to take down something this size. The poison comes from an old friend from Zephyr's past life, Fade, who spent his whole life perfecting formulas, potions, and poisons. To Zephyr's shock, Fade handed all of it over, saying the world was ending and someone had to make good use of it. If those potions could save even a handful of lives, he said, that alone would make him happy. Remembering his friend's words, Zephyr lunges forward and drives the poisoned spear straight into the monster, then follows up with a fast slash across one of its arms. He knows exactly how the poison works. Once it hits the bloodstream, it starts eating the target from the inside out. And in just 3 minutes flat, it spreads through the entire body. Now all Zephyr has to do is stay alive until it kicks in, but before he can reposition. The monster's tail lashes out again, slamming him hard into the cave wall. The beast doesn't hesitate, it lunges, jaws wide open, trying to swallow him whole. On pure instinct, Zephyr grabs his last vial of poison and hurls it straight into the monster's open mouth, then follows up with a brutal slash across its face, going straight for the mouth. The monster screams in agony, thrashing wildly with only 1 minute left before the poison finishes the job. Zephyr knows he doesn't have the stamina or the skill to keep dodging until then. He's down to 2 options: wait for the creature to collapse from the inside or hit it hard enough to bring it down himself. As he moves in to attack, the monster swings its tail again, but Zephyr's reflexes kick in and he grabs it. He clings on tight until he's hoisted right above the monster's head. Once he's directly on top, he drops down, drives the spear straight into its eye. The other end of the spear snaps off and Zephyr switches to the broken spear and his knife, stabbing the monster over and over. The monster starts thrashing violently in pain, flailing uncontrollably as Zephyr clings to the knife still buried in its eye, knowing he can't let go now. There's still one more hit needed to finish this, so he leaps back onto its head, and with his mana restored from the recovery potions and boosted by his effectiveness perk, he channels every last drop of power into his fist and slams it down with everything he's got, like hell itself crashing down on the beast. Watching it all play out, Goat finally admits he was wrong about the kid. With talent like that, the new guy's guaranteed to climb straight to the top. Still, he knows Zephyr's technically just a minor. He needed Goat's help to even get into the dungeon in the first place. As Goat mulls that over, Zephyr, now standing with quiet authority, asks to speak with him. Deep in some jungle, a yellow-haired man lies badly wounded, surrounded by a group of shady figures. He begs desperately, insisting he's no follower of the Demon Lord. One man, marked with a cross on his forehead, signals to his hulking, muscle-bound teammate. Without a shred of hesitation, the big man crushes the yellow-haired man's skull, ending his life on the spot. But then, the body starts twitching violently. Moments later, a centipede crawls out of the corpse. The marked man reacts instantly, slicing the creature clean in half. As he does, he points out the centipede bears the Demon Lord's mark, proving the man they just killed really was an infiltrator all along. Later, he brings the centipede back to his superior, Matthias, who's less than impressed. Matthias reminds him 17 members died on this mission and questions whether one confirmed spy was worth that price. The marked man stands his ground, reminding Matthias the raid is only a month out. And if the temple isn't purged of spies now, it could end in disaster. Matthias mulls it over for a moment, then reluctantly agrees to smooth things over with the hunting squad. Still, he warns the marked man not to embarrass him again. Back at the Department of Human Resources, Goat puts in a recommendation to transfer Zephyr into the hunting squad. The priestess in charge approves it but makes it clear that if the recruit fails, the blame falls on Goat himself. Confident in the kid's talent, Goat gladly takes the risk. He figures if Zephyr performs well, he'll be the one soaking up all the credit. As he walks off, his mind drifts back to that final day in the dungeon, the day they brought that monster down. In the cave, Goat was floored when Zephyr suddenly told him to forget the whole fight ever happened, that he never saw any monster. Instead, Zephyr said he'd leave the kobold corpses behind so Goat had something to report to his superiors. The real prize, the giant monster's body, was something he planned to keep for himself. As a temple slave, Zephyr wasn't allowed to keep loot like mana stones or monster parts. Everything technically belonged to the temple. So he planned to quietly sell the monster's corpse off the books. Goat figured it was impossible. There was a standby unit posted outside just to stop that kind of theft, plus a follow-up team that would eventually sweep the dungeon for anything left behind. But Zephyr had a trump card ready, his inventory perk. With a calm gesture, he stored the entire massive monster body into his personal storage right in front of Goat's eyes. Goat was floored. The monster just vanished, no trace left behind, no blood, no body, nothing. With that, Zephyr made him an offer. He'd clear 3 more dungeons for him, letting Goat keep all the loot. In return, all Goat had to do was stay quiet about what just happened. Back in the present, Goat's seriously weighing the offer. If Zephyr keeps clearing dungeons for him, he gets to claim the credit as squad leader. Since they're on a recon unit, they get first crack at dungeons before anyone else, and if they can clear them with just a small team, it'll make Goat look like an exceptional leader, maybe even land him a promotion. Meanwhile, Zephyr's focused on selling the monster corpse to clear his debt. He wants out of the temple fast, but as he thinks it through, something important comes back to him. Soon, the Temple Knights are heading out on a major raid, and during that raid, they're set to run into a rare and powerful item. Now Zephyr's got a new goal: join that raid and grab that item, hoping it's the key to finally earning his freedom. Sometime later, Zephyr's registration goes through, and he's officially a member of the hunting team. As they head out, he drifts into thought, remembering that in his past life he only joined the hunting team after the raid roster was already announced. Always pulled from the hunting team's ranks, the 20 most talented or the ones with the right connections. Zephyr already has a plan brewing, but he knows it has to land at exactly the right moment. They reach the armory where Goat walks him through the place before heading off to check on his teammates recovering in the hospital. While Goat's talking, that same shady group from the jungle shows up. At the sight of them, he lowers his head, nervously telling Zephyr to do the same. As the group passes, everyone bows in dead silence. But as they pass by Zephyr, marked group's leader feels something that catches him off guard. But he keeps walking anyway. Once they're gone, Goat explains they're official inquisitors, agents nobody dares to cross. He warns Zephyr to show them respect. These people can label anyone a heretic without any consequences at all. Their leader, Sahak, is especially dangerous, known as the Madhound for how much he enjoys killing. Goat urges Zephyr to tread carefully around him, but just as he's saying this, Sahak suddenly appears and calls out to them. Goat nearly panics as Sahak starts walking straight toward them, pointing directly at Zephyr and dismissing him as some nobody. He throws off his cape, fully revealing himself, and demands to know Zephyr's rank. Before Zephyr can even open his mouth, Goat nervously steps in and introduces him as a teammate. But Sahak shuts him down instantly, making it clear he's got zero interest in anything Goat has to say. Tension rises as Goat feels Sahak's killing intent radiating off him and starts shaking from pure fear. Meanwhile, Zephyr stays completely calm, unbothered. That composure catches Sahak off guard. It doesn't match at all with Zephyr's rough look as a lowly miner. He starts suspecting this kid might be way stronger than he lets on. The fact that someone this strong got sent to the mines instead of straight into the hunting squad doesn't add up, especially since there's an aptitude test meant to filter strong recruits straight into elite units. Something feels seriously off here. Within seconds, Sahak signals his men and they quickly close in around Zephyr from every side. Even sensing the kid's strength, Sahak stays confident his team can handle him. He steps forward demanding answers, making it clear lying won't fly. But Zephyr sees straight through it. He knows Sahak's just handing him an opening. As Sahak and his men surround him, he accuses Zephyr of being a demon lord follower. The accusation drags Zephyr's mind straight back to the past. He knows more about the demon lord's followers than almost anyone alive. How they betrayed humanity during the Great War and caused its collapse. But these days, most low ranks just know them as some dangerous cult opposing the orthodox faith. While Zephyr's lost in thought, Sahak reveals he's got a special sense, an ability that lets him detect demon lord followers, and right now his instincts are screaming that Zephyr's a threat. With a dark, dead serious expression, he officially opens the interrogation, declaring himself an agent of the Inquisitors. The air turns heavy, but Zephyr doesn't flinch an inch. Instead, he casually suggests they take this conversation somewhere more private, catching Sahak completely off guard. Then, with quiet confidence, Zephyr adds that there's just too many eyes watching, and it'd be pretty awkward once he starts beating the daylights out of him. Sahak's fuming, but he holds his composure, refusing to believe someone like Zephyr could actually beat him. With a sharp gesture, he and his team trigger a powerful skill. A massive triangular field forms around Zephyr, boxing him in at the center. It's the red field, a battlefield skill that boosts the caster's stats and abilities big time. But Zephyr doesn't panic, he just settles into a stance ready to fight. His form's unusual, almost otherworldly, throwing Sahak off. But the Madhound doesn't hesitate, charging straight at Zephyr, confident in the power the red field's giving him. He leaps in with a flurry of knife strikes. But Zephyr slips past every single one, dodging just out of reach while landing clean counterhits. Sahak, frustrated and rattled, tries dropping low to tackle him, but the second he makes contact, his legs feel like they've slammed into solid steel. For the first time, Sahak realizes he's badly underestimated this kid. Zephyr follows up with a sudden barrage of powerful strikes, every single one landing clean. Finally, Sahak drops to the ground, unconscious, maybe worse, but before Zephyr can even catch his breath, a spiked mace comes flying at him. He blocks it just in time, though the impact still sends him sliding backward. He realizes fast it's the group's tank, swinging that massive weapon with pure brute force. Zephyr fires off a mocking comment, clearly baiting him, and it lands. The tank hauls back with so much power that his swing tears the road apart, sending chunks of rock flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Goat's still frozen in shock, unable to process how easily Zephyr just dropped Sahak using some strange martial art he's never seen. He also notices that despite the tank's wild, heavy swings, Zephyr keeps dodging every single one with fluid, effortless precision. This gives Goat a flicker of hope. If Zephyr humiliates Sahak's whole crew, maybe there's no arrest warrant or fallout waiting for him by association, since he's technically the kid's leader. But that hope doesn't last. Someone nearby points out that Zephyr's been dodging for 5 minutes straight now. And the longer this fight drags on, the stronger Sahak's squad gets inside the red field. Sure enough, Zephyr starts feeling the shift. The tank's chain strikes are getting heavier and faster, and Zephyr starts struggling to keep Up out of nowhere, Sahak strikes, smashing Zephyr across the back with a surprise attack. He's radiating pure killing intent now, and he's clearly not finished. With cold fury, he launches into a high-speed assault, darting around Zephyr like a blur of light, slicing at him from every angle. For a second, it looks like Sahak's got the upper hand. He winds up for one final, devastating blow, but just as he closes in, Zephyr catches him barehanded and slams his head straight into the ground with crushing force. Before Sahak can even recover, Zephyr drives his knee into him again, overwhelming him with sheer raw strength. Beaten and bloodied, Sahak's left stunned. Even with all his boosted stats and enhanced abilities, none of it made a shred of difference against this kid. Meanwhile, Zephyr taunts him, calmly pointing out that if he really wanted to flex his speed, he should have let the tank wear him down first. The comment hits a nerve. Furious, the bald tank tightens his grip on the chains holding Zephyr, trying to overpower him, but Zephyr doesn't budge. Instead, he yanks back on the chains, mocking the tank and suggesting he's just too scared to fight up close. As he says it, he channels mana into his arms and triggers a basic enhancement spell, Power Boost. With that surge of strength, he rips the chains straight out of the tank's hands. The momentum sends the tank crashing hard into a nearby wall, leaving everyone around them stunned into silence. On the ground, Sahak starts crawling toward him, desperate and confused, demanding to know who he really is. But Zephyr just smirks and walks off, casually reminding him that interrogating people is supposed to be his job. Unseen by anyone, a red-haired man watches it all unfold from a nearby window, clearly impressed by Zephyr's strength, quietly wondering if this kid was sent by their master. Meanwhile, the onlookers can't believe what they just saw. Sahak, the powerful Inquisitor leader, got dropped by some nobody as Zephyr walks away. The defeated man can only scream in frustration, unable to accept the loss. Zephyr, on the other hand, feels a wave of relief. The first part of his plan just landed, now he just has to wait for the right person to hear about it. As he keeps walking though, a strange sensation washes over him. His body starts trembling, and he immediately knows what it means. It's mana freeze, a temporary shutdown that hits when you run completely dry. The power boost he used in the fight drained him completely, leaving him wide open. He realizes now his body's just not strong enough yet, he's got work to do. Collapsed on the ground, Zephyr looks up, but the sky above him warps into something otherworldly and a massive figure materializes. The figure introduces itself as Spirit Shylock, agent of the God of Death. It reveals that Uzra, the God of Death, sent it to collect the debt owed for using the Wall of Iron skill. Zephyr immediately recognizes the name. He knows that while Wall of Iron gave him a huge edge in that fight, it comes with a nasty side effect. When your mana hits 0, every bit of damage you took while the spell was active gets dumped on you all at once. Plenty of users have died from exactly that. The God of Death spell is a double-edged sword, one that literally feeds off human despair. As Zephyr struggles, the God of Death watches him with an almost sadistic delight, savoring every second of it. Meanwhile, Shylock starts tallying up the total damage Zephyr's built up, prepping to deliver the entire debt in a single blow. Completely drained, Zephyr can only wait helplessly as the countdown ticks toward impact. Despite his best efforts to move, his body just refuses to respond. In a last-ditch move, he rips the wraps off his hands, revealing a hidden recovery potion. With the countdown almost at 0, he manages to chug the mana potion right in time. The mana surge bumps his mana up by a single point, just enough to stop the debt collection attack cold. In a flash, Shylock vanishes and the threat's gone. Zephyr lets out a heavy sigh of relief, knowing it's only a temporary escape. There's still plenty to prepare for. Zephyr survives by a hair, smirking up at the sky, mocking Uzra, the God of Debt, for underestimating him. After all, this kid's a survival expert, someone who lived through humanity's collapse in his past life. He knows the secret to beating Wall of Iron is simple: keep your mana above 0. As long as there's even a sliver left, the spell can't touch him. He remembers that back in his past life, Wall of Iron was a purple tier skill worth 500 gold, way more than he could ever afford right now. Yet the gods, just for their own entertainment, handed him the spell anyway. And to say thanks, he flips them off, which only manages to piss the gods off even more. Later, Zephyr wakes up confused. Tied to a bed, the priestess standing calmly beside him. 2 hulking men stand nearby holding torture tools. Nervous, he glances around. The priestess explains in a disturbingly calm tone that he's in their workshop because the loan he took from the shop expired just an hour ago. Her expression hardens fast. She grabs a large knife, pointing out he took multiple loans on collateral, skipped every interest payment, and never had any intention of repaying a cent. She holds the blade just inches from his face, demanding answers. Zephyr realizes this is dead serious. If he uses mana, Shylock comes back instantly, so his only move is to talk his way out. He starts pleading, swearing he'll pay everything back next week. But the priestess doesn't budge. She says they'll take his salary regardless, but he still owes the shop loan with interest, something he clearly can't cover. Then she gives the order. And one of the big men grabs Zephyr's arm. She announces they'll cut off one of his fingers just to make a point. The torturer raises his knife and swings toward Zephyr's hand, but Zephyr panics and blurts something out at the last possible second. Whatever he says makes her order the men to stop. Her expression flips from rage to disbelief, shocked that Zephyr could possibly know something like that. The men stand there stunned as she screams at them in a fit of rage, ordering both to get out immediately. They obey without a single word. As they leave, she threatens Zephyr, demanding to know how he knows that name. But he pushes further, calling her the monster broker, White Rose. He already knows her secret, that the priestess secretly runs as White Rose, a broker who deals in monster corpses and stolen goods tied to the criminal underworld. Zephyr knows he can't keep exploring dungeons using low-level gear alone, so he figures he might as well put her to use. With a mocking grin, he thanks her for dragging him here and tells her he's got a business proposal. Meanwhile, in another room, Zahak wakes up consumed by pure fury. He can't believe some kid humiliated him that easily. Wearing revenge, he vows to kill the boy the next time their paths cross. As he causes a scene, the red-haired man hears the noise and calls out to him. Zahak freezes at the sight of him, suddenly nervous, greeting him with forced respect. The man smiles calmly, assuring the healers he'll deal with Zahak personally. As they walk off, he casually brings up the fight and it dawns on Zahak. He tries to apologize. But before he gets a word out, the red-haired man slams a knife into his mouth and holds it there, clearly disappointed, tearing into Zahak for failing to carry out Inquisitor Matthias' orders, leaving him publicly humiliated. Rage takes over him and he slashes Zahak's face without a moment's hesitation, coldly reminding him that despite his talent and the high hopes they once had for him, he's become nothing but dead weight. Even after 6 months trying, he's only managed to take down 2 demon lord worshippers. According to the red-haired man, Zahak's repeated failures have burned through every last ounce of his superior's patience. And on top of everything, losing to some nobody kid has dragged Inquisitor Matthias' name through the mud. Hearing this, Zahak collapses to the ground, desperately begging for one more chance. The red-haired man, cold and unmoved, orders him to kill the boy who beat him. Only then will they even consider his future. The weight of the ultimatum sinks in. If Zahak can't kill the kid, he loses the red uniform and with it, all his authority. Before leaving, the red-haired man drops a glowing purple orb in front of him, saying it might help. Zahak recognizes it instantly. It carries the unmistakable aura of a demon lord worshipper. Shock floods through him, but the red-haired man stays completely unmoved, leaving the choice to Zahak: use it and gamble everything, or leave it and lose everything anyway. As the door shuts behind him, Zahak stares at the orb, haunted by memories of the countless slaves he's killed using his authority. If he loses the red uniform, there's no coming back. He'll be dragged back into slavery, and this time there'll be no mercy at all. Everything he clawed his way to would vanish. Years of manipulation, obedience, and survival all gone. Driven by desperation and rage, he grabs the purple orb and decides to use it. Maniacal laughter fills the room as he clutches it tight. Meanwhile, the red-haired man smiles. He's got exactly what he wanted. He orders his man to keep close tabs on Zahak, knowing full well he only helped him to use him as a diversion. According to his informants, Zahak's reckless behavior has already caught attention. Even the head of the Temple Knights has let his guard down. The red-haired man plans to exploit that opening to intercept the item, take out the head of the order, and clear the path for a demon lord worshipper to seize the temple. This red-haired man is Ned Stryer, an imposter and a secret disciple of the Demon Lord's followers. Suspicious of everything going on, Ned orders his man to dig into Zephyr, having recognized the martial arts style the kid used, a technique known only to their master and his disciples. He suspects Zephyr might have been sent by the master himself to help them. Still, given how sensitive this all is, Ned decides to test the kid through Zahak. If Zephyr fails him, Ned plans to eliminate him personally. Meanwhile, back with the priestess, Zephyr catches her off guard by revealing the monster corpse he hauled back from the dungeon. Despite her initial worry, she can't help but admire the specimen. But Zephyr's asking price is steep. The items he wants are worth 5,000 gold, the equivalent of 3 Predator-class corpses like the one sitting in front of her. He confidently promises she'll have all 3 within 3 weeks. Then, pausing, he adds that he's got one more favor to ask. After he's recovered, he joins his teammates for a casual get-together. During the gathering, the group leader Goat reintroduces everyone, laying out their roles again. First up is Marco the tank, then Dale the swordsman, and finally he introduces Zephyr. But there's tension in the air. One Goat quickly notices among the others, especially when it comes to Zephyr. He also notices nobody's touched their food, which honestly explains the whole vibe. Reading the room, Zephyr steps up to Light the mood, pulling out a bottle of top-shelf wine, and just like that, all eyes are on him. He mentions he got it off White Rose, then pours everyone a glass. The move instantly earns him some goodwill, softening how the group sees him. From here on out, Zephyr knows they'll be a lot more cooperative when it comes to smuggling monster corpses, because whatever their differences, they're stuck in this together. Zephyr already knew Goat from his past life, but the other two never made it this far last time around. Their presence puts him on edge. He's not sure yet if they'll cooperate or if he'll eventually have to cut them loose. He also knows people naturally warm up to whoever gives them what they want. And for the ones craving recognition, the trick is simple: make them feel important. But Zephyr also knows he can't move forward with someone who flat out resents him. Right now, that someone is Dale. After a bit, Goat lays out their next assignment, stressing how much it matters. Pull it off and it could mean a promotion. He urges everyone to treat the new guy with respect, reminding them that sticking together is the only way any of them get anywhere. Not everyone's buying it though. Dale especially is fuming, annoyed that Goat made the call without even consulting the rest of them. He even questions whether Goat actually saw Zephyr take down that predator or if it was some kind of illusion. The two start arguing, but Marco, the bigger one, steps in and shuts it down. He suggests they just go along with it for now, pointing out the rewards getting split 3 ways regardless. Even with the compromise, Dale's still not buying Zephyr. He's convinced the kid's going to bring trouble, and if he's trying to run some kind of scam, the truth will come out soon enough once they're inside the dungeon. With the plan locked in, the group heads out toward a town carved straight into the side of a mountain. The team's visibly stunned at the sight. None of them have ever seen anything like it. Goat explains the caves inside are even wilder, packed with everything from living quarters to full bedrooms. Back in the day, temple staff and injured adventurers used to recover here. But those days are long gone. Now the place looks more like a rotting monster den. As they step inside, the tunnels are choked in thick spider webs. Staying sharp, Zephyr activates his mana perception, a skill letting him sense mana-infused objects and creatures without ever touching them. Using it, he carefully steers the group through the webs, navigating with pinpoint precision. After some effort, they finally make it back outside. Once they're clear, Zephyr reveals he sensed a steel spider inside, and he immediately starts laying out a plan to deal with it. The plan: sneak into the nest, hit the baby spiders with a paralyzing potion, then wait for the parent to come home and watch the slaughter, baiting it into a vulnerable, reckless state. As Zephyr breaks down the strategy, Dale voices his doubts. Even with all 4 of them together, he's not convinced they can take down a steel spider. The thing's shell is hardened like actual steel, making most sword strikes useless. Steel spiders also breed fast, building up an army in no time flat, which makes hitting them in their own nest way more dangerous. Dale suggests they just call in temple backup for this one. But to his shock, Zephyr casually tells him to go rest, claiming he'll clear the whole nest solo. That kind of confidence only deepens Dale's suspicions. The kid claims he beat a predator, humiliated Sahak, and now he's saying he can solo a steel spider. None of it adds up in Dale's head. Then it hits him: if Zephyr's lying, maybe this dungeon isn't even dangerous at all. If that's true, tagging along could be his chance to catch the kid in the act. As the group pushes deeper into the dungeon, Dale accidentally brushes his hand against a web strand and gets stuck. While struggling to break free, he's horrified to see dozens of spiderlings crawling out of the dark, closing in fast. Zephyr reacts instantly, yanking Dale clear of the webs without hesitation and putting himself between Dale and the swarm. Blocking the spiderlings' attack with his own arm, the spiderlings sink their fangs into his arm, but they can't even break skin. Completely unbothered, Zephyr mocks them and slams them straight into the ground, leaving Dale floored by his strength and composure. Without wasting a second, he calls the others into formation, prepping them for the incoming swarm. He'd already told everyone to wrap their weapons in their capes, knowing regular blades can't cut through the spider's sticky webbing, and to their relief, it works. The webs cling to their blades, but they can still swing freely. Dale and Goat fend off the swarm, herding them into one spot. Their plan's simple. Once the spiderlings are packed together, Zephyr wipes them out in one hit, and it goes exactly as planned. With one devastating swing, he clears the entire swarm. As the dust settles, the group stands there completely gassed from the fight. Dale's got a deep gash on his arm, feeling wounded and a little humiliated, reluctantly having to turn to Zephyr for help. To his surprise, Zephyr just hands him a recovery potion without a second thought. Watching this, Dale realizes Zephyr must have known everything from the start, including the exact second he got trapped, all thanks to that mana perception skill. Embarrassed, Dale quietly beats himself up over it. Zephyr just reassures him, telling him not to make the same mistake twice. Meanwhile, he silently watches Dale with growing respect. Back in his past life, he had to whip untrained fighters into shape, but Dale's already showing real focus and discipline. Zephyr knows Dale's still suspicious of him, but he figures once they clear this dungeon, those doubts will sort themselves out. The group finally reaches the spider nest and deploys the paralyzing potion. To their surprise, it works exactly like Zephyr predicted, turning the fight into a cakewalk. They also remember his tip about aiming for the spiders' bellies softer than their steel-plated backs. When Dale tests it mid-fight and it actually works, he's baffled all over again by how dead-on Zephyr's knowledge is. As Dale slashes through one of the monsters, the others rally around to help him finish it off. They celebrate taking down single spider, only to freeze when they realize Zephyr's already dropped hundreds on his own. Climbing down off a literal mountain of corpses, Zephyr casually suggests they take a short breather. Still catching his breath, Marco can't help but wonder where Zephyr even came from, and who in the world could have trained him. That question sends Zephyr's mind drifting to a mysterious man who once trained him in some remote cave. But as the memory resurfaces, his expression turns serious. He shakes off the thought fast and changes the subject, pointing out only the boss rooms left. The group lights up at the thought of the final fight. While they wait for orders, Zephyr strolls over to a spider corpse and yanks off a pair of its sharp legs. Then, without missing a beat, he tells the others to clear out, insisting he'll handle the rest solo. The group just stares at him, stunned by the sudden order. Goat, unlike the others, has never been the ambitious type, definitely not like Dale. All he wants is to survive, even if that means always taking the safe route and staying obedient to whoever's in charge. It's exactly why he's lasted this long. So when Zephyr tells him to leave, Goat agrees on the spot, figuring it's for the best. They'd probably just slow Zephyr down anyway. But Marco insists on sticking around, reasoning it's just the last stretch left. That rattles Goat, his nerves spiking. Even harder when Dale backs Marco up, arguing more hands means better odds against the boss. Goat's sweating bullets at this point. Praying Zephyr just orders them all to leave. But to his shock, Zephyr doesn't send anyone away. Instead, he hands out new roles. After a quick discussion, Zephyr strides alone into the heart of the dungeon, walking in with the kind of main character swagger you can't fake. He soon finds himself standing before the queen spider's spawning chamber. Around her, lurker guardian spiders sit posted at thick, web-laced boundaries. As Zephyr steps forward, every single spider senses him. But he stays calm. He knows they won't attack unless he crosses their marked territory, since each one's assigned to guard its own patch. With a calculated move, Zephyr pulls out bags of flour and hurls them straight at the webbing. On impact, the bags burst open, flooding the air with fine dust and blinding the spiders. The distraction works perfectly. In the chaos, Zephyr raises his crossbow and fires a bolt straight at the queen. The shot sparks on impact, not enough to hurt her, but just enough to trigger a chain reaction. The airborne flour ignites violently, setting off a massive dust explosion that shakes the whole chamber. Zephyr turns and bolts, knowing that blast alone won't be enough to finish the queen. As he runs, a few guardians give chase. Without breaking stride, he fires poison-tipped arrows behind him, dropping one instantly. But another guardian charges after him, closing the gap fast as Zephyr rounds a corner. To the spider's surprise, its path suddenly gets blocked by a thick wall of webbing. Earlier, Zephyr had told his team to plant spiderweb sacks at set locations as traps. When Goat asked if webs could even stop spiders, Zephyr explained that without a special liquid their bodies produce, they get stuck in their own silk just like anyone else. After handing out the sacks, he'd told the group they'd have to fight the spiders this way. There were simply too many to handle otherwise. Back in the present, that earlier explosion burned off the spider's protective coating and the chasing guardian gets tangled up in the web. Wasting no time, Zephyr draws his pair of spider claws and slashes down the trapped creature, dropping it instantly. With just one guardian left, the queen suddenly comes charging out from the depths with an ear-splitting screech. She barrels straight after Zephyr, who's already sprinting for the cave exit, while the rest of the team waits outside, ready in formation. Just as Zephyr reaches the exit, the queen fires off a stream of highly poisonous acid. Back in his past life, he'd learned that even a single drop of that venom is lethal. It melts straight through flesh on contact. Remembering that just in time, he dives through the entrance, narrowly dodging the deadly spray. But the queen doesn't stop. She bursts out of the cave in a rage, splattering venom all over the landscape. Seeing her emerge, the rest of the team snaps into position. Zephyr grips his spider claws tight and charges, flashing across her back, before landing right in front of her, positioning himself as the prime target. His whole goal here is simple: draw her attention, eat the hit, and give the others their opening to strike. The queen shrieks even louder, enraged by the attack, but Zephyr holds his ground. He knows he's the only one who can face this monster head-on. While he keeps her locked on him, the others move into position, ready to hit her from range with everything they've got. Everyone's committed except Goat, who's shaking at the sight of the towering monster in front of them. The rest of the team is sweating too, torn between going all in or holding back. Dale's especially on edge, his mind flooding with every bit of mockery the hunting team ever dumped on them. Treated like dirt, dismissed as nothing but low-level scouts. Every chance they got, the hunters looked down on them, but Dale's had enough. They've made it this far. And he's done backing down. He decides to go all in. Marco feels exactly the same. In the past, they never would have dared to face something like this, but with Zephyr in their corner, everything's changed. Every single time they've trusted him, it's paid off. That trust is enough to get Marco fully committed too. Goat, meanwhile, is just frustrated nobody's listening to him and it's eating at him, but with Dale and Marco both committed, he's out of options. Reluctantly, he joins the fight. Together, they zero in on the damaged section of the spider's leg. Coordinating attacks from every angle, they stick to Zephyr's advice. Aim for the middle of the spider's legs where the nerves run through. He'd also told them to coat their weapons in tranquilizer. Dale follows through with his strikes and it works, but just as Dale lands one, he realizes the monster's about to hit him from behind. But Zephyr's already moving, leaping in from above. He strikes the spider mid-attack, breaking its rhythm. He radiates pure confidence, dragging the monster's full attention onto himself, practically daring it to focus on him. Enraged, the spider turns its fury onto Zephyr, but he blocks every single strike without flaw. Dale watches in disbelief, barely able to process how fast Zephyr moves, how effortlessly he shrugs off the creature's assault. He remembers how skeptical they all were about this fight, how Zephyr had promised them the queen would barely notice them, too blinded by rage over her scorched eggs. In watching it play out now, Dale believes every word. Zephyr had also told them the queen's hind legs were the safest spot to be near. Since she lays eggs in a cramped spawning chamber, she's picked up the habit of barely using her rear limbs. Now, watching her fight, Dale notices she's basically frozen in the back, attacking almost entirely with her front half, exactly like Zephyr called it. That's when it hits Dale. This kid's clearly fought creatures like this before. Zephyr had just been holding the line so the rest of them could land the tranquilizer. The rest, he'd handle himself. With that understood, they all attack from every direction, driving their weapons deep into her body. But Goat's spear gets stuck in one of her legs, and before he can pull it free, she lifts him straight into the air. With a blood-curdling screech, the spider starts thrashing wildly, swinging her massive claws after him, and Goat comes crashing violently to the ground. Consumed with rage over her ruined eggs, the queen prepares her next move. Knowing her claws alone won't finish them off, she starts channeling venom into her glands, ready to melt them down with toxic poison. But before she can release it, Zephyr charges in. With perfect timing, he plunges his hand deep into her abdomen, grabs the venom gland, and rips it out of her body with full force. He then tears off his belt and wraps it tight around the gland, sealing it and buying them at least a few minutes. Without wasting a second, he leaps onto her body, springing straight into the air, and delivers a brutal kick right to the spider's skull. The impact cracks the monster's head open. Landing clean, Zephyr stands tall, calm, and focused, confident that with steady teamwork, this fight's already won. Watching the spider collapse, the group erupts into cheers. Dale still can't quite believe they actually just took down the queen. He turns to Zephyr, looking for answers. But that's when it hits him. Zephyr let them win this fight. He'd guided them, protected them, and made sure they were the ones to land the killing blow. That realization lands hard. Hunting feels like a completely different game under a leader like him. For the first time, Dale actually believes that if he keeps following Zephyr, maybe someday he could become just as strong. Meanwhile, Zephyr's mind is already crunching numbers, figuring out which corpses to haul back and offer to White Rose, but his thoughts get cut off when Dale calls out to him, proudly showing off a resting spot he set up for him, urging Zephyr to take a break while they handle the rest. To Zephyr's surprise, Dale actually starts praising him, offering to dismember the corpses himself, get him comfortable, and take care of everything else. Hearing this, Zephyr realizes his mana's basically running on fumes anyway, and letting them help saves him the headache of dealing with Uzra later. Watching them get to work, he comes to a new conclusion: these teammates aren't half bad. But then his expression turns serious again. Deep down, he knows they still won't be enough if he ever has to face someone from his past life. His current gear and stats aren't cutting it either. We need a proper long-term plan. Later, he brings the Predator's corpse back to the priestess, who's clearly impressed. She even offers him extra inventory space as a reward. But as Zephyr stands there, he quietly clocks the shady dealings happening in broad daylight right inside the temple. Truthfully, he stopped believing temples are anywhere near as holy as they claim. They collect donations from believers and pour the funds into more than just monster defense, building entire cities to expand their reach. Those donations aren't just tithes, they're payment for protection. Temple knights, slain monsters, safety, all of it has a price. But Zephyr knows this can't last. Down the line, even safety, especially for your own kids, won't be something you can buy anymore. Later, in a private meeting, the priestess tells Zephyr the monster corpse he handed over brought in a solid sum, praising his skill. But he cuts straight to it. He wants to know exactly how much debt he's got left. According to her, he's cleared 48% of the total. She adds the temples also skimming 20% off the top as their cut. Then she remembers something else. She personally pulled strings to get him lab cleaning duty. She tells him he can use the lab's equipment after everyone's gone for the day, as long as he cleans up afterward. Zephyr's thrilled, way easier than sneaking in. As they keep talking, a figure approaches and calls out to the priestess. When they both turn around, Zephyr locks eyes with the man's face and freezes cold. It's Ned, an Inquisitor agent and someone Zephyr has serious history with from his past life. The priestess jokes lightly, teasing that Ned's probably here begging for a loan or trying to ask her out. But deep down, she knows exactly why he's really here. Ned's here for Zephyr. After all, the kid humiliated Sahak and Ned's his superior. She finds it almost insulting that he'd come all the way here to start something with her client right in front of her. Trying to smooth things over, the priestess politely tries to steer Ned away. But to her shock, he calls Zephyr out by name and casually invites them both for tea. With a manic gleam in his eye, he asks Zephyr if he knows anyone named Sahak. Zephyr just flatly denies knowing anyone by that name. The two locked in a silent standoff and the air starts to shift. A massive surge of mana erupts off both of them, thickening the air with raw pressure. The priestess starts shaking as the mana density gets so intense it actually stings her skin. In that instant, she realizes Zephyr might rival a full temple guard in power, maybe even surpass one. Ned, standing just feet away, feels it too, channeling mana straight into his fingertip. Gearing up for a fight, clearly eager to see what this kid can really do. Just as they're about to clash, the priestess triggers the slave mark bell, forcing both of them to a dead stop. The spell only affects those bearing the temple's mark, and it slams into both of them hard, dropping them straight to their knees. The priestess strides over and slaps Zephyr without a second's hesitation. Then, grabbing him by the collar, she drags him off, scolding him for nearly getting himself killed. As she walks away, she shoots Ned a cold look and warns him that the boy is hers to deal with, and if he ever pulls this again, she'll kill him herself. Once they're somewhere private, she finally lays out the truth that Ned is a dangerously deceptive man, a demon hiding in plain sight. According to her, nobody's ever beaten him in a fight. Everyone who's tried is dead. But Zephyr finds the whole explanation boring, which frustrates her enough that she snaps at him, reminding him that he's basically her paycheck. But then she notices the bruise blooming on his face from her own slap and her tone softens. She reaches out to touch it, feeling a little guilty. Zephyr just pushes her hand away, insisting that wasn't a fight, just a greeting. Deep down, though, he knows Ned came fully prepared, deliberately trying to provoke a fight. Without another word, Zephyr turns and heads off toward the lab. But before he goes, he quietly asks the priestess for one more favor. Meanwhile, back on temple grounds, Ned dusts off his clothes, still shaking off the intensity of that slave mark bell. From the start, Ned was never really a temple slave. It was his master's orders that put him there. He's always felt disgust toward the temple and everyone in it. Still, he followed orders, even when they made his skin crawl. But Ned was rattled when his master revealed that 2 demon lord worshippers disguised as priests inside the temple had just been executed. The rest are lying low thanks to tighter surveillance. Their only remaining way back in is through the slave mark. His master explained that the priests of light don't watch marked slaves closely, figuring them too controlled to be a threat. So he ordered Ned to keep his cover as a temple slave, infiltrate the temple further, and steal the reward waiting in the raid dungeon. Ned agreed without a moment's hesitation. Now, in the present, Ned knows they've already found a way to neutralize the slave mark, and he's confident the priests of light have no clue. All that's left is waiting for the temple to let its guard down. Far off in a crumbling fortress, a group of outlaws works to patch up their fences. One calls the others in for food, and slowly they gather around a battered wooden table, sharing a meager meal while grumbling about being too poor for temple protection, forced to hold their own defenses. As they eat, the tower guard spots someone approaching from the temple. It's Sahak. Walking into the fortress, the first thing he asks is how many people live there. A worker nervously answers 50. That number puts a manic grin on Sahak's face. Without warning, he raises a strange flute-like instrument and plays a haunting note. In response, a monstrous creature bursts up from the ground, slaughtering the workers without a shred of mercy. This is Sahak's new power, unleashed and terrifying. With it, he's certain that boy will never humiliate him again. As Sahak cackles like a madman drunk on his own twisted ambition, the creature tears through the fortress, mercilessly chewing through the remaining workers one by one. Meanwhile, back at the Temple of Light, night's fallen. and Zephyr's holed up in the lab, mixing and boiling ingredients laced with the queen spider's venom. His goal is a deadly concoction he's calling the king of poisons. For this, he's taken over the priestess's room, worried Ned's little errand boy might show up and sabotage his work. She wasn't thrilled at first, but he talked her into it. As she flips through his blueprints, confusion clouds her face. She can't make sense of whatever he's trying to build. Meanwhile, Zephyr carves precise lines across a log of arcane wood and shatters it with a mana-infused fist. The bigger chunks break off, leaving a set of small, even sticks behind. The sight leaves the priestess both amazed and puzzled, so Zephyr explains these are needles like the ones used in Eastern medicine. His plan is to soak their tips in poison and let them sit for 10 minutes. Once ready, he claims, these needles can drop nearly any creature with minimal effort. Still, no one could have imagined they'd end up leaning on poison this hard after the demon lord's attack, especially with the gods having abandoned them. With that grim thought settled, Zephyr starts inserting the poison needles into his own body. Almost instantly, the poison starts crawling through his veins, sending him into shaking fits of pain. Alarmed, the priestess moves toward him, but he raises a hand, stopping her cold. She remembers what he told her earlier: no matter what happens, don't panic and just carry out the task he asks when he signals. Still unsure what he's actually going for, Zephyr's clear on one thing: he's trying to upgrade himself. He knows that under the right conditions, two poisons can cancel each other out, transforming into medicine or even a stat-boosting potion. The problem is he's working with toxins that are excruciatingly painful, unstable, and completely unpredictable. The pain is pushing Zephyr's body to its absolute breaking point, but he knows it's the only way forward. He channels his mana, directing it to manage the internal damage and possibly push his level higher. With this, he's testing whether it'll heal him clean or shatter his body like glass. Still, Zephyr knows this pain is nothing compared to what the Demon Lord once put him through. As he stays focused, the flow of mana finally stabilizes. His veins start losing that dark, poisoned tint, slowly returning to normal. The transformation leaves the priestess stunned, but she remembers Zephyr's instructions: drive the last poison needle into his head the moment he gives the signal. That moment finally comes. Nervous but resolved, she follows his command, plunging the needle in with trembling hands. Hours later, deep in the woods surrounding the temple, a beam from the slave marker shoots into the sky, flashing bright. On the ground below, chaos erupts as hunters flee for their lives, chased by a stampede of monstrous ostriches. They shout in fury, cursing the recon team for badly undercounting the nests. Luckily, they'd already fired a flare earlier, calling in reinforcements. But the stampede's moving faster than anyone expected. As the hunters argue among themselves, the creatures catch up and tear through them one by one. The leader is the last one standing, knowing temple backup is still 20 minutes out and things look grim for him. He collapses to the ground, watching as one of the massive ostriches looms over him, its razor beak ready to strike. But just as the monster lunges, a dagger slices through the air, punching straight through its neck. The beast crashes lifeless to the ground. The leader freezes in shock, then his shock deepens as Zephyr slams down beside him with bone-rattling force. The moment he lands, every remaining ostrich charges him. But with his newly boosted strength, he mows through them effortlessly, tearing through the horde like it's nothing more than a bucket of fried chicken wings. He targets their necks with ruthless precision and with a single burst of mana, launches a spread of projectiles that punch through every throat in range, killing them instantly. The leader stands frozen, unable to wrap his head around how one guide temple backup or not just did all that alone. Before he can even speak, Zephyr demands to know where the boss monster is. Still stunned, the leader just points it out, and without another word, Zephyr vanishes in a single leap, leaving behind an overwhelming aura and a crushing sense of awe and inadequacy settling over the hunter captain. But the leader instantly regrets not warning Zephyr just how dangerous that nest really is. As he silently kicks himself for the mistake, a massive blast rips through the forest, followed by a chain of explosions and deep cracks tearing through the earth. To his sheer disbelief, Zephyr emerges from the shadows moments later, dragging the boss monster's severed head behind him. Despite clearly just fighting a brutal battle, he looks calm, almost relaxed. The poison needles coursing through his system seem to have doubled his strength and dulled the pain. But Zephyr knows his next problem is gear. He needs new equipment, though first, he'll need somewhere to actually find or scavenge it. As he weighs his next move, he fires off the green flare, signaling the emergency's been handled. Meanwhile, far off in the dungeon's dark depths, Sahek keeps up his brutal slaughter, waiting for the moment he and Zephyr finally cross paths again. A few days later, Matthias, the senior inquisitor, and Lucius, commander of the Temple Knights, discuss the recent news that a slave apparently took down a horde of monstrous ostriches, including their 100-foot-tall leader. They suspect it's a calculated move to show off his skills for a shot at the upcoming raid. Hearing this, Matthias suggests they interrogate the slave, but Lucius shuts that down for now. The Inquisitor pushes back, worried the slave could be a demon lord worshipper who might sabotage the mission. But Lucius surprises him with a different angle, bring people like that along on the raid and deal with them there instead of risking chaos elsewhere. Despite 20 years of friendship, Matthias isn't sold on the idea. But the commander's got a reason for pulling him further in. He leads Matthias down into the tower basement when he pulls open a massive steel door. Matthias is floored at the sight of the legendary Heavenly Lance and Shield. He can barely believe his eyes. He'd only ever read about relics like these in old books. The commander assures him that with these in hand, they finally have a real shot at clearing the dungeon after 10 long years. With a confident grin, he adds that this time, he'll be nearly unstoppable during the raid. The next morning, back at the slave quarters, Zephyr's hunting teammates wrap up a grueling training session, a bit thrown by how packed the training grounds have gotten lately. Marco explains it's all slaves hoping to lock down a spot on the raid. Rumor is there might still be 2 or 3 openings left. As they talk, the priestess suddenly walks out of the room and passes right by them. The group instantly bows out of respect, and once she's gone, a few of them quietly wonder what she was even doing in their quarters. Soon enough, their worst suspicions get confirmed when they spot Zephyr back in the room. Sporting a brand new golden ring, they stare in disbelief at a total loss for how he pulled that off with the priestess. Zephyr just brushes it off casually, though he knows full well this ring isn't just some accessory. It's the Ring of Purification, an item that boosts mana flow and beefs up magical defense. The priestess handed it to him after his upgrade session, mentioning she's got more gear like it that could push his stats even further. Gesture leaves Zephyr suspecting she's got money on the mind. Meanwhile, the priestess heads back to her room, lost in thought, thinking about Persephone, a now-defunct guild of assassins, once notorious for using poison to boost their stats and take out targets. Zephyr's growing skill in hunting, paired with his poison-based upgrades, makes her wonder if he might be a former member. She recalls the guild imploded years ago from internal conflict, but rumors say wealthy buyers or maybe a surviving member are still out there. She weighs the potential upside of keeping Zephyr close. If she gears him right, he could turn into serious profit, but first she needs to hunt down the right equipment. Sensing where her thoughts are headed, Zephyr's a bit surprised she landed on Secret Assassin as the theory. Still, he sees the upside if she spreads that rumor around. His real target might eventually come looking for him. Back with the hunting team, Goat's sweating bullets over the fact that Zephyr somehow walked away with a ring from the priestess. The others clearly feel the same way. But just as Zephyr's about to brief them on the dungeon, something suddenly slams into the door. Dale checks it out and finds a note pinned there with a knife. It's an official order demanding they leave immediately and report the situation. The group's baffled that anyone would deliver an official document this way, especially one stamped by the hunting team. Zephyr takes a look too and instantly recognizes the handwriting. It's Ned's. Realizing this, he actually lights up, treating it like a personal challenge. Without wasting time, Zephyr heads out and starts cutting through the woods, moving fast while his mind churns on the upcoming raid. This isn't your average mission. It's set in the tomb of the fallen princess, a massive ruin left behind by some ancient kingdom, notorious for being nearly impossible to clear. No one's reached the boss room in over 10 years of attempts. To even qualify for the raid, you need to either be a slave assigned to a priest or a top-ranked member of a hunting team. Zephyr knows his current team won't climb the ranks in time, so he's counting on Ned instead. As a slave working directly under Matthias, Ned's got enough pull to get someone in. Zephyr's hoping to squeeze a recommendation out of him. He's pretty confident Ned's already itching to test him anyway, possibly even suspecting he's some ally sent by the Demon Lord. With those thoughts running through his head, Zephyr moves fast through the mountain paths until he crashes straight through a watchtower. As the dust settles, a familiar voice calls out to him. He recognizes it instantly as Sahak's. He pauses, telling Sahak to just go home, genuinely puzzled why he's even here. The battered Sahak flashes an ugly grin, claiming he's been dying to see him again for days. Zephyr just stands there confused, then Sahak pulls a knife trying to flex some new power. But before he can even finish talking, Zephyr flashes past him and drops him to the ground with a single strike. Zephyr frowns, frustrated that Ned's clearly hiding something, sending Sahak instead of showing up himself. Suspecting Ned might be nearby, he calls out, but instead of an answer, Sahak starts moving, again rising off the ground unnaturally, laughing like a madman. A slimy creature starts oozing out from beneath his cape. Without hesitation, Sahak pulls out a flute and starts playing, lifting the slime into the air as it morphs into a massive, hulking monster. Completely unhinged, Sahak screams curses at Zephyr, swearing to make his death slow and agonizing. As the creature finishes, Forming, Sahak wastes no time and launches an attack. Caught off guard, Zephyr hesitates for just a second and the strike sends him crashing into the mountainside, but before Sahak can react, a burst of energy melts away the monster's limb. And Zephyr reappears, unharmed and ready to fight. He immediately recognizes the creature. It's a biological weapon built by demon lord worshippers. It starts life as an egg, hatching only when triggered by a hypnotic instrument like the flute Sahak's using. That same flute also shields its user from the monster's corruption aura. The creature itself has no real mind, just an unstable, insatiable hunger. Growing stronger with every human it devours, especially ones carrying mana, that makes physical attacks basically pointless. As Zephyr sizes up the threat, the creature grabs him, wrapping its limbs around his body. That's when he remembers the corruption aura triggered the instant this thing makes contact with someone. Once infected, the victim's mind slowly rots until they turn violent and unstable, often lashing out even at their own allies. This thing is one of the demon lord's creations built specifically to wipe humans out. As Zephyr's caught in its grip, Sahak bursts into laughter, confidently gloating that Zephyr's mind is already fully corrupted. But Zephyr's still wearing the priestess's ring, a relic with curse removal built right in. It activates instantly, dissolving the creature around him completely. Before Sahak even has a chance to react, Zephyr grabs him by the throat. Holding him there, he snarls about a time he still cared about saving people, even when the world felt completely hopeless. He's often wondered if things would have turned out different, growing up among humans who actually stood together and knew how to fight. Maybe then the people he cared about would still be around. As that thought runs through his head, Sahak starts sweating, rattled by the ice in Zephyr's voice. Zephyr's made peace with giving people second chances, but not someone like Sahak, who's fed hundreds of innocent people to that thing and still wanted more. As the anger builds, Zephyr channels every drop of mana into his fist and slams it straight into Sahak's gut, following up with a brutal punch to the face that shatters it completely, more than deserved. Without pausing, Zephyr winds up his finishing move, East Dragon's Roar, a powerful technique that channels lightning through his strike, gathering mana into his palm. He unleashes it with full force, hammering Sahak with a barrage of lightning-charged blows. The attack scorches Sahak to a crisp, so thoroughly that even Zephyr's a little unsettled by the result. Still, he's satisfied with how it turned out. Afterward, he picks up the flute. Knowing the creature can only be finished off with elemental magic, not physical hits, he starts to play. He knows one precise hit can destroy it completely, but he's got to be careful not to burn through too much mana doing it. As Zephyr plays the Annihilation Code, the magical notes start unraveling the bonds holding the creature together. Right then, Ned lands nearby, visibly caught off guard to hear Zephyr playing a song only demon lord worshippers should know. Zephyr spots him and instantly knows he called it right. Ned's finally come looking for him. This is the moment he's been waiting for. But now he understands he has to convince Ned he's truly one of them. As he reflects, his mind drifts to the man who once trained him, the one he failed to protect. This time he wants to make that right, and to do that, he knows he has to get closer to Ned no matter what it costs. While Zephyr's lost in thought, Ned draws his sword. Watching that fight apparently convinced him Zephyr's too dangerous to let live. He charges forward, blade crackling with light. But to his surprise, none of his strikes land. Zephyr dodges every single one with ease. Ned quickly catches on and spins to block an incoming counter as 3 stones come flying at him from behind. He manages to deflect them just in time, and even while blocking, he clocks Zephyr's speed and precision, skills only his master and a handful of elite warriors ever possess. Upping the stakes, Zephyr challenges him to fight unarmed. Caught up in the moment, Ned agrees. Now the two stand facing off, barehanded, crackling with lightning as they settle into mirrored combat stances. Both ready for a direct clash. Ned strikes first, launching a lightning-infused palm strike, but Zephyr stays perfectly calm, gelling the floating cloud technique, generating an electrical charge that matches Ned's exactly. The two forces cancel each other out on contact, the attack neutralized instantly. Ned's visibly stunned. Countering a lightning palm this way takes precise control, too much charge and it backfires, too little and it breaks straight through. On top of that, the timing has to be flawless. Watching Zephyr pull it off effortlessly, Ned realizes this isn't just some talented fighter, he's using techniques only a handful of people on Earth have ever mastered. Until now, only Ned and his brother had ever successfully pulled off that counter, an advanced form of the Dragon King's secret art. That technique originally belonged to Jin Ryung, a high-ranking demon lord worshipper who clawed his way to power by mastering and preserving the Dragon King's hidden arts. Among all his disciples, only 2 were ever taught the true secrets. His own son and Ned himself. Jin Ryung kept it that tight to stop the Dragon King's techniques from ever spreading. That's why right now, Ned's struggling to process what he just watched. Not only did some unknown kid use the technique, he also just destroyed their sacred biological weapon, a monster carefully prepped for the upcoming raid. Now Ned genuinely has no idea who Zephyr really is or why he's even here. Zephyr catches the shift in his expression and seizes the opening immediately. Calmly, he lies through his teeth, claiming that if Ned really thinks there were only ever 2 disciples, then he's been kept in the dark this whole time. Zephyr flashes the ring and poses the question if the Dragon King's art is supposed to be that exclusive. But what happens if one of the disciples dies? The implication lands hard. If either disciple falls, the martial art dies with them. Their master wouldn't have time to train a replacement. It slowly sinks in, maybe there really was a 3rd disciple, a hidden backup trained in secret to keep the legacy alive. As Ned's still chewing on that thought, Zephyr steps forward and presents himself as the shadow disciple, secretly trained to step into Ned's place should he die. Lying comes naturally to him at this point. Shadow disciples are unofficial successors, trained in the shadows to preserve a technique in case disaster strikes. If the main heir falls, the shadow disciple steps in. But once the official heir is safely settled into the master's position, the shadow disciple usually gets quietly disposed of. Keeping them alive is a liability. Their very existence invites future power struggles. Right now, of course, Zephyr's making every word of this up. He knows the actual shadow disciple won't show up until well after the raid wraps. Altair and her crew are currently keeping him occupied. Thinking of Altair, he smirks a little, picturing her stuck babysitting some ridiculous errand. For now, though, he's riding this bluff for all it's worth. Still suspicious, Ned reveals he already checked with their master, who claims no disciple was ever sent, which, on paper, makes Zephyr look like a liar. In reality, Ned never actually contacted their master. He knows reaching out risks blowing Zephyr's cover before he gets to handle this himself. Ned's already decided, if Zephyr does anything remotely suspicious, he's killing him on the spot. Sensing the tension, Zephyr doubles down on the lie without blinking. He claims he was secretly ordered to slip into the raid party and take Ned's place if anything goes sideways. He even brings up Ned's actual mission, stealing the dragon heart and getting out clean. The dragon heart is a magical core buried deep inside a dragon's chest, granting immense power and almost impossible to find. One happens to be sitting deep within the tomb of the fallen princess, the exact dungeon this raid is targeting. Zephyr knows Ned's blistering speed gives him the best shot at escaping with the core, but he boldly claims he could pull it off even better. Pushing Ned's temper further, he mentions he's got something personal to discuss too. As Ned's jaw tightens, Zephyr leans in close and quietly says he wants to talk about the blood tier. The name alone darkens Ned's whole expression. Since it's one of his family's stolen heirlooms, something only he and his master are supposed to know about. Nervous now, Ned asks if he actually knows more. But Zephyr just puts a condition on it. First, he wants in on the raid. With no other card left to play, Ed agrees and tells him to follow. He leads Zephyr to an abandoned building near the temple. It introduces him to the rest of the group as someone sent by their master. Matthias, also present, lights up at the new addition and immediately jumps into laying out the plan. Turns out every single member of this raid is a demon lord worshipper pulled together from all over. He walks through the operations details once more. Zephyr, eager for intel on the cult, is genuinely caught off guard. All 40 of them are followers. This crew is an elite unit, specifically trained for jobs this dirty and this difficult. Even so, he can't quite wrap his head around why fighters this skilled would choose to serve the demon lord at all. Meanwhile, Ned quietly stews on the situation, wondering if their master let Zephyr in on secrets meant for his ears only. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind. What if the master trusts Zephyr more than him? But Ned shakes it off fast, reminding himself of the master's promise. Help him get his revenge if he proves he's worth it. That promise is still the engine driving everything Ned does. He wants that approval and he wants his goal. Still, one thing keeps nagging at him, the shadow disciple himself. Zephyr considers the possibility that the real shadow disciple might just be waiting for Ned to die so he can take his spot, or worse, actively planning to kill him. While Ned sits with his thoughts, Matthias wraps up the briefing and splits the team in two, one group guarding Ned, the other tasked with taking out Commander Lucius. Without wasting a beat, Ned turns to Zephyr and invites him onto his team. He wants him close, easier to keep an eye on, and easier to kill if it comes to that. Hearing the invite, Zephyr pauses for a second, his mind flashing back to his past life. Back then, Ned had been consumed by his hunger for revenge, an obsession that led him to trust the wrong person entirely, and it cost him everything. Still, Zephyr also remembers Ned was fiercely loyal once he gave his trust. Win him over now and he could become one hell of an ally. With that in mind, Zephyr agrees to work alongside him. In his last life, Zephyr missed out on bonds like this, connections that could have changed everything. This, he realizes now, was the very first one he lost. He can still picture the unhinged version of Ned from back then, the same man who once taught him the Dragon King-style martial art. The next day, the official raid roster drops along with gathering points, training schedules, and logistics. Everything's falling into place for Zephyr, and he knows it's time to get ready. He swings by his old team to say his goodbyes, having already cleared 3 dungeons for them like he promised. The team's genuinely grateful, and Zephyr assures them this should be enough to finally land their promotion. As the farewell drags on, Dale gets increasingly nervous, wanting to ask Zephyr to bring him along, but he just can't get the words out. He finds Zephyr's whole trajectory fascinating, but deep down, he knows he and the others just aren't strong enough to keep up, not yet. Still, to Dale's surprise, Zephyr promises that if he trains hard enough, there'll come a day he can join him. That alone lifts Dale's whole mood, and Zephyr heads out shortly after. He knows that by this exact point in his past life, 2 of this team were already dead. They're alive now, sure, but he figures they're still standing on borrowed time. In 3 years, the Demon Lord gets summoned and most of them won't survive it. That's exactly why he needs the Dragon Heart to change that outcome no matter what. After that, Zephyr heads to the priestess to pick up his gear. Surprisingly, she's got everything ready exactly as requested: blunt weapons with excellent mana conductivity. He specifically asked for these because he knows the raid dungeon's crawling with skeletons, creatures that shrug off regular sword strikes like nothing. Blunt force is the only thing that actually cracks them open. After looking everything over, Zephyr decides to buy the whole set, though one piece catches his eye especially: the Twilight Longsword. The priestess tracked that sword down purely because he asked, though she's clearly worried it's useless against skeletons. Meanwhile, Zephyr's mind drifts to the dungeon itself, how even after 10 years of grinding, the temple never managed to clear it. And yet now, even Demon Lord worshippers are willing to risk everything to get inside. On top of that, technically everyone on this raid is his enemy, and Ned still doesn't fully trust him. He knows that if he fails to win Ned over completely, this could end with the 2 of them killing each other before it's over. As they keep talking, an enchanter named Agilia walks in and greets them politely. In this world, enchanting means infusing gear with mana and magical energy, and Agilia's one of the temple's best at it. Once settled, she casts a holy light spell to fully saturate Zephyr's items with light energy, standard prep for the dungeon ahead. He wants every piece of his gear battle-ready before he's stuck fighting alongside people who'd just as soon kill him. Once the enchantment's done, they pay Agilia, and Zephyr's surprised at how cheap it comes out to. He wonders if the priestess pulled some strings to knock down the price. Curious, he decides to settle up with her directly, pointing out she hasn't taken a single commission off his previous trades. She just shrugs it off, saying she's helping him as a friend. Zephyr thanks her and casually admits he's completely broke. That catches her off guard, and he explains the last few dungeons he cleared just didn't pay out much. To even the scales, he pulls out the poisons he's been brewing and offers them up instead. The priestess is equal parts shocked and thrilled by the offer. Zephyr teases her a bit, before finally handing over the vials. On his way out, he reminds her not to sell any to potential moles. The next morning, every raid member gathers in front of the temple. Zephyr's a little thrown to see hundreds of people show up, healers, knights, the works. He remembers that in his past life, only a handful of them made it out alive. Once everyone's assembled, Lucius, head of the raid party, steps forward and officially kicks things off. This time, the roster's stacked, a full mix of knights, hunting team slaves, inquisitors, and slaves from the Inquisitor's lower branch. 86 people total, split up by role: frontline fighters, scouts, protectors, and long-range attackers backed by recovery support. The whole operation answers to 4 key figures: a priest, a priestess, Matthias, and the deeply revered Lucius, who holds a position of real reverence, partly thanks to the stigmata mark, something only bestowed on the truly God-favored. Those who carry it get special powers in life and become angels serving the gods after death. Lucius received his at just 7 years old. And because of that, people practically worship the ground he walks on. Plenty consider just laying eyes on him in honor. Zephyr finds it genuinely surprising that someone of that status would even bother showing up in person. While he's mulling that over, he catches Ned staring at him with obvious frustration, which puts him on edge. Meanwhile, Lucius addresses the whole raid. He invokes an old prophecy: after 10 years of failure, this is finally the year they succeed. According to him, everyone here will go down in legend and every slave among them will walk away free. He also announces 2 weeks of brutal training before they set foot in the dungeon. After the speech, the crowd bursts into prayer to Almighty Arya, whipped into a frenzy of devotion. And with that, training begins. First up, scale the summit of Screams, where the training grounds are set up. As Zephyr climbs, he grows more and more annoyed listening to Lucius frame all this as glory. He knows the truth, clearing this dungeon was never about honor. It's business, plain and simple. Politics runs this whole operation top to bottom, securing labor, sourcing gear, prepping the team. None of it happens without years of groundwork, and funding all of it means courting investors. To Zephyr, it's obvious this raid is less about divine destiny and more about spreadsheets and backers. They're already laying roads and building cities on the newly secured land to cash in on rising property values. The whole thing's a business venture wearing a halo. The Temple of Light, now operating as the third parish, is Lucius' home base, the place where he trains raid members and personally oversees their progress. As training ramps up, the Holy Priestess sets up a mock battlefield using golems, practice dummies, and her own spellwork. Once the fight starts, the dummies go on the offensive, sending raid members flying left and right. Plenty of them can't keep up and get quickly overwhelmed. Zephyr and Ned, though, tear through the whole exercise without breaking a sweat, turning it into their own personal competition. Mid-strike, Ned reminds Zephyr not to use the Dragon King style and charges the nearest golem. Seeing that, Zephyr lines up his own attack. Their strikes land at the exact same moment, dropping the golem together. Afterward, the group takes a short breather. Watching them work, the Holy Priest starts feeling genuinely hopeful. There's real promise in this batch of slaves, especially Ned and Zephyr. With them in the mix, this team might actually have a shot at that dungeon. Soon, the healer finishes casting his recovery spell and tells everyone they're clear to resume. Thanks to non-stop healing support, 2 weeks of grueling training start to feel like 2 months stretched thin. Time crawls by like this, until the training period finally wraps. Remarkably, not a single person washes out. Everyone holds up through the whole grind. The priests throw the raid members a celebration with food and drinks. But Ned sits off by himself, lost in thought. Zephyr walks over with a plate, having noticed Ned's barely eaten this entire time. Ned turns it down, saying he needs to stay light on his feet for speed. Hearing that, Zephyr pushes his own plate aside too. He's not hungry either, knowing he needs to be ready for whatever comes next. This clearly irritates Ned, but Zephyr shifts the mood by pulling out a bottle of fine wine. Ned accepts a glass and, while sipping it, asks just how much Zephyr actually knows about him. Over the past 2 weeks of training, he's noticed Zephyr's never once tried anything hostile. Ned remembers Zephyr bringing up the blood tier before, only to brush it off and promise to explain later. Now, the curiosity's really eating at him. Zephyr catches the shift in his tone and realizes something's changed. When they first met, Ned had tried to kill him outright, but after 2 weeks side by side, it looks like Ned's had a change of heart. Zephyr corrects his question. He shouldn't be asking what the blood tier is, he should be asking where it is and who's got it. With that, Zephyr leans in and whispers something in Ned's ear, something that drains the color straight out of his face. See, the blood tier was shown to Ned by his father, a relic passed down through the family, earned by their ancestors slaying monsters, and later gifted to a king, who awarded them the title of Baron and named them the sword's official keepers. Ned's father truly believed his son would one day inherit both the blade and the family name, confident Ned would grow into a knight worthy of carrying it. But when the Temple of Light invaded their estate, they seized the sword and the title as collateral on a loan, ignoring his father's desperate pleas. According to the priest, the sword belonged to the title itself, and since his father had signed the title away, the blade wasn't his to keep anymore. Hearing that, Ned's father snapped, drawing his sword and charging at the priest, but before he could land a single strike, a guard ran him through. Little Ned, standing right there, watched it all happen and screamed for his father, while the priest coldly told the dying man he should count himself lucky the blade never touched him, otherwise even his son would have been executed for it. 12 years back, scenes like this weren't rare at all. Dungeon speculation was spiraling completely out of control. Investors made fortunes while loot prices soared on the back of successful raids. But once the returns dried up and the scams started surfacing, the whole dungeon market lost its shine. The Temple of Light, which had profited more than anyone during the boom, kept lying to investors, insisting the market was rock solid. They kept unloading worthless junk at inflated prices, squeezing every last coin out before the collapse hit. Ned's father was one of their marks, borrowed heavily from the temple, then lost everything the second the market crashed, and nobody responsible ever paid for it. Especially not the priest Olden, a man his father once trusted completely, who betrayed him without a second thought. Ever since that day, Ned's had one goal: revenge and the total ruin of the Temple of Light. Alongside that, he spent years hunting for the blood tier, without ever finding a trace of it. Back in the present, Ned can barely process it when Zephyr reveals their master actually has the blood tier in his possession. And according to Zephyr, the master also let slip that the 12 apostles of the Demon Lord are secretly running the whole show, hiding as high-ranking priests within the temple. The revelation absolutely rocks Ned. Zephyr also tells him their master had been lying the whole time about ever helping him get revenge. As Ned walks alongside the raid party, the betrayal really sinks in. Their master just wants the heart handed straight to the leader. If that happens, Ned never gets his shot at revenge. Once that heart changes hands, the people responsible become untouchable. He realizes now he's been played from the very start. The man he once called family sold him out, and he knows Zephyr's not lying about any of it. There's just no way he could have known what their master promised him unless it was the truth. Sitting with all of that, Ned feels completely lost, unsure what to do next. Sometime later, the raid party finally reaches the entrance of the tomb of the fallen princess. Even before stepping foot inside, several members start shaking, overwhelmed by the sheer dark energy radiating off the place, while others practically buzz with excitement for the fight ahead. Despite the unease, the group presses forward and enters the dungeon's first floor. The priestess points out purification amulets lining the walls, explaining this level's already been cleared and cleansed. The dungeon spans 9 floors total. Everything up through floor 7 plus the gatekeeper on floor 8 has already been dealt with, but thanks to lingering evil energy leaking up from below. Monsters keep spawning anyway. As skeletal monsters start crawling out, the raid squads move into formation, practically buzzing at the chance to finally fight. Meanwhile, back at the Temple of Light, Lucius' uncle, the head priest of the third parish, welcomes reinforcements sent from the central parish. They've come to hold things down while the temple's main forces are off raiding. What the head priest doesn't know is that the man leading those reinforcements, Olden, head of the central parish, is secretly a demon lord worshipper. Back in the dungeon, the raid party pushes deeper, hacking through endless waves of skeletons. These undead just keep coming, fueled by the lingering will of the fallen princess Eurydice, once the greatest sorceress alive, who dragged her entire kingdom into death alongside her. As the fighting drags on, a couple of massive bone golems, each built from hundreds of skeletons, rise up among the ranks. One golem slams its fist into the ground, sending a shockwave through the room and launching several raiders through the air. Reacting fast, the holy priestess and the other casters chant Chain of Light, pinning the golem in place. Seizing the opening, the raiders rush in and unload on the restrained monster. But to everyone's shock, it breaks free of the spell entirely, and just as it winds up to retaliate, Matthias, who's been quietly praying off to the side, steps forward. With a single devastating slash, he drops the golem instantly. The raiders freeze for a moment, stunned by his sheer power. Matthias snaps them back to attention, warning that a skeleton mage might be pulling the golem's strings. Sure enough, they spot the mage perched right on top of the fallen golem. The holy priest orders the ranged fighters to lock onto it. Matthias realizes that to clear a shot for the archers, they first need to shut down whatever's fueling it. They need to find the source of its power. Just then, Lucius steps in, wielding his radiant lance and shield. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a massive beam of holy light, incinerating every skeleton standing in its path. The blast doesn't just clear a path, it also slams into an ancient tombstone powering the mage. One sweeping strike and both the tombstone and the mage are gone. He then turns and orders the rest of the group to mop up whatever's left. The priestess watches in awe, realizing that what took the entire team half an hour to grind through, Lucius just finished in one single move. Zephyr and Ned both stand frozen, stunned by the sheer power radiating off that lance and shield. With floor 8 cleared, the group sets up camp for the night to rest and recover, while the others settle in. Zephyr quietly inspects a nearby wall, searching for something specific, and eventually he finds it. Elsewhere, in a makeshift meeting room set up inside the dungeon, Lucius briefs the other leaders on floor 9, proposing they clear every tombstone before pushing toward the boss room. The priestess disagrees, insisting a direct route would be far more efficient. But Lucius firmly reminds them that the last raid failed exactly because they took that shortcut. They reached the boss room, sure, but got swarmed by waves of skeleton soldiers and lost far too many lives doing it. He refuses to repeat that mistake, even if clearing the long way costs them extra days. Hearing this, the priest realizes even the slower route won't come without casualties, and whatever losses come, the survivors will carry that weight. One of their top priorities now is conserving Lucius' mana and health, keeping him fresh enough to actually take down the boss and win this thing. He recalls last year's raid when the whole group froze solid the moment they hit the boss room, crushed by the sheer weight of the dark energy radiating off it. Back in the present, their meeting gets cut short by distant screams tearing through the raid party. They're under attack by Sahak's old pet monsters, 5 beasts originally meant to help Matthias execute his plan, now spiraling into a total frenzy. Something's tripped their hypersensitive danger instincts, sending them into a rampage. Meanwhile, still inspecting that wall, Zephyr uncovers a hidden wheel buried in the stone. Without hesitation, he turns it. As the mechanism activates, The entire dungeon starts shifting, floors and walls sliding around like interlocking puzzle cubes, twisting the whole structure into something new and utterly terrifying for everyone trapped inside. All of this had been planned days earlier before the raid roster was even announced during a secret meeting of Demon Lord worshippers. Matthias laid out the critical intel. The boss room door wouldn't open until the gatekeeper fell, and once inside, the only way out would be killing the boss. Intel pulled straight from ancient wall texts and old court records. One member floated the idea of just smashing through the dungeon walls, but Matthias shut that down. The deeper you go, the tougher the barriers get. Down in the lower levels, the walls turn hard as steel, but Lucius had a workaround. He planned to use the stake of faith as a wedge, an unbreakable pillar, jammed into the door frame to hold it open permanently. Since the thing couldn't be destroyed, it guaranteed the door would stay accessible for good. With that piece in place, Matthias' crew was tasked with eliminating Lucius. Their plan involved luring the boss monster straight toward him while dragging it away from the door itself. In the middle of all that chaos, Ned's job was stealing the dragon heart. The moment he got out that door with it, they'd unleash the corrupted creatures. These things are monstrosities built purely to devour humans and corrupt anyone unlucky enough to touch them. Lucius and the other top leaders carry enough magic resistance to shrug off the corruption entirely, but the rank-and-file raiders have zero protection against it. Once the corruption spread, the infected raiders would start slaughtering each other, giving them exactly the chaos they needed. In that confusion, the boss monster would finish Lucius off for good. According to Matthias, once they slip away clean, they'd simply report the whole raid as a failure back at the temple. Their leader also handed out a special drug designed to disable the slave mark entirely, blocking any forced commands from the priests. And on top of that, every member got an ocarina, capable of summoning corrupted monsters to cover their escape. That last detail thrills Zephyr. It makes stealing the dragon heart a whole lot easier. During the actual raid, going completely off script, Zephyr pulls out his own flute and triggers the corrupted monsters way ahead of schedule. Their sudden appearance sends the entire raid party into total panic and chaos. He knows the healers are on standby, so most raiders should survive the fallout. As Zephyr presses forward with his own agenda, he gets spotted. Matthias recognizes him from that earlier meeting when Ned brought him along, but he's clearly confused what Zephyr's even doing here now. Realizing he's been made, Zephyr hits a hidden switch and cranks a concealed wheel built into the wall, part of an ancient defense mechanism left over from when this dungeon served as a shelter during the demon invasion era. The device randomly rearranges the dungeon's internal layout, and Zephyr, having dealt with this mechanism before, knows exactly how to use it to his advantage. As he makes his escape, Lucius catches sight of him and instantly places him. Matthias mentioned him earlier. Suspecting he's a demon lord worshipper, Lucius tries to trigger the slave mark's forced command, and to his shock, it fails completely. Matthias notices too, and instantly realizes Zephyr must have taken the special drug he'd handed out earlier. Furious, Matthias charges his blade with raw energy, but before he can strike, Ned appears in a flash and slices clean through his arm with his flexible blade. Matthias stands there in disbelief, unable to accept that Ned's turned on him too. Chasing after Zephyr, Ned, despite just blocking Matthias' strike, can't shake the worry over how Lucius will react. Right then, Lucius fires off another beam from his lance, aimed straight at Zephyr. To everyone's surprise, Zephyr dodges it without breaking stride. That's thanks to his luck perk, an ability the gods slipped him when they sent him back through regression. The perk grants him bursts of insane good fortune during 3 critical make-or-break moments. Back in the present, Zephyr knows the shifting dungeons, opening up brand new passages that didn't exist before. Banking on his luck perk, he's hoping to find one that leads straight to the boss room. As he sprints ahead, scanning for that opening, he's caught completely off guard. Ned's caught up to him, but why would Ned be helping him at all? Earlier, right after training wrapped, Zephyr had revealed he already knew about Ned's plan to grab the dragon heart and vanish, betrayal and all. But he also warned him that by his read, sticking to that original plan meant certain death. If Ned actually wanted to live, they'd need to take down the boss together instead. That warning hit Ned hard. In the moment, he lashed out, furious at what sounded like a reckless, foolish idea. But Zephyr stayed calm, insisting he had a better plan, one that could flip the whole situation. Once Zephyr laid it all out, Ned had to admit it sounded reasonable. The real question was whether he could actually trust him. He pushed back. What did Zephyr mean exactly that he'd die following the original plan? Especially given how fast he was and how deep his mastery of the Dragon King style ran. Zephyr explained that absorbing the dragon heart without the right technique would kill him outright. He mentioned knowing someone who could help Ned absorb it safely. He also warned that Olden, the third parish priest, was already waiting for that heart. And if Ned came back empty-handed, Olden would send the twin knights after him, warriors ranked as the strongest in the entire land. Worse still, every single demon lord worshipper, master included, would come hunting for him. Zephyr then asked him point-blank, did he honestly believe he could take on all of that alone without help? Back in the present, Zephyr and Ned move fast through the shifting dungeon. As they run, Ned replays his earlier confrontation with Matthias when he'd asked to personally hand-deliver the dragon heart to their leader. Matthias flat-out shut that down, insisting delivery wasn't Ned's concern. Olden was already assigned to carry it and wouldn't slip up. Matthias also seemed thrown that their leader had trusted Ned with that much, given how tightly the organization guards its secrets. In truth, Ned had only asked those questions to confirm whether Zephyr's claims held up, and every one of them did. It became crystal clear Olden, his father's longtime rival, was one of the top leaders among the Demon Lord's worshippers. That revelation made everything so much worse. Not only had Olden killed his father, now he was angling to keep Ned under his thumb permanently. The thought sends a wave of rage through him, and as they blow past a skeleton golem, he unleashes a burst of raw energy. He shatters it in a single blow. His hunger for revenge against the worshippers and the Temple of Light burns even hotter now. Noticing Ned falling behind, Zephyr calls out that there's no time to waste on monsters. His luck perk's got just 15 seconds left. As the clock winds down, they sprint for the boss room door. Just as they close in, the gatekeeper spots them and charges up a slash laced with dark magic. Hurling it their way, the two barely dodge it and spot a narrow gap in the boss room door. With 3 seconds left on the spell's clock, they dive for the gap. Just barely squeeze through in time. Once inside, Ned's surprised to find the room completely empty. No boss in sight anywhere. Then a powerful voice booms through the chamber, demanding to know how they got in without dealing with the gatekeeper first, and warning them for daring to disturb her rest. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the raid party finally clears out all the corrupted monsters and the dungeon's shifting comes to a stop. As they start tending the wounded, Lucius is still stunned, having just watched a slave mark get neutralized right in front of him. His mind's racing. Did the kid never even have the mark, or did he find a way to break it himself? He's equally rattled by the discovery that someone smuggled corrupted monsters into the dungeon and used some device to mess with its structure. Put together, it all screams that Demon Lord worshippers might be embedded right in their ranks. Lucius can barely stomach the idea, especially since he personally vetted every single person on this raid. Still uneasy, he asks the holy priest who exactly slipped away. The priest gives him the names, and the second Lucius hears Ned answers to Inquisitor Matthias, the blood drains from his face. At that same moment nearby, Matthias stands there, seething, furious that two men just torched everything, all because they got spooked over some kid. It was the perfect plan, one that would have elevated his standing with both the worshippers and the temple itself. And now it's all in ruins. Lost in his fury, he orders the rest of the worshippers to gear up, fight, or die. As confusion ripples through the group, the worshippers turn to find Lucius standing there flanked by armed temple leaders, ready for war. Lucius gives Matthias one final chance to explain himself, but Matthias has already made his choice. He's fighting. Back in the boss room, Zephyr and Ned stand frozen before the princess. Ned especially can't wrap his head around it. How can someone branded a mass killer look this beautiful? Catching the sorrow etched on her face, he starts second-guessing everything he's heard about her cruelty. He even feels a strange pull to comfort her somehow, pulled into her aura. He goes glassy-eyed, dazed, and starts drifting toward her. Zephyr grabs him instantly, hauling him back before he does something monumentally stupid. He can't believe Ned nearly fell for something this basic. A second later, Ned realizes he'd been lured straight into a magic circle trap. Suddenly, the princess's beautiful form starts dissolving. Her expression twists into a vicious grin as she bursts out laughing, revealing she'd planned to devour him whole. Her body warps into something monstrous and she lunges at them, radiating pure killing intent. Sensing the danger, Zephyr snaps at Ned for falling for the illusion, but now that it's broken, they both manage to dodge the attack clean. The princess unleashes Dark Hand, a skill where summoned hands drain mana and stamina straight from her targets, hundreds of them at once. It's a technique that's crushed countless raid parties in the past, doubling as a regeneration spell that keeps her topped up while wearing her enemies down. Even Lucius has struggled against it before. Meanwhile, Zephyr can feel the weight of God of Death's Wall of Iron debt hanging over him, ready to trigger the second he slips up. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, Lucius confronts Matthias for throwing away everything, including 10 years of blood, sweat, and effort poured into this dungeon. Hearing that, Matthias realizes his whole cover's blown. Lucius wouldn't be talking to him like this otherwise. He also knows there's no clean escape, not even using slaves as a distraction. He doesn't know this restructured layout well enough. and if he goes back empty-handed, his leader will have him killed anyway. With his options running out, Matthias decides killing Lucius might be his only way through. In moves to confront him head-on, he looks confident on the surface, but he's fully aware Lucius carries holy-grade gear and a squad of healers and combat priests backing him up. Taking that down without an edge would be brutal. Still, Matthias has one last card left to play. A few of the priests standing beside Lucius are actually his own imposters. Catch the rest off guard. He might just turn this whole thing around. With that thought in mind, he quietly signals his men, drink the potion on the count of 3, execute Plan C. The potion's built to disable their slave marks, giving them a clean shot at slipping away unnoticed. To buy time, Matthias challenges Lucius to single combat, quietly counting down for his men behind the bravado. But the raid leader sees straight through the act and orders his soldiers to strike first. Before Matthias' men can even drink the potion, Lucius triggers their slave marks himself, forcing them to obey him instead. Now Matthias finds his own men turning against him while Lucius leads the charge from the front. Even in full control, Lucius can't hide the disappointment in his voice. They've been friends since they were 12 years old, grew up together, fought side by side, knew each other better than almost anyone else. That history is exactly what makes this so much heavier for Lucius. But for now, his focus stays locked, forcing Matthias to dismantle every trap he's set. After a brutal, ugly fight, countless slaves lose their lives, but the group finally manages to corner him. As the slaves fall, insects marked by the Demon Lord crawl out of their corpses. These bugs carry the Demon Lord's engraved mark, letting worshippers serve as slaves to the light, the priests, and the Demon Lord all at once. Recognizing the dark magic instantly, Lucius crushes one under his boot. His disappointment in Matthias plain on his face. He never once imagined his friend would throw in with the Demon Lord. The Holy Priest, meanwhile, is briefly stunned that Matthias managed to kill 30 slaves in under a minute, but he stays confident in Lucius' overwhelming edge. Now bound in holy chains, Matthias is left reeling at just how hard it was to even scratch Lucius. He never landed a single hit, proof enough of just how vast the gap between them really is. As that reality sinks in, he starts wondering if this imbalance is just fate, something the gods decided long ago. Lost in that thought, he suddenly breaks into violent coughing and spits out a small stone hidden in his cheek, one marked by the Demon Lord. He refuses to accept defeat, ready to do absolutely anything to escape this fate. Lucius, with no idea what that stone even is, keeps pressing him about the betrayal, but instead of an answer, Matthias holds the stone up with a manic grin, shocking everyone watching. In one motion, he crushes it between his teeth. His body rapidly transforms, shattering the holy chains binding him. What he just swallowed is a secret weapon of the Demon Lord's worshippers, known as the Stone of Revelation. It turns the user into a full-blown demon, a last resort only used when there's genuinely nothing left to lose. Once triggered, there's no going back to human form, ever. Now fully transformed, Matthias feels no regret whatsoever. In his mind, being a demon beats staying a powerless human any day. Watching the transformation, Lucius panics and orders his priests to attack, casting a buff spell to boost every ally's stats, before launching a full assault on the demon. But their attacks bounce off completely. The demon blocks every one of them barehanded without effort. To everyone's shock, Lucius is already on him, swinging his holy lance with everything he's got. Everyone braces for the finishing blow. But to their horror, the demon catches the lance with his bare hand. The priests and their leaders stand frozen in disbelief. Even legendary-grade weapons seem completely useless against this thing, and nobody's sure how to back Lucius up now. Suddenly, the priestess remembers the stake of faith, the sacred weapon Lucius entrusted to her for exactly this kind of emergency. She sprints toward the fight, ready to pull it from her inventory case. To her horror, the case is gone. Meanwhile, deep inside the boss room, Ned's the one holding the stake. He'd lifted it from the priestess earlier, all part of the plan. As the princess unleashes her skill, Ned starts counting down. Sure enough, right on cue, the spell fades exactly like Zephyr predicted, after just 15 seconds. Turns out the spell forces the caster's brain into overdrive. Push it too far and it starts to literally melt. That built-in limit means she can't just spam the skill, giving them a narrow window to strike. To recover, she's forced to fall back on weaker spells while her brain cools down. That's their opening, the perfect moment to attack while her big spell is on cooldown. Following Zephyr's cue, both of them leap toward her. Zephyr draws his Twilight Longsword and unleashes a powerful sweeping slash. He knows no amount of planning ever guarantees a clean outcome. Gear breaks, allies falter, the environment shifts, and curveballs come out of nowhere. But through all of that, there's one constant he can always trust, the Dragon King-style sword technique. Executing it with razor precision, he lands a clean strike. That appears to take the princess's head clean off. For a moment, it looks like the fight's over, But to Ned's shock, the princess starts warping into something even more monstrous. Instead of hesitating though, Zephyr feels a jolt of excitement. This is the exact moment he's been waiting for. Reading the situation, he's about to bark an order at Ned, but Ned already knows what to do, and leaps straight at the princess himself. Zephyr had already warned him about this transformation. There's a brief stretch mid-shift where she's essentially defenseless, and that's the window they have to hit. Remembering that, Ned rips open his inventory case midair and drives the massive stake straight into her. It punches through her body and immediately starts channeling holy light energy into her form, reacting violently to the dark aura wrapped around her, flaring with its own overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Zephyr slashes at her limbs to keep her from ripping the stake back out. The weapon's tearing her apart, but it only carries a limited charge. Once it runs dry, it's nothing but a heavy slab of metal. That's exactly why Lucius never considered using it offensively before. But Zephyr doesn't care about the cost and makes the call anyway. As holy energy burns through her body, the princess starts dissolving. Sensing the threats past, the stake deactivates on its own. Zephyr's item enhancements start fading fast from the sustained fighting. Exhausted, he chugs a mana potion, quietly wondering if Lucius even made it out alive. After downing a few more potions, he decides he's rooting for Lucius but won't lose sleep over it either way. Ned, meanwhile, stares down at the princess's last remaining eye, still twitching faintly. Zephyr calmly tells him to leave it alone. She can't come back from that. If she dies now, the gate opens and the gatekeeper comes flooding in. He tosses Ned a healing potion and tells him to start hunting for the dragon heart. Ned just stands there, stunned, still trying to process that they actually just took down one of the 8 toughest monsters alive. The whole thing feels unreal, and he knows it only worked because of Zephyr's plan. At the same time, something's nagging at him, a growing worry that Zephyr might already be too far ahead for either of them to keep up with. His thoughts get cut off by loud pounding on the door. The gatekeeper, coated in dark poison, slams against it over and over, the toxin already seeping through the cracks. Soaking straight into the princess's remains, she looks flooded with emotion, sensing the presence of her lost knight. Suddenly, a dark tornado erupts around her, alarming both Ned and Zephyr. Zephyr watches, genuinely confused. This never happened in his past life. He starts suspecting it's because they never took down the gatekeeper first this time. As the tornado grows stronger, the princess snaps back into her true form and Zephyr notices. Stake is already starting to recharge. Moving fast, she rips open the dungeon floor and buries the stake deep inside it. Both of them immediately move to strike from opposite sides, but their swords just pass right through her, no resistance at all. Zephyr recognizes this instantly: spatial distortion, a technique that traps opponents inside a warped pocket of space. Without warning, a burst of thorns erupts from a portal beneath them. Ned barely rolls clear in time, but to his shock, the princess follows up instantly, closing the distance at insane speed. Just as she's about to land the blow, Zephyr acts. Using the queen spider's webbing, he snags her midair, yanking her back and stopping the attack cold. Gripping the strands tight, he channels his inner-budget Mortal Kombat scorpion and yells, "Get over here." The princess fights back against the pull, but Zephyr fires off power boost and hauls her straight toward him. Just before impact, though, she vanishes into thin air. That tells Zephyr something useful. While she's tucked inside her spatial distortion, she can't attack either. So the moment she reappears, they get one clean shot. As she rematerializes, Zephyr yanks the webbing to reel her in, but she anchors herself, driving thorned roots straight into the ground. Catching her off guard, Ned flashes in and lands a brutal swing. The hit looks clean, but to Ned's utter shock, he's the one who ends up bleeding. The princess had cast Black Mirror, reflecting up to 300% of the incoming damage right back at him. She wastes no time following up with Dark Hand, draining his mana and stamina fast. Just in time, Zephyr intervenes, hitting her from behind with a lightning-charged palm strike. Even as Dark Hand keeps draining Ned's power, Zephyr locks onto specific points across her body using his mana control skill. That technique jams her mana flow at each targeted spot, cutting off her ability to cast entirely. As a grand sorceress who runs purely on mana, Zephyr's betting this trick, something he picked up training under Altair, will be enough to finally shut her down. As the princess tries to fall back and put distance between them, Zephyr hauls her back in with the webbing again, and follows up with a flurry of heavy palm strikes. He pulls out a rosary he picked up from White Rose, strung with 9 sacred temple beads, and tosses 3 toward Ned, hoping they'll keep him alive through the last 9 seconds of Dark Hand. But right as he throws them, the princess lands a direct hit to his face, sending him slamming into the wall. Zephyr's stunned at how fast she shook off his mana control. The princess doesn't slow down at all. She roots him in place with another binding spell, then unleashes a barrage of massive dark energy orbs. Every single one hits home, the resulting blast rattling the entire chamber. Meanwhile, back at the temple, the priestess grows more anxious about Zephyr by the second, regretting not sending him with more temple beads. Back in the dungeon, the beads are already spent and Zephyr's drenched in blood. Ned lies unconscious on the ground beside him. Zephyr realizes that the second he lost his grip on the fight's momentum, the princess seized total control. He knows that tough as she is right now, taking her down would have been easy back in his old strength. This whole failure lays bare just how weak he really still is. He's burned through every consumable he had. His weapons are wrecked beyond use and there's nothing left to fall back on. Even the divine perks the gods handed him before sending him back Wall of Iron, whatever's left of his other buffs and revive, feel completely useless against this. It leaves him with a bitter thought: maybe the gods never gave him these so-called blessings to actually help him. Maybe it's all just entertainment, watching him claw and suffer for their amusement. It feels less like a gift and more like a leash, held by beings who get their kicks off his despair. With no clean path to victory left, Zephyr realizes there's still one last move he can make: provoke the ones sitting up above. Using his own blood, he starts drawing a forbidden symbol into the ground. Moments later, an angel descends furious, demanding to know how he even knows a symbol like that. But Zephyr just smiles. She's taken the bait exactly like he wanted. He knows the mark he's drawing is a direct slap in the face to the gods, a reminder of some humiliating defeat they suffered long ago. That's exactly why they branded it taboo. Even attempting to draw it is enough to trigger divine punishment or instant death. Simply put, the moment that symbol's finished, the gods themselves would strike him down. As the angel appears, the dark aura surrounding the princess flickers and fades, buying Zephyr a little breathing room. That subtle shift in energy is a small edge, and he clocks it immediately, turning back to the angel's demand. Zephyr fires back with his own question: how exactly is she even standing here when divine beings aren't supposed to walk freely in the human world? The angel answers that only those with a direct bond to a human are able to cross over, then repeats her demand for an explanation on the forbidden mark. Completely unbothered, Zephyr refuses to say a word without getting something in return. The angel isn't having it. Her divine aura spikes so hard Zephyr literally can't move a finger. She declares that just by drawing that symbol, he's already ticked off half the pantheon. They want him gone, even the ones who once found him entertaining to watch. Pushing his luck further, Zephyr dares her to kill him, adding almost casually that she'd better be sure she actually has the authority to do it. He knows full well the gods handed him these perks because they don't want him dying easy. They'd much rather watch him suffer and squirm for their entertainment. On top of that, he knows some gods are eyeing him for recruitment into their own ranks. Kill him now and they lose that chance for good. That exact tension is what Zephyr's banking on. Neither side actually wants him dead, and he knows that's precisely why they sent an angel instead of just smiting him outright. Sensing the shift, the angel grows uneasy and finally asks what he actually wants. Zephyr demands stronger perks, flatly stating the ones he's got so far have been useless garbage. Then he addresses the gods directly, pointing out that if he dies, some of them lose something valuable while others cash in. He warns the ones with something to lose not to let it slip away that easily. He promises that if they sit on their hands, they'll never find another human this entertaining again, and if they're willing to gamble, now's the time. Gods caught off guard by his sheer audacity hesitate, but Arya, goddess of light, clearly finds his defiance hilarious. Intrigued, she decides to step in. A brilliant beam of divine light comes crashing down from the sky. The angel just stares, unable to fathom why a goddess would ever help a human like him. As the beam connects, it shatters the barrier, locking him in place. When the dust settles, Zephyr's back on his feet, standing face to face with the princess again. She doesn't waste a second, charging in with Dark Hand active, but the instant she closes the gap, Zephyr slashes her with a radiant blade of pure light, a weapon that incinerates anything it touches. The sword's a gift straight from Arya, who apparently decided this kid was way too fun to lose. Elsewhere, the other gods are furious about it, especially Uzra. But Acuris, god of the sky, steps up to back Arya's call, arguing the weapon's hers and hers alone to hand out. Privately, though, Acuris has his own reasons for stepping in. He knows the god of death is desperate to claim Zephyr for himself, and he's not about to let that happen. Back in the fight, Zephyr goes all in on the princess with the divine light sword, hitting her so hard even her spatial distortion can't save her. He knows she's got nothing that can stand up against a divine weapon of this caliber. Seizing the moment, he triggers the sword's Yehai spell, unleashing a heavenly strike that crashes down and finally puts her down for good. As she falls, the princess reverts back to her original breathtaking form. Zephyr realizes the Yehai spell doesn't just deal damage, it also breaks curses. That explains her sudden transformation. The curse is lifted and the real her is finally back. Now fully awake, the princess looks around, dazed. Like she's stepping out of a decades-long nightmare. She looks at Zephyr confused and asks who he even is. Zephyr calmly introduces himself, declaring he's the one who'll carry her legacy forward. The dragon heart was originally a gift from her, given to her loyal knight, the very man now serving as the gatekeeper. The two were deeply in love, dreaming of a peaceful life together, but they were young and naive, blind to what fate actually had in store. In the present, the princess reveals that the tomb's final level holds a magic circle shaped like the Tree of Life, capable of purifying the curse on the dragon heart. She used its power to cleanse it, but the process cost her her human form, twisting her into the monster she became. She thanks Zephyr and Ned for finally breaking the curse and admits she's long outlived her natural lifespan. She knows her time's finally up. Before she fades, she asks what he actually intends to do with the dragon heart. In answer, Zephyr uses a communion spell to share his memories with her directly. Through it, she witnesses everything, Zephyr's entire past life and the road that brought him here. Meanwhile, outside the tomb, Lucius battles Matthias, now fully transformed into his demon form. Even with his light blessing, the sheer demonic force overwhelms Lucius every time Matthias lands a hit. Matthias, drunk on this sudden surge of demonic power, loses himself completely, embracing the chaos with open arms. He hurls an attack at Lucius, who throws up his shield to block it. The clash triggers a massive explosion. Nearby, the rest of the priests stand helpless, unsure how to even help. Amid the chaos, a demon lord worshipper hiding among the priests spots his opening. Seeing everyone distracted, he decides now's his shot to take out the head priest and score the Stone of Revelation as his reward. As he pulls out his knife, dark force starts pooling into a mark burned onto his arm. Suddenly, worms burst out from the bodies of several other people nearby. The head priest stares in disbelief, realizing just how many demon lord worshippers are still hidden in their ranks. This worm outbreak is actually part of Matthias' power drain skill, letting him leech strength directly from his demon form. He absorbs every ounce of that dark energy and condenses it into one blinding, glowing sphere. Sensing the danger, Lucius orders everyone to throw everything they've got at stopping it. But they're too slow. Matthias fires the sphere straight at them, scorching everyone caught in its path. Lucius manages to shield himself and the head priest, taking the full brunt of the blast himself. The holy priest begs Matthias to stop, but he refuses. He's carried a grudge against Lucius for years. Lucius received his stigmata at 7, completely shattering tradition. Normally, holy candidates train until 15, then face a formal competition to determine who's chosen. Matthias trained for years hoping to be the one, only to get skipped entirely. His whole family was blindsided. They'd poured everything into his training. According to old records, when someone's chosen outside the normal competition, it's supposed to be an omen of chaos ahead. A situation that conveniently works out great for the temple. Matthias' rage only deepened after Lucius got picked, since his own father used the chaos as cover to grow wealthy off the backs of desperate worshippers. Plenty of people went bankrupt, some even took their own lives. Matthias believes Lucius' family did nothing to stop any of it, instead they rode the wave of chaos straight to profit. In Matthias' eyes, they're the real villains here. Back inside the boss room, as the princess absorbs every memory Zephyr shared, she starts feeling a deep well of sympathy for everything he's been through. He tells her the demon invasion is coming again, and this time he refuses to be weak for it. That's why he's here to ask her for one difficult favor. Zephyr knows absorbing the dragon heart safely requires a very specific technique. He'd originally planned to have someone else handle it, but now that the princess is standing right here, he realizes she's more than capable herself. She was the one who first planted the dragon heart in Giorgio's, the very first dragon slayer, and now he's asking her to do the same for him. To his shock, though, the princess reveals she simply can't do it anymore. 1,000 years ago, one of the 12 heroes turned dragon. Chrysaorus unleashed devastation across the whole world, nearly burning it down to ash. Chrysaorus once fought alongside the 12 heroes against the demons, but after being cursed by them, he lost his mind entirely and turned on everything he once protected. To stop his rampage, the remaining 11 heroes, including the princess, her knight, and the golden dragon, banded together to bring him down. After a brutal year-long war, they finally managed to take Chrysaorus down, with Giorgio's himself landing the killing blow. In the present, Zephyr reminds the princess of exactly what that fight cost, warning her that all of it will have been for nothing if the worshippers succeed in summoning the demon lord again. While the gods themselves are barred from entering the human world, the demon lord isn't. And a whole faction of worshippers is dead set on bringing him back. Zephyr remembers from his past life just how much human greed fed into it. Plenty of people joined the demon lord's cause chasing power or profit. By the time the demon lord became an actual crisis, it was only him and a handful of allies left standing against him. This time, he's determined to change that outcome. He's convinced he came back to win, not just survive. And since the princess once used her power to fight for good, he's asking her to hand him that same power to protect the world now. Zephyr brings up Giorgio's once more, how brave he'd been, how even when she tried stopping him, he stood firm, convinced the dragon's power could shield the world from demons and everything else out to destroy it. His only wish was carving out a safe, peaceful future for their daughter. With that dream driving him, Giorgio set out. Sadly, things didn't go the way anyone hoped. During a battle at the temple, he was struck down by the same dark curse that had consumed Chrysaorus long before. The princess, right there when it happened, tried rushing to his side, but her maid held her back, warning it was too dangerous. By then, Giorgio's had already twisted into a monstrous skeleton mid-transformation. The golden dragon arrived and voiced the exact question already burning in the princess's mind. How could this happen if the curse on the dragon heart had already been lifted? The golden dragon answered it himself. He admitted he'd only faked the cure, pretending to be their ally the whole time while chasing his own hidden agenda. He bound the princess in magical shackles and silenced her, making absolutely sure she could never breathe a word of what she'd uncovered. He praised her for planting the dragon heart inside her own husband, then coldly told her she'd be forced to watch him use that very power to burn the world down. As he said this, Giorgio's finished transforming into a monstrous skeletal warrior. He drew a massive blade and swung it straight at the princess. Back in the present, the princess reveals she was the one forced to tear the dragon heart from her husband's chest. Ever since, she's waited for someone like Zephyr, someone capable of actually carrying that power. But she can sense his body still isn't ready. If she tries embedding the heart now, it'll destroy him instantly. Zephyr already knows this. He also knows he can't rush the strengthening process through his poison technique without proper rest between sessions. Still, he thinks there might be a shot if he leans on a powerful luck-based effect. The princess isn't so sure. She warns he'll need to burn his luck perk one more time before this is over, right as she's about to explain further. Her voice cuts off sharply. It's the golden dragon's binding at work, stopping her from revealing certain secrets outright. Still, the princess finds a way around it, choosing her words carefully. She tells him he'll need the dragon heart for a moment when he's forced to choose between the person who matters most to him and someone else. She advises him to first strengthen himself using the items stored in her tomb. After that, she'll embed the dragon heart into him herself and reshape the dungeon to guarantee his escape. She warns that if he insists on taking the heart right now, despite the danger, he'd first have to defeat every dragon within a year. Hearing that, Zephyr feels a surge of confidence. He swears he'll make the world safe, just like Giorgio's once vowed to, and he declares he'll get it done in 6 months. He treats it like his personal mission now and tells the princess she can finally rest easy. Moved by his conviction, the princess sheds a single tear and opens the sealed tomb holding the dragon heart. The moment Zephyr lays eyes on it, he's floored. She tells him to lie down and begins the embedding process. As it starts, Zephyr triggers his luck perk to squeeze out every possible chance of success. Suddenly, everything around him goes black and he finds himself dropped into some dark realm. But he immediately recognizes the feeling. He's been here before and he's not alone. Then, without warning, a massive red eye snaps open behind him, followed by a claw that snatches him instantly. It's Chrysaorus, still lingering inside the dragon heart, just a fragment of the dragon's original mind, but a fragment powerful enough to matter. Its presence alone feels like it's ripping Zephyr's heart apart. Chrysaorus, seething with rage, catches the scent of the gods clinging to Zephyr, and demands to know why they've sent yet another puppet into his domain. The dragon flat-out refuses to hand over his power, especially not to Zephyr, and crushes him tight in his massive claws. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Matthias in his demon form has already wiped out everyone else, head priests included. Lucius is the last one standing, blocking his relentless assault with his holy grade shield. As he deflects another strike, he tries to counter with a beam of fire, but Matthias dodges effortlessly and flashes behind him, slamming a hit straight into his back. The moment confirms what the demons already suspected. Lucius is running on empty, his reactions slowing, exhaustion starting to show. Worse, the holy priest realizes Matthias is adapting fast to his demonic power. With every exchange, Lucius keeps taking damage while Matthias just gets stronger. The two clash again, trading blows, but Matthias starts pulling ahead with pure speed and raw strength. Lucius, Shining Lance, stands zero chance against him now. The holy priest realizes there's no one left to protect him, and he's going to have to dig into a power he's kept hidden. Using it means gambling with his own life, but he's out of other options. Just as Matthias winds up for the finishing blow, he's suddenly interrupted. A flash of light snuffs the attack out cold. A heavenly feather drifts down through the air, the result of something Lucius just triggered. An angel materializes behind him, shedding radiant feathers with every movement. He asks how much of his life he's willing to spend this time. Lucius offers a month, but the angel shakes her head, deeming it not nearly enough. She counters with 6 months instead. Lucius agrees and the angel vanishes the second the deal's struck. A surge of divine energy floods out of Lucius, his whole body erupting in blinding holy light so intense that Matthias, demon form and all, actually feels fear. He can't explain why, but the dread is undeniable. While Matthias struggles to make sense of it, Lucius unleashes a barrage of holy light beams. The blasts tear through Matthias completely, shredding his demonic form to pieces. Fully defeated now, Matthias can barely wrap his head around the fact that Lucius sat on this kind of power for 20 years. According to Lucius, the skill's called Shard of Glory, one only the Holy Exalted can use. It lets them borrow strength from their future angelic selves at the cost of their own lifespan, which is exactly why most Holy Exalted never live past 30. They're constantly forced to burn this skill against powerful threats, and the temple just keeps throwing them into those situations. Truth is, they're treated as little more than tools. After laying it all out, Lucius asks Matthias flat out if betraying their friendship was really worth it. But Matthias is still eaten alive by jealousy over Lucius' chosen status. He's convinced the goddess values Lucius' life while treating everyone else like garbage. Matthias insists he was the one everyone expected to be chosen, but everything just went sideways. The goddess never once answered his prayers, never even acknowledged him. As he speaks, Matthias starts fading into thin air, his form dissolving completely. Meanwhile, inside the boss room, Ned wakes up disoriented. As his focus sharpens, he's suddenly stunned to see the dungeon boss caught up in some kind of mysterious ritual. Outside, Lucius manages to heal both the head priest and the priestess, though he's deeply worried the three of them might be the only survivors from the entire raid. Once they're fully healed, he tells them to start looking for a way out. Meanwhile, deep inside Zephyr's mental realm, the dragon suddenly freezes at a strange glow forming around him. The energy shapes itself into a faint, pinkish female figure. Zephyr immediately suspects it's his luck perk kicking in, though even he thinks it's overkill for triggering off just a brief moment of weakness. The reaction makes it click. He's inside his own mental realm now. Here, weakness isn't an option. If he falters even slightly, the dragon could devour his mind entirely, rendering the whole heart transplant pointless. With that clarity, Zephyr grabs the dragons, claws and rips them apart with brute force. Freeing himself, the memory of who he used to be surges through him, fueling his resolve. In a flash, he closes the distance and lands a brutal strike straight to the dragon's head. Then he yanks a massive sword from the ground and claims this fight as his 5th dragon battle inside this realm. Power radiates off him now, his whole appearance shifting, glowing with a fresh, renewed aura. As he strides toward the dragon, Zephyr locks in his resolve, more than a little annoyed that these ancient beings always demand some trial before handing over their power. He squares up to face the dragon head-on, fully intent on knocking some sense into it. The dragon accepts the challenge, squaring off against him, and with that, the two collide in a devastating clash. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Ned notices Zephyr lying there, unconscious. He also realizes the dungeon boss is so consumed by whatever's happening with Zephyr, she's completely forgotten he's even there. Sensing an opening, Ned tries to stand, but his mana's too low to even move. Dark Hand had drained him completely earlier. As he wrestles with that thought, the princess herself turns toward him and simply tells him to rest. With a small flick of her finger, Ned suddenly starts coughing up a marked bug, the same kind carried by demon lord worshippers. Staring at it in shock, the princess explains she pulled it out of his body herself. She sounds genuinely impressed that he never once used its power, choosing to fight entirely on his own strength. She tells him to rest now since the extraction will leave him thoroughly wiped out, and gently pushes him toward deep sleep. Ned still can't figure out why the dungeon boss is helping him at all, but before he can even process it, he's out cold. Outside the tomb, the head priest tells Lucius the whole dungeon layout has changed entirely. They've spent 2 days searching for an exit with nothing to show for it. Lucius suggests their best bet is tracking down the stake, since it might just be the key to escaping in time. As they hustle to find it, they start wondering about the 2 suspicious slaves who ran off with the stake of faith. Lucius points out that while the pair clearly acted like demon lord worshippers, they never actually sided with Matthias. In fact, they fought against him. The head priest guesses they might belong to a rival worshipper faction, possibly hoping to pit Matthias and Lucius against each other so both would come out weakened or dead. That thought hits Lucius hard. If he died here, the temple would likely auction the dungeon off, leaving it exposed. He suspects that's the whole point of the infiltration, engineer a scenario where the dragon heart gets seized clean. He figures the rival faction plans to buy the dungeon cheap and slip the 2 infiltrators back inside with a fresh raid party. Since they've already mapped the place, they've probably got an escape route locked in already. Lucius concludes they need to be caught before they vanish for good. At least that was the plan. But when Lucius and the others finally reach the boss room, they're stunned to find the gatekeeper still standing. They can sense the stake's holy presence lingering but can't understand why the skeletal knight is still guarding the door. The gatekeeper turns out to be brutally powerful, easily overpowering Lucius and pinning him to the ground. He knows Shard of Glory can only be triggered once a week. He's already used it. With no other options left, his thoughts drift to his family, and for a moment he genuinely believes this might be it. Then right on cue, Zephyr comes crashing through the boss room door like the main character he clearly is. Lucius, stunned, wonders what he's even doing here. Radiating a whole new level of power, Zephyr casually mentions he owed someone a favor anyway, so he figured he'd lend a hand. Clearing his throat, he triggers a dragon skill and barks a command at the gatekeeper to drop. The skeletal knight slams to the ground under the sheer weight of the command, leaving Lucius stunned, unable to comprehend how something this powerful is bowing to someone like Zephyr. Meanwhile, Zephyr pins the knight down and starts counting, watching it fight the restraint. The skeletal knight thrashes hard, desperate to break free from the spell. It takes exactly 10 seconds for the control to fade, confirming Zephyr's suspicion. His control window's limited to just 10 seconds. Right now, his access to the dragon heart's capped at just 1% of its full power, matched to what his still developing body can actually handle. The instant it breaks free, the skeletal knight grabs his sword, which Zephyr instantly recognizes as Graham, a blade forged specifically to slay dragons, brutally effective against them. The knight swings it toward him with full force, and Zephyr counters with his own sword of light, the divine weapon Arya gave him. That sword came with one condition: use it to protect the holy exalted. Zephyr agreed, and now he's making good on that promise. He channels every ounce of holy energy straight into the blade. Then, with a quiet, respectful farewell, he unleashes the energy, slamming a devastating strike into the skeletal knight. The impact sends out a massive wave of radiant light, one so bright it even catches Lucius off guard. Lucius can't believe a former slave is wielding a divine weapon like this, but what really shakes him is sensing the direct presence of Arya herself radiating off of him. The overwhelming aura brings him straight back to the first time he met the golden dragon as a child. Realizing just how significant this moment really is, Lucius drops to his knees in reverence, the head priests dropping right alongside him to honor Zephyr. Meanwhile, Zephyr reflects on his fight against Chrysaorus, which raged on for 3 full days inside his mental realm. Brutal as it was, he ultimately proved himself, and Chrysaorus finally granted him access to his power, with a warning to stay sharp and never let his guard down. As Zephyr snaps back to reality, he's stunned to find the princess reduced to a pile of ash, RIP in the chat. He pauses in quiet respect, thanking her for everything she gave him. Among her remains, he finds 2 relics carrying the essence of her magical abilities, though he'll need to reach level 2 in that magic class before he can properly wield them. The relics also unlock full access to everything stored in the tomb. From a crystal she left behind, the princess reveals more. Right now, his body can only handle 1% of the dragon heart's full power. That capacity will grow as his body slowly adapts over time. She leaves him with one final request: find her descendant and deliver the mage crystals to her. That descendant will help him further. Zephyr instantly recognizes the name, Altair. Still, he's uneasy, thinking the gods might mess with her just to squeeze more entertainment out of his story. He wants to step in, but he knows there are other fires to put out first. As the group regathers, Lucius steps forward and officially strips the slave marks from their shoulders, setting them completely free. Zephyr casually jokes about his debt, and Lucius confirms, yeah, that's wiped clean too. The holy priest is still processing that they'd been secretly working to bring down the demon lord's worshippers this whole time, quietly, for years. As the son of the goddess of light, Lucius' true mission has always been wiping out those worshippers, so he offers Zephyr and the others every bit of support he can give. Ned, though, stays suspicious, convinced Lucius might just be angling to attach himself to the Dragonheart's wielder to score political leverage inside the temple. Still, doubts and all, Ned chooses to accept the alliance, weighing the practical upside, connections, resources, and status, all things he'll need to finish off what's left of the Demon Lord's network. With everything squared away in the tomb, Lucius suggests they head back to the temple to rest. But Zephyr cuts in with a bombshell. The temple might already be overrun, courtesy of Olden and his forces, who, it turns out, also serve the Demon Lord. Worse, they've got the twin knights backing them, 2 of the strongest warriors alive, which makes things significantly more dangerous. The news hits Lucius hard, but he pushes forward, admitting he still needs time to adjust and fully unlock the Dragonheart's power. As he speaks, he pulls out the crystal, and the dungeon's structure suddenly shifts. A hidden treasure chamber reveals itself, packed with artifacts the princess left behind, clearly a sign it's time to gear up. Nobody's been able to access this vault in a full 1,000 years. When Zephyr finally cracks it open, everyone's stunned to see dozens of glowing crystals floating in midair. Even the priests are speechless, recognizing several genuinely ancient items sealed inside. There are dozens of high-tier artifacts scattered across the chamber. As Zephyr activates one of the crystals using the princess item, Lucius realizes without Zephyr, none of this would even be possible. No access, no credit for clearing the dungeon boss, nothing. After grabbing a handful of items, the priests start using appraisal skills to check them over. They quickly confirm the gear's insanely high quality, packed with powerful enchantments. Plenty of these items are so rare, none of them have ever shown up on any known market. While exploring the vault, Zephyr spots a familiar potion bottle and lights up the second he recognizes it. The others start picking out gear that catches their eye, especially Zephyr, who reclaims the Graham sword straight from the skeletal knight and suits up in a full dragon slayer outfit. As the group settles in and sorts through their new gear, Lucius raises a concern. Now that Zephyr's exposed Olden as a demon lord worshipper, the temple's got zero way to identify infiltrators like him. That's a huge problem going forward, since the only surefire way to confirm someone's a worshipper is forcing them to use their skill, which makes catching Olden nearly impossible. Ned suggests just killing him outright, since that would force the worshipper bug to reveal itself from the corpse. Lucius shuts that down hard. The real problem's Olden's standing. He's nobleborn, holding rank as cardinal, his pedigree and duties in the central parish making him practically untouchable. He's also politically neutral within the temple and closely tied to Lucius' own family. Arresting or killing him without ironclad proof would be a massive gamble. Ned starts suspecting Lucius doesn't fully buy Zephyr's story and is just dodging conflict. But Zephyr stays calm. He already knows exactly how to prove it. The answer's sitting right there in that familiar potion bottle he found earlier. Meanwhile, back at the temple, Olden's busy hypnotizing a bishop. At the same time, Lucius' wife and child are being held hostage by the twin knights. She's terrified and confused, unable to grasp why Olden's doing any of this. That's when Olden finally spells it out. Every demon lord worshipper, he explains, carries a marked bug inside them. The bug grants power and keeps growing over time. Once fully matured like Olden's own, it becomes a queen capable of spawning larvae, used to brainwash and control anyone who swallows one, just like the bishop standing under his control right now. He explains all of this to Lucius' wife because she's the leverage he plans to use against her husband. She has no idea what he's talking about, until he shows her exactly what he means, pulling out a small larva. He tries to force it into her son's mouth. Horrified, she reacts instantly, slapping his hand away. Where she touched him, his skin starts writhing and squirming like his whole body's made of bugs underneath. The sight is horrifying. Furious at her defiance, Olden's about to retaliate when one of his men bursts in, shouting that Lucius has just arrived outside. Aesop's Olden cold. He rushes to the window and spots Lucius and the head priestess cutting through his guards, closing in fast. Panic starts creeping in. As Lucius confronts him, Olden shouts in protest, accusing him of attacking temple priests without cause, but Lucius stays completely unmoved. He's already used the special potion Zephyr gave him, an item that lets him actually see the worshipper bug inside anyone serving the demon lord. With the truth now undeniable, Lucius finally realizes just how blind he's been to everything going on around him. He steps forward and formally declares Olden under arrest for betraying the Temple of Light. Olden refuses to accept defeat, bursting into arrogant laughter and hurling insults at Lucius. Inside, though, Olden's terrified. Lucius' return was completely unforeseen. None of the leaders saw this coming. There's simply no way the dungeon should have been cleared this fast. Worse, there's no word from Matthias at all, which probably means he's been caught and spilled everything. Still, Olden tries convincing himself it doesn't matter. By walking back into the temple, Lucius has already stepped straight into their trap. Right then, a bishop steps in and publicly calls out Lucius for accusing a cardinal without a shred of proof. But Lucius calmly activates the potion's special ability. Instantly spotting the bug lodged inside the bishop, he immediately connects the dots. Olden's controlling him. As the bishop keeps demanding proof, Lucius pulls out a stack of letters and drops them on the floor. Olden recognizes them instantly, visibly rattled. He can't believe Lucius actually got his hands on those documents. A little earlier, back in the dungeon, Zephyr had suggested keeping the Truth Sight potion under wraps for now to avoid drawing assassins. Instead, he pushed for gathering harder evidence to properly expose Olden. Zephyr then briefed the group on the dungeon's hidden depths, explaining it stretched far beneath the temple grounds, with a likely path to a strategic exit somewhere below. Following that lead, the group made their way out, eventually surfacing near Matthias' old hideout, a spot the Demon Lord worshippers used for secret meetings. Here they found a stash of abandoned letters, detailed plans between Matthias and Olden laying out their entire scheme to steal the dragon heart. Matthias had kept those letters as insurance in case Olden ever double-crossed him, and now Lucius has them in hand. Hearing all this, Olden bursts into maniacal laughter, finally admitting he's the true leader of the Demon Lord worshippers, but he quickly adds that they still can't touch him because he's got Lucius' wife as a hostage. Spotting her, Lucius, gripped with dread, calls out, but Olden immediately cuts him off, warning him not to take another step. With unsettling calm, Olden pulls out a special larva when he calls the princess bug, claiming it was prepared specifically for Lucius' family. Then, flashing a chilling smile, he offers Lucius a monstrous choice: his wife, his son, or himself. Without waiting for an answer, he starts counting down from 3. As Olden hits the final count, Lucius desperately begs to take the bug himself instead, pleading for his family to be spared. But Olden ignores him completely, shoving the bug into his wife's mouth right in front of him. Before the larva can even take hold, Olden's suddenly stabbed clean through from behind by none other than Ned. The twin knights freeze, baffled how an assassin slipped past their detection undetected. What they don't know is that Ned's wearing the Misty Bracelet, an artifact that renders its wearer completely invisible to detection. Without wasting a second, Ned slices Olden clean in half with his blade and scoops up Lucius' wife. He immediately turns to block incoming strikes from the Golden Knight, the elder of the twin knights, whose overwhelming strength starts forcing him back. As they clash, Lucius fires a devastating lightning beam at Olden. The Golden Knight leaps in to intercept it, absorbing the full blast and giving Ned just enough of an opening to break away. Seizing the moment, he strikes the second knight and leaps into the air, carrying Lucius' wife to safety. Meanwhile, Olden's body begins knitting itself back together as the worms inside him rebuild his form. He's stunned to see Ned, his own master's disciple, still standing. Olden had planned for him to die inside that dungeon, yet here he is. That leaves Olden wondering if his master, Jin Ryung, played him from the very beginning. With his hostage gone, Olden realizes the whole situation is slipping from his grip. If Lucius manages to use Shard of Glory again, it's over. Thinking fast, he orders the Golden Knight to pin Lucius down and buy him time. Adrenaline surging, energy renewed, Olden draws his sword and strides toward Lucius, who stays perfectly composed, trading a few sharp remarks along the way. Olden, meanwhile, remains supremely confident he can handle this. The two formally size each other up before engaging, both ready to show exactly what they're capable of. Outside the temple, a crowd gathers for the usual healing rituals, but guards turn them away, lying about a night training session underway. From a distance, even the mining crew notices smoke rising from the main building, sparking whispers about what's really going on inside. White Rose suspects the guards are full of it. She remembers Zephyr's last warning to steer clear of the main building for a while, claiming a high-ranking official was visiting and her shady dealings might come under scrutiny. Ever since, she's mostly kept to the slave quarters just to be safe. But now, seeing smoke pouring out of the main structure, she's starting to worry. Back inside, the head priests and priestesses are locked in a defensive fight against waves of demon lord worshippers, leaning on items pulled from the princess treasury. Just to hold the line, they're doing everything they can to avoid killing any corrupted priests, knowing full well that if word gets out, rival factions inside the temple will jump at the chance to tear them down. They hold their defense as best they can, until suddenly the temple spire collapses right in front of them, barrier and all. Looking up, they spot Lucius locked in combat with the Golden Knight. Surprisingly, the knight actually seems to be gaining ground since his sword's outmatched by Lucius' spear, which gives Lucius a huge edge in reach and control. The Golden Knight tries dodging past the spear's tip to close the gap, but the second he lands a hit, it gets fully reflected by Lucius' mirror chainmail. He instantly realizes Lucius baited that whole exchange just to bounce the damage right back at him. Lucius confirms it, explaining that the twin knights are supposedly the strongest warriors on the continent. Beating them takes more than raw power. Lucius rushes the Golden Knight and they trade brutal swings, locking each other blow for blow, but Lucius pulls ahead, weaving past a strike, and slamming him with his golden gauntlet. He immediately follows through, flashing behind the knight and unleashing a crushing beam of light. The impact completely obliterates him, sending him crashing to the ground in defeat. Watching this, the head priest assumes Lucius took down the Golden Knight without breaking a sweat, but as Lucius turns around, it's clear he's taken serious damage himself. During his Divine Judgment spell, the knight managed to counter, landing several solid hits. The Golden Knight also realizes something crucial: mirror damage only triggers on direct contact and only reflects half the actual hit. Weighing that, he starts healing himself with the worms buried in his own body, his rage building by the second. In a flash, he appears behind Lucius, ready to land a killing blow. But just as he's about to strike, the queen bug inside him fires off a signal, freezing him mid-motion. Lucius seizes the window, chaining him in place, blasting him with a heavenly beam. Wounded, the knight keeps receiving signals from the queen bug, refusing to fully go down. Meanwhile, Zephyr's already dragged Olden's body into a hidden patch of forest, giving him a brutal beating without finishing him off for a reason. Back at the main building, Lucius and the head priest reveal their whole strategy was to isolate the twin knights and Olden, keeping them tied up so the group could pick them off one by one. The plan worked flawlessly. Realizing he's been outplayed, the Golden Knight completely loses it. Some time back, Olden had personally volunteered to oversee transporting the Dragonheart, confidently promising his master that with his mind control abilities he could quietly seize the third parish and keep the heart securely watched without ever moving it. His master approved the plan, giving him the green light. Now, with everything crumbling, Olden's scrambling to understand how it all fell apart so fast, how the raid ended in record time, how Ned uncovered the assassination plot, how the dungeon got cleared this quickly. None of it adds up. He starts suspecting his master may have engineered his downfall the moment he'd outlived his usefulness. As they reach the royal carriage, one of the demon lord worshippers has it already prepped for a getaway. Still, Olden's mind won't stop spinning. Even if Lucius exposes him, the Temple of Light might shield him anyway just to lock down his vote in the upcoming papal conclave. What genuinely worries him is his growing list of enemies. If Jin Ryang's already betrayed him, more disciples like Zephyr could be hunting him next. As Olden climbs into the carriage, he suddenly feels something sticky on his hand. Within seconds, agony rips through his body. It's one of Zephyr's poison concoctions specifically engineered to hurt even the worms living inside him. Suddenly, the cloaked figure sitting in the carriage pulls off his hood. Revealing himself, it's Zephyr. Before Olden can even react, he takes a boot straight to the face, crashing hard to the ground. The twin knight tries to retaliate, but before he can move an inch, Poison Needle catches him, knocking him out instantly. Turns out he isn't even the real twin knight, just a regular soldier in a costume. Sensing defeat closing in, Olden desperately calls out for the real twin knights to save him. Meanwhile, Zephyr strolls toward Olden with sword drawn and the old man starts begging for mercy, baffled why his body won't heal from the poison. Desperate, he starts throwing out offers, anything to buy time for the real twin knight to arrive. But Zephyr shuts that hope down cold, revealing the bloodied helmet of the silver twin knight. 12 hours earlier at dawn, Zephyr, alongside Lucius and the priests, had already tracked down and eliminated the real twin knight as a demon lord worshipper. Ned, seeing the truth laid bare, realized they'd planted a disguised silver knight there, just waiting for him to hand over the Dragonheart before disposing of him afterward. In his past life, Ned barely escaped the twin knight but was forced to live in hiding with the Dragonheart, never able to safely absorb it. Eventually, he was tracked down and killed by another of Jin Ryang's disciples. Lucius eventually fell under the marked bug's control too, turning into an absolute nightmare to put down. He met the same fate in the end. Every one of those deaths traces straight back to Olden's manipulation and betrayal. That's exactly why this time around, Zephyr refuses to gamble. Back in the present, driven by that memory and pure rage, Zephyr unloads a blast of divine lightning straight onto Olden. But to his shock, what's left behind looks way too small to be the whole body. It thought, Zephyr suddenly senses something closing in from behind, and just barely blocks the strike in time. It's Olden now in his true demon form, a grotesque, writhing mass of worms. He claims this form makes him far stronger than either twin knight ever was. That's when it clicks for Zephyr. Olden shed part of his body earlier as a decoy, buying himself time to slip back into demon form unnoticed. In this state, he's got overwhelming power and can shift back to human form whenever he pleases. Nobody who's laid eyes on this form has ever lived to describe it. Calling Zephyr's defiance a fatal mistake, Olden slams his massive fist straight into the ground, sending a violent shockwave ripping through the forest. Elsewhere, Ned, still guarding Lucius' wife and son, feels the tremor. He quickly tells them to stay hidden inside the cave, and hands over cloaking bracelets to keep them invisible. As he turns to leave, Lucius' wife voices her worry. But Ned, ever the walking meme, tells her he's strictly on business and doesn't need luck. Determination burning in his eyes. He flashes off toward the source of the shockwave. As he moves, memories of his father's death flood back, fueling his hunger for revenge against that inhuman worm-thing Olden. He's ready to bring down everyone tied to this. Back at the main building, Lucius is still locked in battle against the stronger of the two remaining twin knights. The marked bug inside the knight is amplifying his strength, but it's chipping away at his precision. Lucius notices the knights growing anxious after being held off this long. Seizing the opening, he calls out to the head priest, who casts Battle Light, boosting every ally's stats and recovery by 120%, instantly supercharging Lucius. To the priestess's surprise, it also amplifies her summoned spirit, bulking up its size and intensity. With the buff active, they launch a coordinated strike on the knight. He blocks with total confidence, convinced their slower attacks are no real threat, but suddenly he's hit with dizziness, the priestess's spirit debuff kicking in. Lucius seizes that split-second weakness and charges, his lance blazing with holy energy. Punches clean through the knight's torso in a massive blast. The knight tries to strike back but misses completely. When the dust clears, only the lower half of his body remains slumped on the floor. Just when it looks like the fight's over, Lucius spins around in shock to see the entire structure behind him sliced clean in half. The priest immediately puts it together. Through that whole fight, the knight wasn't just aiming for Lucius, he was aiming for the building itself. Trying to bring it crashing down on the brainwashed priests trapped inside, Lucius rushes toward the bishop to help, but he's a second too late. The rubble buries the entire area. Meanwhile, the knight, gravely wounded but still conscious, starts fleeing. A third of his bugs have been burned away, leaving him badly weakened, and now he's racing toward Olden hoping to be restored. Even now, he's still shocked at how effectively Lucius pinned him down. Believing it's his only shot left, he rushes toward Olden, the man who gave him purpose when nothing else was left. Back in the day, the twin knights joined Olden after their elder sister claimed the family earldom. The priests worked them over with slick promises, convincing them that backing the true god was the only way to restore the world's rightful order. It worked like a charm. Now, driven by gratitude and a lifelong debt, the knight sprints toward Olden, determined not to let him die. But just as he closes in, a sudden flash cuts through the air and the knight is sliced clean in half. It's Ned, wielding the blade of Mirage, giving the knight a matching twin, quite literally. As Ned lands, the twin knight recognizes him as Jin Ryung's disciple and demands to know why he's interfering. Ned calmly reminds him of the exact day he killed his father. That lands, the knight realizes this is about revenge, but he just scoffs, claiming he's killed hundreds and can't be expected to remember every face. Fully healed now, he tosses off his shattered armor and warns Ned to step aside. Since he's got somewhere important to be, he acknowledges Ned's clearly agile, probably running some kind of stealth skill, but doesn't take that lightly either. Still, he's confident no one can beat him in a straight fight. He gives Ned 10 seconds to run. But his heart skips when Ned draws out a familiar sword, his fallen twin brother's blade. The sight stuns him. That weapon was their shared symbol, a sacred gift straight from Olden himself. Holding it steady, Ned calmly offers to pass along his brother's final words if the knight can actually beat him for it. That's all it takes to turn the twin knight into a rabid animal, fully ready to end Ned's life. Meanwhile, on Zephyr's end, the demon Olden keeps hammering him with strike after strike. But to Olden's shock, not one of them lands. He's using the swarm of bugs inside him to reshape his entire body, summoning extra fists to launch non-stop attacks at Zephyr. This transformation lets him harden his limbs like blades and even spit corrosive stomach acid straight from the bugs inside him. Still, Zephyr slips past every single strike, answering with clean counters straight out of the Dragon King style. One of those counters carves Olden into pieces, yet even torn apart, the scattered chunks reform into full weapons that start attacking Zephyr from every angle. Despite getting sliced up over and over, Olden's demon form just keeps stitching itself back together, seemingly untouched by the punishment, confident that eventually Zephyr's stamina and mana will run dry. As the fight drags on, Olden lunges and grabs Zephyr by the collar. He reveals something twisted. He admires Zephyr's strength enough to want to implant a bug in him, turning him into a personal servant. Then he hurls him into the ground with brutal force. As Zephyr slams into the earth, Olden follows through, smashing his massive fists down onto him one after another, each blow sending out a fresh shockwave. Finally, the demon reshapes his arm into a blade and brings it crashing down toward Zephyr. The effort visibly wears Olden down too, so how exactly did he end up like this? Back in the day, Polaris himself talked him into joining the worshippers, dangling power beyond anything he could dream of. The master handed him a marked bug, telling him to take good care of it. From that day forward, Olden started leaning on the bug's power. He killed without counting, and once his bug fully matured, he used the Stone of Revelation to complete his shift into a demon. Back in the present, despite unloading a series of brutal hits, Olden's stunned to see Zephyr walking away completely unscathed. Zephyr holds back his massive arm with a bare hand, not a scratch on him. The sight leaves Olden reeling. Zephyr explains he could have easily taken down Olden and the twin knights together earlier. He split them apart on purpose, just to give Ned his shot at personal revenge. The other reason: he just gained the Dragonheart's power and wanted to test it against a genuinely strong opponent, and a demon fit the bill. He triggers Dragonification, boosting the Dragonheart's output by 9% for a limited window, a skill he can only use once a day. Since Olden's proving to be a real challenge, Zephyr figures he's the perfect test subject. At the sight of the Dragonheart flaring to life, Olden starts panicking, unable to process how Zephyr's carrying that kind of power. Zephyr moves to grab him with his newly enhanced dragon arms, sending Olden into a full-blown, desperate flail. But before Olden can get far, a devastating slash cuts him down from behind, splitting him into several pieces. For Zephyr, this is only the opening act. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the Twin Knight manages to pin Ned down with his sword, Ned barely holding the blade back with his bare hand. In that moment, he recalls Zephyr's earlier briefing, a critical detail on exactly how to bring this knight down, using something deeply, painfully personal to Ned himself. 25 years back, when the Twin Knights were still kids, their father learned from the Magic Tower's master that the boy's mana was linked. When one activated it, the other responded automatically. The master added that with proper training, the pair could grow into a legendary knight duo. That day, their father decided to sink everything into nurturing that potential. Thanks to his relentless push, the twins grew into some of the most promising knights around. Later, Olden stepped in, manipulating events to strip the twins of their family title, then using that leverage to bring them fully under his control. He sharpened their skills further with the twin blades, weapons built to power a uniquely synchronized fighting style. Over the years, the two trained together relentlessly, their timing becoming so seamless that one attack flowed directly into the next, forming an unbroken, nearly unbreakable storm of steel. Their sync ran so deep, they could steer each other's blade like an extension of their own. Zephyr had explained all of this to Ned, comparing their style to the floating cloud technique, rooted in the balance of yin and yang, letting practitioners reflect an enemy's attacks when paired with a compatible partner. Having already mastered the floating cloud technique secrets, Ned's able to resonate with the Twin Knight's blade and form an eclipse-like counter. Throughout the fight, Ned's been quietly reading the flow of the knight's movements, waiting for his exact opening. The moment he mirrors the technique perfectly, the knight leaps back in shock. That counter is a technique known only to him and his dead twin. The realization hits him like a truck. For Ned to know that move, something horrific must have happened to force it out of him. Right then, the knight hears Olden crying out for help again, but this time he ignores it entirely. Instead, he decides to end Ned within the next 60 seconds, and charges in, swinging his blade wild and heavy, but Ned's already braced for it. Zephyr had told him the knight would keep fighting instead of running to Olden's aid. Their whole plan hinges on keeping him from ever reaching Olden, since any contact could let him escape or recover. Seeing this as his one shot, Ned pushes the attack, but the knight moves faster. In a flash, he unleashes a devastating slash that appears to cut Ned clean down the middle. But to his shock, it's just an illusion. The real Ned's already behind him, unleashing. Thunderpalm strikes straight from his own arsenal, following it instantly with a sword slash. But once again, the knight reacts fast, blocking the strike, and Ned's sword clamps onto his blade, drawn in by the twin blade's natural magnetism. Using that connection to his advantage, the knight rams his own blade straight into Ned's gut, pinning him down and moving in for the kill. While Ned holds the sword back with every last ounce of strength he has, in that instant, his mind flashes back to the blood tier and his father's unwavering faith that Ned would one day be worthy of wielding it as a true warrior. That memory ignites a fresh burst of strength inside him. Ned forces the blade back with nothing but his fingers, then immediately follows with a brutal strike straight to the knight's eyes, searing them with raw electricity. The shock is so intense even the Twin Knight can't recover fast enough. Blinded and helpless, he tries relying on instinct to track Ned down, but the moment he moves on pure reflex, Ned slashes clean across his body and finishes him off with one last, devastating lightning blast, burning him down to nothing but ash. With his fall, the title of strongest warrior on the continent sits vacant. Back at the main building, the head priestess and priest focus entirely on treating the wounded. Thankfully, the damage isn't catastrophic. They managed to break up the falling structure in time and threw up several defensive spells to soften the blow. Every larva inside the priests and slaves has died off too, either from Olden's death or because he's lost all his power. As Lucius takes in the scene, his face lights up with pure relief at the sight of his family walking toward him, escorted by Ned and Zephyr. With that, Olden's whole scheme is crushed, and the third parish is reclaimed. In the days that follow, everyone's buried and treating the wounded, rounding up whatever worshippers remain from the central parish. Lucius keeps morale up through ceremonial blessings, hoping to chip away at the lingering exhaustion weighing on his allies. In doing so, he also manages to sniff out and purge the last of the demon lord worshippers still hiding in their ranks. They also manage to rescue the bishop, who's still reeling from everything and nursing serious internal injuries. Lucius personally takes charge of his care. Zephyr and Ned get hailed as heroes, and the bishop personally thanks them both for what they've done. As a little gesture of goodwill, Zephyr presents the bishop with Olden's shriveled, worm-covered head. The bishop's visibly unsettled by the gift, worried it might still pose a threat. Zephyr assures him it's completely powerless now and might even hold useful intel. When asked for his take, Ned shrugs it off. They've already pulled everything useful out of Olden that there was to get. Privately, Ned feels a quiet sense of satisfaction, though it's tangled up with the fact that his original plan for revenge is off the table now, permanently. Finally, Zephyr hands the bishop everything they pulled from Olden: hideout locations, operation plans, and a full list of worshipper names across the region. As the bishop reviews it all, he's floored to discover it includes actual plans to summon the demon lord himself. Even more alarming, the ones pushing this are backed by the Eastern Union. The kingdom of Cayenne sits on the continent of Aslan, split into the Eastern and Western Unions, both originally holding equal power. But once the Holy One was chosen from the Western Union, that balance shifted hard in the West's favor. The Eastern Union spiraled into economic decline, eventually forced to sell off land to the West just to stay afloat. That growing gap bred deep resentment, cracking the door wide open for demon lord worshippers to spread fast among Eastern nobles, feeding off their greed and desperation. According to Zephyr, two of the biggest threats right now, the Ice Dragon and the Blue Dragon, are actively tearing through Western territories. They've already nested in the continent's largest breadbasket region and seized control of the central trade hub, triggering widespread famine down south. That worsening crisis explains exactly why the East's cozying up to worshipper factions. It's entirely possible these dragons are part of a bigger scheme cooked up by the demon lord's followers. Zephyr confirms, based on what they pulled from Olden, that the worshippers didn't summon the dragons, they provoked them into attacking. To fix this, the dragons need to be hunted down and eliminated. Zephyr proposes that he and Ned take the job, but the bishop's skeptical, questioning how the two of them could possibly bring down a dragon. Lucius is equally surprised he's not part of the mission, but Zephyr explains that the third parish still needs him. This almost certainly won't be the last invasion attempt and someone has to stay and defend home base. The Holy One agrees with the proposal and formally names both Zephyr and Ned as Temple Knights. He offers them a reward of gold and gems, and grants them full, unrestricted access to the main building, free to draw supplies whenever they need. On top of that, he promises both he and the bishop will contribute half their temple offerings to fund the mission. The two accept, though they request skipping the priestly mark. After some thought, Lucius agrees, promising his full backing throughout the upcoming dragon hunt. The decision clearly worries the bishop, but he can't push back against the Holy One's word, so he stays quiet, choosing to wait and watch how it all plays out. As they start planning a farewell banquet, a strange rumble suddenly erupts from Olden's containment chamber. They turn just in time to see an unnatural glow pulsing from inside the sealed cage. Then, impossibly, Olden's severed head rises, clearly puppeted by something else entirely. This new presence reveals it sensed Olden's life force fading and came to investigate. It calmly asks if Zephyr and Ned are the ones who took him down. Alarmed, Lucius demands to know who's speaking. But before anyone can move, a burst of purple light rips through the chamber. The cage shatters and Olden's head starts drifting toward them. The presence speaks again, ordering everyone to kneel before he'll even take questions. He declares himself the true leader of the demon lord's worshippers. Realizing who they're dealing with, everyone freezes solid. Their gear's still torn up from the last fight and none of them are ready for round 2, but the leader's attention seems locked entirely on the Dragonheart's energy radiating off Zephyr. He asks flat out if Zephyr's the one carrying it. Zephyr meanwhile is thrown. In his past life, the worshipper's leader never showed the slightest interest in the Dragonheart, content to live his double life in the shadows. The master wasn't due to step in for another 2 full years, giving Zephyr all the time he needed to pick off his subordinates one by one. That's exactly why he'd been quietly executing his plan, taking out Olden and the Twin Knights without worrying about early payback. Now, with the master showing up this soon, his head's flooding with questions. As he sits with that, Ned and Lucius step in front of him, shielding him from the master just to buy time. Both know this enemy isn't one they can simply outfight. After all, he tore through that reinforced cage without breaking a sweat. Still, Lucius holds onto a sliver of confidence since he's still got Shard of Glory in his back pocket. With no time to spare, he and Ned channel every last bit of mana into their weapons and launch a coordinated strike, betting a single decisive hit is enough to end this threat before the cost catches up with them. Right as the blow lands, the master suddenly transforms, 2 massive claws forged from dark energy erupt, snatching them both midair. Trapped inside this binding spell, they're completely unable to trigger any skills. It's called Ancient Dragon Shadow. The master speaks up, admitting he'd come expecting a woman had meddled with his plans. Disappointed to find it's not who he thought, he decides this whole encounter's a waste of his time. As he prepares to leave, he casually fires off a wave of dark curse spells at Ned and Lucius. the magic slams into both of them, racking them with agonizing pain. Even the bishop can't stop the curse from swallowing them whole. That's when Zephyr steps in, slashing through the dark energy with his sword of light. And the sight visibly rattles the worshipper's master. He can't quite believe what he's seeing. That's the sword of light, a weapon requiring exceptional stats and the goddess of light's direct blessing. It's also the only known way to shatter that particular curse. Meanwhile, Zephyr stacked 2 enhancement spells together, giving himself just enough juice to wield the sword for 10 seconds without needing the goddess's blessing directly. He's fully aware of the risk here. The worshipper's master might have been sent straight by the demon lord himself, and a head-on fight with him is genuinely dangerous. But Zephyr also remembers something crucial from his past life. The demon lord, humiliated by Zephyr's own hand once before, wouldn't let him die easy. He'd want Zephyr to grow stronger, strong enough to reach his true potential before facing him again in one final battle to reclaim his lost pride. With that in mind, Zephyr concludes the worshipper's master is likely acting on his own agenda here, not on direct orders from the demon lord. Turning his focus back to Zephyr, the master, now genuinely intrigued, admits he wants to know exactly who Zephyr really is. Never one to fold easily, Zephyr proposes a wager instead. A coin flip loser reveals something the winner wants to know. If he wins, Zephyr promises to publicly expose the worshipper master's true identity right in front of everyone. The claim rattles not just the master, but every single person watching, since even Olden, who served right under him, never once learned who the master really was. The idea that Zephyr somehow knows sounds downright impossible. To check whether Zephyr's bluffing, the master runs a mana detection scan for deception. But to his shock, Zephyr isn't lying at all, he genuinely knows. Sensing the tension spike, Zephyr warns the master against acting rashly, hinting that anything aggressive will only make things worse for him. The master hesitates but ultimately agrees to the terms, so Zephyr flips the coin, everyone watching with bated breath. As it spins in the air, the master calls tails. Everyone in the room clearly watches the coin land on heads. Aside from the bishop, everyone else has trained their eyes sharp enough to catch it in near slow motion. They're not surprised it landed on heads, though. They're surprised Zephyr let the master call it so easily in the first place. Ned suspects there's a trick hidden somewhere in the setup, while the master himself is baffled why Zephyr handed him the call so freely, given how obvious the odds seemed. But this is nowhere near a normal coin flip. As the coin spins through the air, twin beams of highly condensed light collide mid-flight. One from Zephyr, one from the master. Both had cast spells the instant the coin left their hands. The result was never about how it landed. It gets decided the moment the coin leaves the flipper's fingers, and only if whoever's flipping can strike first and shut down any interference from their opponent. Whoever overpowers the other before the coin lands controls the outcome entirely, turning the whole thing into a contest of raw strength instead of pure chance. The master summons a claw of dark energy to pin him down, trying to overpower Zephyr before his hand can even move. Zephyr fights back against it, fully aware that backing off now means handing over the result. That's exactly why the rule exists, to force both sides to see it through to the finish. Fighting through the pressure, Zephyr rips free of the claw and launches the coin high into the air. In a flash, he triggers Jin Ryung's lightning acceleration and blasts toward the coin, slamming into it midair with explosive force, driving it straight into the ground. The impact's so brutal it leaves a crater where the coin lands. At that exact moment, Zephyr's dragonification window runs out. When the dust settles, the coins lying there split clean in half, one side heads, the other tails. A draw, and that draw is exactly how they managed to send the master packing without eating too much damage. Ned later fills Priestess Rose in over tea. According to him, Zephyr reads the master's intentions like an open book and always seems to know how to end a situation cleanly. When Rose presses him for details on the coin flip wager, Zephyr walks in and cuts the conversation short, hinting they'll settle that another day. He's also now carrying an Oathbond skill, one that keeps him from directly revealing anything about the Demon Lord worshippers until his rematch. But this cheeky kid's already figured a workaround. He can still speak indirectly, dropping riddles and cryptic hints to nudge them toward the truth on their own. He warns them the truth is far more shocking than anything tied to the Eastern Union, insisting he'll only spill it to people he genuinely trusts. As he gears up to drop his first hint, the scene cuts away. We now see the master strolling through a royal palace carrying a massive bouquet of flowers. Glancing down at his Oathbond, he seems mildly surprised the crazy kid still hasn't blown his cover. Despite the bold, open challenge, Zephyr's actually kept his mouth shut. It leaves the master wondering if this kid's simply insane or dangerously calculated, maybe waiting to gather more before making his move. As he steps into the grand palace hall, the master greets a black-haired girl. He calls her Altair and hands her the bouquet for her 20th birthday. She's the first princess of the kingdom of Cayenne. Her brother, the master himself, is Polaris, first prince of Cayenne and the youngest cardinal in the Temple of Light. Back at the third parish, Lucius can't stop turning over the hints Zephyr dropped, clues pointing to a master wielding unimaginable power. He knows there's no walking this back now. They've committed too much, they're all the way in. Ned understands too that his revenge is far from finished. The master and every last one of his disciples are still standing. He also realizes everything that's gone right so far only happened because of Zephyr. That's a debt Ned owes him far heavier than his own life is worth. Meanwhile, as Zephyr steadies his focus, he's still bothered by the master's sudden appearance. There's always a reason behind why someone acts, and when a person breaks from expected behavior, it usually means something's shifted time itself. He's also puzzled the master left Ned and Lucius alive when killing them both would have been trivial. That inconsistency nags at him. It feels like there's a piece of the puzzle he's forgotten, or maybe one he never even knew existed. Whatever it is, Zephyr's determined to dig up the truth, but first there's something else he needs to handle. The silver key embedded in his palm flickers faintly. The angel gave it to him back when he stirred up trouble with the gods, even if just briefly. According to her, the key now carries expanded privileges. Use it once his mission's done, since the gods have something important waiting to say. Remembering this, Zephyr gets himself ready and activates the key. Instantly, he's whisked away to a breathtaking silver path, a guest chamber inside the angel's villa where she's waiting to greet him. Curious, Zephyr wonders if he's about to score more perks, just like she handed him the key before. The angel explains she only does it to keep his life interesting enough for the gods to enjoy watching. That answer irritates him instantly, and he cuts to the chase, demanding the real reason he's here. With a flick of her hand, she conjures a seat and delivers the message directly. The gods have added new rules and rewards to his situation. If he ever tries blackmailing them again, every one of his perks gets revoked. He'd be disintegrated entirely, reclassified as prey, and whoever kills him inherits everything he ever had. Zephyr reads between the lines, step out of line and his enemies get everything he's built. Still, he's got zero intention of challenging the gods again anytime soon. He pushes the angel to spell out exactly what Arya's promised him. She reveals he's already received one perk, loosened restrictions on the Sword of Light. He's now the only non-priest ever allowed to wield it. But to actually use it, he first has to complete a task for the goddess. She lays out a new rule too. Zephyr must now carry out divine requests. In exchange, he'll be rewarded with more powerful perks. By passing the gods' trials and completing their missions, he has to keep proving he's worth the blessings he's already been handed. Zephyr accepts the terms. Now, alongside Ned, he gears up for the coming dragon raid. The head priest and Lucius show up to personally apologize for sneaking them out the back gate. Zephyr waves it off as unnecessary. Given the current situation and the looming raid deadline, informants are crawling everywhere, so caution's non-negotiable. Zephyr wears a cloaking enchantment bracelet to stay hidden, but even so, they play it safe and stick to the back entrance. Before they head out, Lucius' wife hands them a care package packed with healing meals and useful supplies. With that, they say their goodbyes and set off. Staying behind, the Holy One knows he needs to convince everyone he's the one holding the dragon heart now. That way, no eyes ever turn toward Zephyr. With that cover in place, they lock down the main building's gates until Zephyr returns. Deep in the dungeon's boss room, the princess and her knight's spirit finally settle into rest. Their duties complete and 1,000 years of loneliness finally comes to a close. Whatever happens next rests in Zephyr's hands. And in the hands of the descendants walking beside him like Altair. As Zephyr pushes forward on his journey, Altair receives a letter from her cousin Lucius wishing her a happy birthday. At the very end, he mentions a birthday gift. Reading that, Altair already knows it'll be something strange. It always is with him. Suddenly, she hears a commotion outside, looking through the window. She's stunned to see Zephyr taking down her palace guard single-handed. According to Lucius' letter, this is the man meant to help her. At Lindell Fort, Zephyr and Ned arrive at the gate. Zephyr recalls that Altair became Grand Duchess of Lindell at just 16, inheriting the whole territory. He hands the butler a sealed letter claiming it's straight from Lucius, the Holy One of Light. The butler accepts it and agrees to guide them inside. Following him in, Ned takes in the fortress's sheer, jaw-dropping scale. He remembers Lucius entrusted them with this letter for the fortress's master, confident she could actually help them. Silently, Ned wonders if the princess will really back their dragon raid. Zephyr reminds himself he technically holds noble status too and asks Ned if he knows the princess. Ned recalls only glimpsing her once during a royal procession as a kid. Rumor has it she wasted her enormous potential, which leaves him doubtful she'll actually pitch in. Suddenly, a guard collapses right beside them. The butler apologizes, explaining that the fallen man is just one of many suitors hoping to win the princess's hand. At first, Ned assumes they're just common thugs but quickly realizes they're stronger than they look. Zephyr starts pulling up memories from his past life. Altair Giustina Cayenne, beauty, talent, noble blood, and unbelievable luck all rolled into one. Aslan's brightest star. Years back in a public ceremony, Prince Polaris renounced his throne claim, taking the title Duke of Lindell to become a priest of light. With his younger brother in poor health, the royal family pinned Altair's future husband to eventually take the throne. Plenty of noblemen saw marrying her as a shortcut to power. But Altair made it clear from the start, no man would win her hand without proving his strength first. She wasn't wasting time on the weak. Her challenge pulled in waves of hopeful noblemen to Lindell, and every last one of them got soundly wrecked. In the present, her elite bodyguard, Ophelia, keeps the tradition alive, dropping challenger after challenger with ease. Ned watches, genuinely surprised by how skilled these fighters actually are. He'd expected pushovers, but they're anything but. The butler explains most of these men are hired fighters sent by the actual suitors themselves. Land a single hit on Ophelia and the princess counts that as enough to grant a meeting. Ned even spots a few priests among the contenders. Zephyr, recognizing none of them come close to matching him or Ned, admits these aren't exactly pushovers. Still, they're up against one of the 10 strongest people on the continent, and it shows. Zephyr silently notes it's been ages since he last saw Ophelia. She looks noticeably younger now, probably because he's meeting her earlier this time around. As he reflects, a huge man steps up, demanding to know why they're cutting the line. He points out that others have been waiting 3 days straight and tells them to get in line like everyone else. Zephyr clocks the guy's blue uniform stamped with a golden bird, Signia, and recognizes him as a priest from the Sky Temple, the second most powerful religious order after the Temple of Light. Zephyr figures some noble hired this guy to fight on his behalf for the princess's hand. Without bothering to actually engage, Zephyr just shows him a sealed letter from Lucius, insisting this is urgent and they need to get through. Not wanting to be the one held responsible, the big guy reluctantly steps aside. As Zephyr moves forward, the pointless delays start grating on him. He catches a few nearby priests gossiping about Lucius, one guessing he's probably finished his dungeon raid, another wondering if the princess had money riding on it. The big guy chimes in, explaining that once a raid wraps, Lucius has to notify 3 groups in order: first his lover, then his temple, and finally the investors. Zephyr listens in, scoffing internally. He can't believe rumors this baseless still circulate in the capital, gossip claiming Lucius is out here living a whole soap opera. Sick of the noise, Zephyr slaps the nonsense right out of the priest spreading it, and shoves him aside. He gets that there's bad blood between the Temple of Light and the Sky Temple, but he doesn't see why Altair should get dragged through the mud over it. He knows for a fact she's only ever been with one man, him. He waves at the rest of the priests and taunts them, pointing out they've waited days just to get beat down again. He tells them the wait's over and invites them to step right up. After the fight, Zephyr casually mentions it's been months since he had to deal with a lineup scuffle like this. He apologizes, explaining he only jumped in because they disrespected someone he holds in the highest regard. The butler reassures him and apologizes for not stepping in sooner to stop the mess. He notes Ophelia usually handles this kind of thing herself, but Zephyr wrapped it up before she could even move. Judging by their outfits, these fighters clearly weren't standard temple knights. Just then, Altair arrives, commenting on her greenhouse. Zephyr turns and sees her, hit with the realization that in his past life, they didn't meet until much later. Time only really started moving for him after leaving the cave where he trained with Ned for a whole year, and he can't quite believe this moment's already arrived. He respectfully kisses her hand. She watches, quiet and observant. After a beat, she mentions reading Lucius' letter recommending them as temple knights. He also advised her to speak with Zephyr directly for the specifics. She asks flat out what he's actually got to offer. Meanwhile, Ned notices Ophelia, the bodyguard, glaring straight at him. He wonders if she's mistaking him for someone else or if their paths have crossed before. Meanwhile, hearing Altair's question, Zephyr recalls that at this point in the timeline, she hasn't yet unlocked her full communion ability. She can't read minds the way the dungeon princess once could, but she was born with that potential buried inside her. Right now, she leans on a sensory magic to size people up, hunting for trustworthy allies to stand against the growing threat of the Demon Lord's worshippers. Zephyr realizes she'd already committed to this path long before he ever showed up. His own motivation started off vague, chasing generic success, then narrowed into revenge for Ned, his mentor. But Altair widened his view, pushed him to aim for something bigger. He now sees this whole public suitor contest for exactly what it is, a clever trap. This was never about marriage, it's bait luring in strong warriors. With the kingdom under threat, even a royal like Altair has limits. What she really needs are reliable allies with real power. Wanting to prove himself, Zephyr starts casting magic, figuring it's a lot faster to just show her his strength than talk about it. Ophelia watches closely, wondering if his power's coming straight from the dragon heart. Altair, recognizing the aura radiating off him, asks Ophelia if she's ever fought him before. She hasn't, but that's about to change. Ophelia steps forward, sword drawn, announcing she'll attempt to land 3 strikes on him. Zephyr readies himself, though his stance stays completely relaxed. She scans for openings and finds none. Any reckless move on her part just hands him the advantage, so she moves in carefully. Her first strike gets deflected effortlessly by his smooth footwork. Her second, a full-force thrust, still can't even break his skin. On her third attempt, just as her grip slips on the hilt, he appears silently behind her and gives her shoulder a gentle tap. Stunned, she can't even figure out when he got there. She admits to herself she's seen more than enough. His defensive instincts and combat awareness are beyond exceptional. Later, Zephyr brings up the recent destruction of the granary by the Blue Dragon. He argues rebuilding the farmland is pointless. It'll only draw the Demon Lord worshippers right back. Instead, he pushes Altair toward a bolder move, clear out the thorny mountain range. If she seizes control of even 1 or 2 mountains, she can redirect the enemy's focus during the upcoming dungeon raid. He promises that if she moves fast and quietly, he'll deliver the Blue Dragon's head to her within a month. Altair asks what he wants in return. Zephyr says he'll take whatever reward she deems fitting, but raises a more urgent issue thanks to complications during the raid on the princess's tomb. The third parish is desperately short on healers. He asks her to send over as many as she can spare. Altair notes Zephyr clearly wants something more meaningful than wealth or rank. She asks how confident he is he can actually take down the dragon. He replies it depends heavily on her support, then hands her a crystal. The crystal's an elite-grade artifact holding a spellbook encoded with ancient magic from the lost kingdom of Medea. Zephyr recalls that the bloodline of ancient Medea magic broke off long ago. Luckily, Altair picked it up young, though he remembers her hitting a plateau right around this point in time. He tells her the crystal is a family heirloom entrusted to him by one of her ancestors. He believes that if she absorbs it, she'll fully unlock her powers, gaining the ability to properly balance the dragon heart for him. With that, he tells her he's heading out. If his skills leave an impression, she'll come calling for him again. As he walks away, he privately notes this first meeting went way better than it did in his last life. Back then, he'd missed his chance entirely with her. And though this is technically their first meeting on this timeline, he's finally got the shot to show her what he's really worth. Confident, he plans to hang back and let her curiosity do the rest. Altair watches him go, clearly intrigued, then asks Ophelia what she thinks. Ophelia agrees he's skilled but questions Lucius' judgment purely on ability. He checks every box Altair's looking for, though she finds him a little underwhelming for someone who supposedly holds the dragon heart. Altair agrees, noting the dragon heart clearly hasn't fully settled inside him yet, but she's confident he'll only get stronger. She recalls Zephyr mentioning the item came from one of her ancestors, the very same one she'd once requested herself. It sounded almost like he'd met the dungeon princess in person. Then again, that sorceress was powerful enough that Altair wouldn't be shocked if she was somehow still alive in that tomb. If that's true, then she must have been the one who implanted the dragon heart in him. She reflects that despite never having heard of Zephyr before, his power is genuinely remarkable. He might just be the key piece she needs for her plans. One thing, though, keeps nagging at her. Whenever she touches someone, she feels either warmth or cold, a signature of their true nature. But with Zephyr, she felt absolutely nothing. Instead, she saw vision. That's only happened once before in her whole life, and she can't stop wondering what it could possibly mean. Meanwhile, in some distant place, Alphad, second in command of the Demon Lord's worshippers, kneels before their leader, acknowledging the summons and awaiting orders. The master informs her a seat among the 12 apostles has just opened up. Alphad assumes that means Olden's failed, but when she presses for details, he sharply reminds her she should already know. He recommends a replacement to fill the apostle role, reminding her that while his apostles get plenty of freedom, the final mission has to be completed no matter what. Olden's absence can't be allowed to derail the plan. She accepts the order, quietly ashamed her earlier failure let their leader down. Shortly after, Alphad spots a nearby priest and orders him to prep the phantom horse immediately. She needs to depart for the third parish without delay. Meanwhile, Altair reflects on how smoothly everything's gone. The investors are satisfied and the dungeon's ancient text has finally been deciphered. The raid on the princess's tomb is officially complete. She thinks about the spellbook she's chased for so long. Her magic's been stuck at level 2 forever, but with this new find, she's finally ready to push further. Altair recalls a farewell message from a woman, likely her old master, warning that her time was running out. The woman apologized for not teaching her more, trusting her disciple to finish mastering the spell and bring down the Tartarus worshippers' leader. As Altair holds the crystal and settles into meditation, magical energy swirls around her. She feels the crystal linking straight into her mind. Countless fragments of magical knowledge drift around her like scattered stars. Then the princess herself materializes. She explains that a piece of her consciousness lives on inside the crystal as an overmind. She tells Altair she's waited a long time to finally meet her descendant. Elsewhere, Zephyr plays a game with Ned and wins, meaning he's the one attending the upcoming party. While Ned combs the fortress for hidden demon lord worshippers, Zephyr points out his real objective is intel gathering. Ned offers him a special bracelet, but Zephyr passes. Still, the system window reveals the Misty bracelet packs powerful cloaking abilities. Worn as a pair, it makes the wearer nearly invisible to anything short of a legendary grade detection skill. Zephyr suggests Ned wear both bracelets himself, given one of the continent's top 10 warriors is currently walking around this fortress. He admits wandering in with just one bracelet is basically asking for trouble. Ned also brings up Ophelia's staring, even though they've never met. He agrees it's strange, he rarely runs into Southerners and he'd definitely remember someone with that kind of presence. He wonders if she recognizes him from his time undercover among the worshippers or if maybe she's the real threat here, not him. He examines the true sight potion, which exposes the insect-like mark hidden inside every worshipper. Zephyr doubts Ophelia's one of them but tells Ned to stay sharp just in case. Zephyr then preps a skill called Transfiguration, an Eastern technique that manipulates facial muscles and expressions to fully disguise identity. It's a signature move of a true shadow disciple, someone destined to eventually join the 12 apostles of the worshippers. He reflects on just how powerful appearance and behavior really are. A true master of disguise can fool someone they've been talking to for minutes, then vanish without a single trace. Zephyr admits his own camouflage skill isn't quite master level yet, but it's more than enough for a crowded ballroom where faces change nightly and most people are 3 drinks deep. He arrives at the ballroom and spots the big guy from earlier. Taking in the setting, he realizes the suitors competing for Altair's hand are powerful warriors and nobles pulled from across the kingdom, basically VIPs. Naturally, they expect to be treated like it. As a result, the fortress annex now doubles as 2 things, housing for suitors, bodyguards, and spectators, and a full-blown ballroom for nightly parties. Elsewhere, party guests chat about the princess. One wonders if she's really as beautiful as the rumors claim. Another insists she's not just gorgeous, but the most talented sorceress in history, according to a professor at the academy. Some even think she might be the prophesied hero destined to save the world, though instead of acting the part, she throws lavish parties and travels constantly. Another guest sips his drink, marveling at how different royal life really is. He admits he'd love to meet her, though he doubts she'll actually show up tonight. In another room, a yellow-haired man mentions nothing's come out of the third parish lately. His brother-in-law, an investor there, was told to leave town and waited out until the raid ended, but still hasn't been let back in. Zephyr listens quietly as he mingles, realizing nobody here knows the raid's already finished, or that Olden's vanished entirely, meaning that information's being deliberately locked down. As Zephyr blends into the crowd, one man studies him and remarks he looks oddly familiar, mentioning that earlier, people even mistook him for the Baron, despite the actual Baron being out on the dance floor right now. Impressed, he guesses Zephyr might be the same guy who took down those Sky Temple priests. This throws Zephyr off. The man doesn't seem particularly powerful, yet he's seeing straight through the disguise. Zephyr starts wondering exactly who this guy really is. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the fortress, Ned quietly kills a guard in the hallway, noting that the east building's now clear. He watches a bug crawl out of the dead guard's mouth. Later, he climbs to the rooftop and takes in the fortress's sheer scale. It still baffles him that one single person owns all of this. He remembers feeling far more at home in Lucius' temple house, which reminded him of his family's old estate. A memory surfaces. His sister once promised to bring him a gift the last time he ever saw her and their mother alive. He imagines she'd be married by now, maybe with kids like Claudia if that typhoon hadn't hit that day. Suddenly, Ophelia appears asking why he's out wandering alone. Ned's caught completely off guard, silently cursing himself for letting his guard slip, but reassures himself he's wearing both Misty bracelets. Even against a legendary detection skill, he should be nearly invisible. Still, Ophelia's no ordinary warrior. She's the princess's elite bodyguard, one of the 10 strongest fighters on the whole continent. Her reputation precedes her. She tells him not to panic, explaining she sensed something off in the area and that she actually came looking to speak with him directly. Suspicious, Ned asks how long she's been tailing him. She admits she's been on him since the second floor of the East building, which she notes makes this a lot easier now. Ned explains the men he killed were demon lord worshippers, pointing to the bugs already crawling out of their bodies as proof. He invites her to check for herself and apologizes for not asking permission first, arguing wiping out the cult mattered more. She accepts the explanation but tells him that's not actually why she came looking for him. Then without warning she attacks. Ned dodges, genuinely caught off guard. She explains the princess has spent a long time prepping for the dragon raid, hand-picking only the very best fighters. Zephyr's already proven himself worthy, but Ned still needs to do the same. She challenges him to show what he's got. Ned, recognizing this as a test, agrees without hesitation. Elsewhere, near the Third Parish Temple, Alphaid scours the area, tracking clues. She finds another, scorch marks and unmistakable signs of demonic transformation, proof Cardinal Olden was here and that something enormously powerful was destroyed by lightning. Studying the battle's aftermath, she recognizes traces of the Dragon King style, concluding one of Jin Ryung's disciples was involved. At the spot where she'd earlier found the Silver Knight's remains, she spots evidence of a clash involving at least 3 fighters, some clearly wielding divine energy. The discovery makes her suspect the Eastern Saints and the Tartarus worshippers might have formed an alliance. She's shaken, wondering if they're behind Olden's death, though she can hardly believe they'd actually go that far. She notes how the Third Parish Temple has sealed off all incoming and outgoing activity behind a detection-blocking barrier. Even the carrier pigeons are getting misdirected, a clear sign they're going to great lengths to hide something huge inside. Recalling Polaris' claim that only 2 or 3 people alive can implant a dragon heart, she suspects the worshippers' leader might be one of them. Still, she wonders if the saints have gotten their hands on something else entirely. It's possible the Holy One and his allies are just stalling, buying time for the heart's power to stabilize. If that's true, they don't care one bit about investors or the Central Parish's complaints. This secrecy is a calculated move to keep everyone else out. She hates how meticulously the whole thing's been executed. The real question now is simple: who's actually got the dragon heart? With time running out, days already gone since Olden's fall, she decides to act fast and gather proof before the heart fully settles. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appears, commenting on the bird mask, wondering if it belongs to the second in command. Then she moves to flee, sensing Alphaid closing in on her involvement. Alphaid orders her minions to give chase. As they close in, the woman defends herself with a lightning palm strike. Confirming Alphaid's suspicion instantly, it's the Dragon King style. Alphaid quickly pegs her as one of Jin Ryung's disciples, stating she has urgent matters to discuss and asks her to cooperate peacefully. Privately, the woman finds this whole situation thoroughly annoying. Meanwhile, back at Lindell Fortress, Ophelia keeps testing Ned, knocking him clean off a building mid-spar. Ned questions the fairness of it, reminding himself they'd already traded 3 sword strikes. He wonders if he's getting cut from the dragon raid just because he's only about as strong as Ophelia. When she attacks again, he blocks her strike and reshapes his blade of mirage, catching her blade midair. Grabbing it clean, he tosses it aside. She reacts instantly, aiming a kick, but he ducks under it easily. When she swings again, her target dissolves into dust. Just a clone, the real Ned reappears behind her a split second later, having used the crow's cloak, a skill that creates a mana clone while teleporting the real user nearby. He quietly notes that if she'd landed that hit on him instead of the decoy, it would have genuinely hurt. Ophelia's caught off guard, wondering exactly how he pulled that off. Ned figures he's heard the stories about her strength and is certain she hasn't shown her full power yet. Same goes for him. He believes if they both went all out, this fight would turn into a disaster. He suggests they call it here. Ophelia guesses his hidden trump card is the Dragon King style and asks about it directly. She reveals her strongest stat lies in her eyes, meaning cloaking and barrier tricks flat out don't work around her. That's exactly why she was assigned a special mission until recently. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman, a shadow disciple of the master, drinks from a lake after finally shaking her pursuers. She realizes just how genuinely dangerous the second in command truly is. Still, she notes things are going smoothly. By the time she slipped past the princess's guards, the raid had already wrapped, and she'd already found proof that one of their own betrayed the master. She also spotted the second in command sniffing around the same location. Elsewhere, Ophelia confirms Ned shares traits with the shadow disciple known as the Smiling Woman, one of Jin Ryung's elite disciples and a master of disguise. Both use the same breathing pattern, movement, and anticipatory combat style. She explains her mission was preventing the Smiling Woman from stealing the dragon heart, and fighting Ned only confirmed her suspicions. She acknowledges Zephyr shows similar traits too, but notes the princess has already vouched for his loyalty. The smiling woman, completely unaware of Ophelia's read on the situation, wonders where to strike next. Ophelia keeps circling back to how closely Ned resembles Jin Ryung's shadow disciple, like they could be blood relatives. She's starting to question his loyalty. Ned, meanwhile, has no idea what she's getting at. The scene cuts to Olden after his defeat, held captive in the third parish while Ned interrogates him. Olden apologizes for the past, insisting he was simply following temple orders and never actually meant Ned harm. He claims Ned should honestly thank him since he's the one who sent Jin Ryung to raise him and covered his upbringing. Thanks to that, Ned grew up training in martial arts in a secluded cave, free from the outside world's worries, and became strong. Olden tells Ned he could never understand how brutal things really were back then. Countless children from bankrupt families starved, got sold into slavery, or fell victim to vagrants. He claims he saved Ned from that exact fate and molded him into who he is today. But Ned attacks him instantly. Olden pleads for just one chance to speak, urging Ned not to trust Zephyr, insisting he's deceiving him. Back in the present, Ned walks outside Lindell Fortress deep in thought, reflecting that Olden sounded genuinely unhinged, which is exactly why he'd ignored him until now. But things stopped adding up. He remembers Zephyr once mentioning he'd been trained as a shadow disciple, ready to step in if something ever happened to Ned. Then he recalls Ophelia's warning, Jin Ryung's shadow disciple, a red-haired, yellow-eyed woman, one of the 12 apostles trained in the Dragon King style. She resembled him so closely, it was like they could have been siblings. Ned starts questioning everything. Could his sister, the one he's believed dead all this time, actually be alive? Could she be the smiling woman Jin Ryung's disciple? He has no idea who's lying to him anymore, or if he's just walking straight back into the same old mistakes. All he wants now is the truth. Meanwhile, a brown-haired girl plays violin inside the ballroom. Zephyr sits chatting with the guy who'd suspected him earlier. As the music swells, a priestess mentions it's the night serenade, the signal the ballroom's closing for the night. He shakes Zephyr's hand and suggests grabbing a drink together tomorrow. Zephyr agrees, and as they part ways, the guy chuckles to himself, reflecting that Zephyr's a rare breed, strong, cunning, razor-sharp. Despite looking like he's barely in his 20s, Zephyr carries himself with the wisdom and strategy of someone who's already lived a whole second life. Here's the thing, somewhere in that conversation, Zephyr had quietly bled key intel out of the guy without ever losing his grip on the wheel. And that's when it clicks for him, Lucius didn't just stumble onto Zephyr. Lucius handpicked him. That single thought sets off alarm bells about a coming power shift. See, this is Philip, head of the Pilgrim Merchantry, and he's laying it out for his son Edwin. Merchants don't get to be reckless like noble houses do. Lose the gold, lose everything, no soft landing waiting for you. And someone like Zephyr, if they play this wrong, the guy could clean them out without even drawing a weapon. Edwin floats an idea, tell the princess straight up that Zephyr looks like a liability. Philip shuts that down immediately. Talent like that doesn't come around twice, they need to lock him down before some other faction beats them to it. Elise Brenta, head healer of the Temple Knights in Lindell's second parish, backs him up. Her take's simple, they need the strongest people they can get, full stop, so either they bring Zephyr in or they take him out. Meanwhile, Zephyr's off in his own head running the numbers. Everything he knows comes from a life he already lived, what he saw, what he heard, what he survived. So yeah, there's gonna be blind spots. Bases he never got to meet, because they died before their paths ever crossed. Take Philip, boss of the Pilgrim Caravan, one of the 3 biggest merchant houses on the continent. In Zephyr's old timeline, this man built an empire off the eastern spice trade and made his name bankrolling Altair, the shameless princess, as everyone loved to call her. What people didn't clock was that he was one of the 3 people quietly steering humanity's entire future. Cue the flashback, Philip coaching Altair, his point's blunt royal blood means nothing without real backing. With the demon lord worshipper's leader standing in her way, her whole vision goes nowhere without leverage. So his play, let her play the part of a spoiled, indulgent princess out front while she builds real power in the shadows, and he's footing the bill. Back to the present, and Zephyr's piecing together why he's suddenly on the worshipper's radar. Last time around, the moment Ned bolted with the Dragonheart, their shadow disciple, the one they call the Smiling Woman, put Philip in the ground. And here's the kicker, Zephyr remembers Edwin, Philip's son, once looked out for Altair. Keep Philip breathing this time and it might save a whole lot of lives once the desert operation kicks off. So now he's got 2 priorities locked in. 1, Philip Pilgrim survives no matter what. 2, shut down the Smiling Woman before she gets her shot. Easier said than done, she wears whatever face she wants, even Zephyr's never seen her real one. Doesn't have the faintest idea what she actually looks like. Walking back into the room, he's already bracing for Ned to have backup by now. Instead, what he finds is Ned alone in a chair gripping a knife, and it throws him for a second. Ned finally lifts his head, and without meaning to, Zephyr flinches and takes a step back, which catches even him off guard. He's stronger now, way stronger, but that exact look in Ned's eyes drags him straight back to that cave. Back to the days Ned used to beat him bloody, wearing that same expression the whole time. Zephyr keeps his poker face on, refusing to let anything slip, but something in the air feels wrong. Ned explains Ophelia caught him poking around the mansion and dropped a bomb. She'd run into someone who looked exactly like his sister. Zephyr's caught off guard. He's never once heard Ned mention having a sister, then it hits him. Ned did say once that his entire family, minus his father, died when he was just a kid. Ned tells him he'd always believed she drowned in a boating accident 13 years back. Now, out of nowhere, he's hearing she's alive. And it gets heavier. She's not just alive, she's the shadow disciple of the Dragon King style. That lands on Zephyr like a gut punch. Either way, he can't tell if Ned's being played or if this is some kind of test. His mind jumps to Altair for a second. Could she be behind this? But he kills that theory fast. She wouldn't go there. Still, one thing's clear, he can't keep playing the role of the shadow disciple much longer. Something from his old life resurfaces. The smiling woman once upon a time grabbed him by the collar and demanded to know who taught him that technique. She'd later confess most of her memories were gone after an accident. Her adoptive family found her washed up on the shore, and her master clocked something in her right away, the warrior's bone structure, an innate gift you're born with, not trained into. She figured if her brother carried the same blood, odds were good he had the gift too. Part of her always hoped to find him again someday, get her memories back, get her family back. Enemy or not, she laid all of that out for Zephyr, no filter. Now it clicks. Jin Rihang once told him the warrior's bone structure is stupidly rare and runs in the blood. One sibling has it, chances are the other does too. Which means Jin Rihang and Olden probably worked together to wipe out Ned's family for exactly that gift, then toss the survivors aside once they'd served their purpose. Ned, meanwhile, is drowning in his own doubts. He's got no real reason to distrust Ophelia, but her story sounds too insane to just swallow. He thinks back on his father trusting Olden and how that trust ended in ruin. He trusted his own master too, and that nearly finished him off. At this point, trusting anyone feels like a losing bet. Yet something about Zephyr sits differently. Ned runs through everything they've survived together, the fights, the near-death moments, the bond forged in all of it. Some part of him wants to believe in that. Desperate for something solid to hold onto, he hurls the knife between them and demands one shred of proof, just one, that Zephyr's worth trusting, so Zephyr lays it out straight. Originally, they weren't supposed to cross paths for another 3 months. But after grabbing the dragon's heart and running into the Silver Knight, Ned realized he was in way over his head and ran, not just from one worshipper but from the entire world. Zephyr walks through how Ned ended up in the Canyon of Oblivion, one of the 8 deadliest zones on the map, how his master's son abandoned him there to die, and how he lost the dragon's heart in the process. That's when a temple slave hiding out in a cave at the bottom of the cliff stumbled onto him. That slave was Zephyr. He learned the Dragon King style from Ned because there wasn't another option on the table. One of them wounded, the other green as grass, neither surviving that canyon alone. Ned sits with all of it in silence. Zephyr keeps going. With Ned's training, he eventually became the strongest human alive, and it still wasn't enough. He couldn't stop the world from ending, couldn't save a single person. Now he's questioning who he even is anymore, calling himself the last human standing, a hero who failed, a man who dragged 10 years of future memory back through time. And on top of all that, Ned's one and only disciple. He circles back to Ned's plan from that old life, how he'd mapped out exactly how long Zephyr needed in that cave, weighed against the strength it'd take to break out of the Canyon of Oblivion, against his own body giving out. Survival and revenge were the only fuel he had left, keeping him upright through odds that should have killed him 10 times over. But the cave ran out of time faster than the plan allowed. Zephyr can still see the fight against Andor, Lord of the Canyon, the one that left Ned torn apart. He still carries that regret, a little more strength, a little more training, and maybe it goes differently. Ned had shoved him out of the blast to protect him, throwing away revenge he'd waited his whole life for some nobody kid. They could have both walked out alive. In that final split-second moment, Ned unleashed his last hidden technique, the one thing he never got the chance to actually teach him. Running on fumes, he poured every last drop of magic into that spear strike. Zephyr's never once forgotten the sight of his masters back that day. Snap back to the present, the boys sitting across from Ned, trying to process everything he just heard. It sounds absolutely unhinged, but it explains everything. Like Zephyr's strength that shouldn't exist, the knowledge he shouldn't have, the way he wields divine relics without a shred of priesthood. If he really did come back from a doomed future, blessed by a god, suddenly it all lines up. Zephyr admits it's a lot to swallow, but every word of it's true. What he doesn't mention, even now, is the messy detail about his history with the smiling woman, and quietly owns the fact that he went into this whole conversation under false pretenses. He never expected Ned to actually buy the story, so his real plan was steering suspicion toward the demon lord worshippers instead. All he wants now is for Ned to stay alive and stand with him against the god of destruction one more time. Ned sits there, head in his hands, thinking it through. Revenge was never the only reason he started down this road. He used to picture a whole life defending his family's noble name, then that name got stripped away along with the duty tied to it and eventually the family itself. He became nobody. His master handed him a new name, a new reason to keep going by taking him in as a disciple. He remembers Jin Rihang promising him revenge if he proved he was worth the investment. Ned took every brutal task without complaint, trusting there was a reason behind it because master said so. That master-disciple bond felt like family to him, no blood but real all the same. Trusting the man who gave him purpose felt like the obvious move. Looking back now though, he feels like he was never anything more than a piece on someone else's board. He admits he used to hate himself for it, convinced he'd wasted his whole life. But now, he's starting to think his life actually meant something. He left a mark on this world. He rests a hand on Zephyr's shoulder, a silent thank you for the revenge Zephyr took in their last life and for standing beside him in this one. He figures he picked one hell of a disciple somehow, a hero who looped back through time to save the world. Then again, what else would you expect from someone trained by him? As he heads out, Ned makes a call. He's not letting Zephyr shoulder this alone. From here on, they're moving forward together. Later, Zephyr chalks that conversation up as a win. Ned agrees to keep it all under wraps. Spilling too much about the future is a fast way to spark citywide panic. For now, that shared secret gives them a real edge. Next morning, Zephyr gets pulled into a meeting called by Philip and his crew. Philip officially rolls them out as Princess Altair's permanent party members. Clean, fast, efficient, exactly what Zephyr's come to expect from anyone handpicked by Altair. Since the princess can't make it, Philip suggests they talk things over without her. Ned quietly clocks the word can't and starts wondering what's actually going on. Zephyr's got a guess, the crystal spellbook. Unlike regular spellbooks, the crystal kind dumps its contents straight into your brain, and your body pays for it by dropping into a deep sleep. Heavier spell, longer sleep, sometimes with fevers or worse thrown in for free. He figures she's got a healer watching over her, though that's not gonna do much. It's not physical damage. Her recovery time comes down to one thing: how fast her mind can process all that magic. Zephyr's rooting for her. After the beating he took in that dungeon, it's finally his turn to actually rest. The days that follow blur by as the group locks in on prepping for the Blue Dragon raid. Supplies get gathered. Strategies get sharpened, gear gets dialed in. Right in the middle of all that, Elise Brenta pulls Zephyr into a quick hug. He tells her to make it fast and she swears she will. Turns out that hug comes with a price. He walks away with a new skill, Angel's Embrace, a medical ability that reads someone's health through antenna-like sensors on her back, usually triggered through contact like this. Out of nowhere, she locks him down with magical chains, warning him one wrong move, and she's starting the whole scan over. While she works, she casually drops a comment on how built he is, and Ned, watching this play out, suddenly looks very uncomfortable. He remembers an urgent errand he apparently has, but the second he turns to bail, Philip grabs his shoulder and asks where exactly he thinks he's going. Ned stammers something about every party member needing a health check before a raid, can't risk anyone going in compromised. Elise isn't letting him off that easy though. She announces it's his turn now, and Ned immediately starts angling for an exit, all polite deflection and zero success. Right then, Ophelia walks in. Clearly unimpressed by the whole scene, she cuts through it. The princess wants to see both of them now. Zephyr's mind jumps straight to one thing: Altair's finally awake. They follow her down the hall, and on the way Zephyr's thoughts drift to the dungeon princess, still sealed away inside the magic crystal. Their last conversation left him with a few things worth remembering. Inside the room, Altair's sitting up, wide awake and sharp. She greets them without missing a beat, while Zephyr studies her carefully, wondering just how much she might already know about Ned. Some time back, deep inside Altair's own mind, the dungeon princess appeared and told her 3 stars had aligned, proof her median magic had climbed to level 3. She congratulated her, explaining this meant Altair now carried the full base knowledge of median magic. From here it's all about training, waking up her power, stacking levels, and with every level another star locks into place. The dungeon princess admitted something rare too: not even she had ever hit level 8, but she still believed Altair could be the one to do it first. Pull that off and a gateway to the stars themselves would open. Altair agreed to the challenge. Even while already feeling the toll of pushing her magic too hard, the dungeon princess warned her a deep sleep was coming, the magic surge was too much, and she'd wake up with no memory of any of this. Right before fading out, she left one last message: trust Lord Zephyr, he's been fighting for her this whole time in this life and the one before it. Back in the present, Princess Altair's eyes finally flutter open. She reaches up to touch her hair, trying to push herself upright. A priestess gently tells her to slow down. She's been out cold for an entire week. The news hits her like a slap. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she remembers someone telling her something important, but no matter how hard she chases it, the memory won't surface. Not willing to waste another second, she asks to see Lord Zephyr immediately. Zephyr shows up not long after, visibly relieved to see her upright. Altair greets him and Ned both, apologizing for meeting them in her pajamas given the circumstances. Watching her, Zephyr can't help wondering exactly how much she picked up from the Overmind. What does this mean for the two of them, for the Blue Dragon raid, for whatever role she's about to play in it? His guess is she may have picked up Communion, the ability to read memories through touch, same as the Dungeon Princess herself. He remembers the Dungeon Princess doing exactly that, tapping his hand and pouring her memories straight into him. If Altair's got that same trick, it'd make everything easier. Skip the long explanations, keep her out of danger she doesn't need to be in. He steps in and offers his hand, testing the theory. Altair reads the move instantly. She tells him that when he first handed her the mage crystal, she figured he was just trying to impress her way onto her raid team. Now she's starting to think there was more to it than that. There was. Still, she admits Communion's out of reach for now. It's a high-tier skill and she's only level 3, nowhere close to her ancestors level 7. Reading minds isn't happening yet. She steers the conversation somewhere more pressing, the plan they'd talked about a week ago. If Zephyr wants her backing in her troops, he needs an actual strategy to take down the Blue Dragon, and he needs it soon. 3 weeks max, she tells him to make his case. Zephyr's on board, but first he asks if she's eaten. This conversation's too heavy to have on an empty stomach. Then, without warning, he summons hundreds of strategy scrolls out of thin air. Days later, the group wraps final prep for the Blue Dragon raid and heads out, joined by knights and healers from Lindell. Zephyr's got his silver key stocked to the brim. To keep their movements covered, Altair puts out word she's just off on a shopping trip. Meanwhile, a maid dressed up as the shameless princess rides out in a lavish carriage, keeping the illusion alive that Altair never actually left. As they travel, Zephyr figures the demon lord worshippers are already turning on each other. He'd made sure to scrub every trace of the Dragonheart's power from the third parish, and that's stirring plenty of confusion. Somewhere out there, powerful figures are probably scratching their heads over why Lucius has gone dark. With any luck, that confusion buys them a month, maybe 2, not a day more, which means Zephyr can't afford to slow down or draw attention. Step 1, the Blue Dragon raid and locking down an alliance. He decides to sit on the full truth a while longer. Altair hasn't gotten her memories back and she has no idea he's from the future. Ned agrees they should hold off. If Zephyr drops the "we were lovers in a past life" bomb out of nowhere, she'll think he's completely lost it. She barely knows him as it is. Ned also points out that Altair already trusts Zephyr more than she probably should, maybe thanks to whatever skills tied to that touch. Either way, he warns him not to be the one who breaks that trust. Zephyr knows he's right. He can't just bury the past, but he's got to be smart about when it comes out. Still, he can't shake the question, why does Altair trust him so easily? Maybe it's because Lucius vouched for him. Or maybe it traces back to their old life where she'd already lost far too many people close to her. As the journey rolls on, Edwin announces they've hit the plains of Danakil, the biggest farmland region on the whole continent. Both he and his father, he mentions, grew up right here. Ned recalls visiting as a kid, blown away by golden fields stretching out farther than he could see. The story alone has the group hyped until someone pulls back the carriage curtain. What greets them instead is a landscape in ruins. Collapsed homes, scorched dirt, rot everywhere you look. They step out to take it in. Ned mutters about how far gone things have gotten. Philip Pilgrim explains the damage kicked off 3 years back the moment the Blue Dragon first showed up. Princess Altair adds that not even the kingdom's top healers could cleanse the soil. 3 years in, they've already lost 80% of the farmland. Zephyr scans the horizon and figures the last 20% won't survive another year. Honestly, it's a miracle it's held out this long, probably thanks to some rare healing trait in the river itself. Time's clearly running short and he knows it. Wait any longer and it's not just the farmland they lose, it's everything. A guard soon greets the incoming caravan. Philip mentions they've brought food and asks how things stand inside. According to the guard, it's rough. Princess Altair chimes in, confirming things are still tense. This spot's serving as a temporary shelter for farmers driven out by the poison land. She mentions they're expecting reinforcements from the Lord of Danakil soon, but the front line's running thin on supplies for now. She suggests they hunker down here for a bit to regroup and get their bearings straight. Zephyr agrees and heads into a room where Lord Grimes lies unconscious. A priest nearby fills him in. Grimes is a knight from the Lord's castle who ran into a monster on patrol, took it down but paid for it with serious injuries. Zephyr takes a closer look and clocks it right away. Grimes' skin's gone a deep purple, the unmistakable mark of blue dragon poison spreading through his system. Doesn't matter if it came from tainted water or a monster straight out of the dragon's nest, the result's the same. This poison doesn't purify. Even the best healers alive can only dull the pain while the victim slips away slowly. Altair mentions she knows Grimes, solid, seasoned knight, probably one of the reinforcements Danakil sent. Zephyr figures that checks out, and asks how well defended the station actually is since they'll be working alongside those troops soon. She assures him it can be locked down if needed and he nods, satisfied. Lethal as the poison is, Zephyr's already got a countermeasure lined up. Fight poison with poison using his needle technique. He remembers Fade only perfected this formula near the tail end of his last life. Half the ingredients were nightmare. This one, for instance, runs on the blood of Asmodeus, the 32nd Dragon Lord. On its own, it'd melt flesh from the inside out, but paired carefully with healing magic, it can burn away rival poisons and slam health back into place. He walks the priest through it, insert the needle, wait 3 seconds, cast the recovery spell. The priest agrees to assist. Watching closely, Altair turns the idea over in her head, poison as both weapon and cure, depending on how it's handled. She wonders if this could actually work against the blue dragon's toxin, especially since nothing else has come close. That's when her mana perception picks up movement nearby. Someone's approaching. Moments later, Regulus Danakil arrives, commander of the Scarecrow Knights and the Lord's eldest son, trailing a handful of his own knights. He greets Philip Pilgrim warmly, and Philip returns the gesture. Regulus mentions he read Philip's letter about pushing the raid up earlier than planned, and given how long they've known each other, he figures it's only right to share something first. He admits he's been played by someone. Officially, the Blue Dragon raid wasn't supposed to launch for another year, not until the Holy One of Light found the dragon's heart. Regulus explains he's got eyes inside the third parish and word is the whole area's on lockdown. Lord Lucius hasn't shown his face in days, communicating only through demands for more troops. To Regulus, that reeks of something wrong. Philip laughs it off, praising Regulus's caution and reassures him his father's already committed to sending reinforcements. Then he casually asks if Regulus rode out here on his own call or somebody else's. Before Regulus can even answer, he abruptly changes the subject and orders the aid station shut down on the spot. He's mid-sentence when a scream tears out from a nearby house. Regulus bolts toward it to check things out and finds Lord Grimes there, coughing blood with needles buried in his body. Alarmed, he clocks the poison-tipped needles instantly and draws his blade, demanding answers, eyes locked on Zephyr as he orders him back. Before things can boil over, Ophelia storms in and drops a kick square into Regulus, stopping him cold in his tracks. Blood trickles from his nose as he demands to know if she's Princess Altair's bodyguard and why she's getting in his way. That's when Altair steps forward, revealing she'd already caught every word through her mana perception. She hears out Regulus's concerns, then makes it clear he has no right to threaten her raid party or interfere with them. She pulls back her cloak and formally introduces herself, Princess Altair Justina Cayenne of the Kingdom of Cayenne. That letter to his father, she clarifies, wasn't some merchant begging for help. It was a direct royal order, realizing his mistake instantly. Regulus drops into a bow, honored just to see her again. Grimes, now stable, reaches out to grip Zephyr's hand in pure gratitude, thanking him and asking how he could ever repay him. Regulus turns to Zephyr too, apologizing for not realizing he was watching one of their elite knights get saved. Zephyr accepts it, quietly noting that at least Regulus owns his mistakes, a decent trait, and one that means he won't need to be handled the hard way. Princess Altair brings up their academy days and it clicks for Zephyr, they must have been classmates. She remembers how the other students were nervous around Regulus thanks to his sharp, no-nonsense attitude. But he had a knack for catching details everyone else missed, and it made his team outperform even the top squads, hers included. Now, as Junior Earl and commander of the Scarecrow Knights, she notes he stayed just as thorough and careful, and she genuinely respects that. Speaking formally as Grand Duchess of Lindell, Altair shares a secret she guards closely, naming him one of her most trusted allies. She claims that Lord Zephyr received a divine oracle straight from the goddess Arya, chosen to save both the Holy One and the world from a coming disaster. Both Regulus and Zephyr are floored by that. Altair keeps going, explaining their raid party had become an easy target for demon lord worshippers to infiltrate until the goddess stepped in. As a result, Zephyr was granted the dragon heart and put in charge of protecting them. She produces a letter, supposedly from the Holy One Lucius, confirming Zephyr's divine mission. With that, she declares every member here follows Zephyr as they would the goddess herself. Deeply moved, Regulus pledges his full strength to the cause. Zephyr's fighting back a laugh the whole time. The letter's forged, he watched her write it, but seeing Altair sell the lie this flawlessly, he can't help but respect the performance. Without even thinking, he reaches out and taps her head, an old habit from their past life slipping out on autopilot, off in their own world. A bespectacled mage watches the two of them from a distance. Just like that, the raid party at the aid station falls in line behind Zephyr with barely any pushback, though the role comes stacked with responsibility. He adds that the acupuncture bought the poison victims time, but it's not a fix. Without a real cure, the poison creeps back within days. Good news is the ingredients they need aren't far off. The group finally reaches the great forest of Elfin, untouched wilderness stretching across northwestern Alsan. Ned stunned the forest is still pristine, a sharp contrast to the ruined farmland behind them. Zephyr's equally caught off guard by the sheer scale of it, bigger than several territories combined. Altair explains the forest feels different because of how thick the mana runs here. Horses won't go far past the outskirts of the nearby town, the raw mana sends them into a panic. Philip Pilgrim hesitates, suggesting they leave the goods outside the tree line, clearly on edge. But Zephyr knows they're safer inside, given the smiling woman still lurking somewhere out in the open lands. Part of him wishes he could just tuck the whole group inside the silver key for safekeeping. He remembers the angel once mentioning it can store people too, though she warned him the last person who tried it pulled their companion back out completely broken, screaming, feral, gone. Curious, Altair asks how someone could lose their mind just from being inside the key. Zephyr decides against explaining, better to keep everyone close where he can actually watch over them. Moments like this make him question whether he even needs the silver key at all. Altair mentions the nearby forest town used to house around 50 residents from Danakil territory. Now it's the frontline base, and the rest of the raid party's already stationed there. She suggests they head that way, and Zephyr agrees, though something feels off, like eyes tracking them from deep in the trees. When Altair asks if something's wrong, he tells her there's something he needs to check. She recalls the last message from the forest town came 2 days ago, delivered by carrier pigeon while they were still at the aid station. The mage Daisy adds that the sorcerers from the magic tower had rigged up a device in town set to release red smoke the moment trouble hits. Altair's guard confirms she's already swept for hidden enemies or shapeshifters and come up clean. Regulus seems confident too, given how strong their group is. Zephyr's not convinced. He remembers a conversation from his past life, an elf who used to dismiss his homeland as nothing but old, pointless legends. But the more desperate things got, the more that same elf would open up. Zephyr's learned this much. Beautiful as it is, the great forest of Elfin doesn't just welcome people in, it swallows them whole. Back in the present, Zephyr quietly tells Ned to take point and guard the front of the caravan. Ned nods and moves up without a word. As they push forward, Altair points out a stretch of tangled brush marking the forest's entrance. She notes a magical security device used to sit much deeper in the woods, well past the forest town. Strangely, it's been relocated here. Suddenly, a voice erupts from the bushes, twisting into a monstrous face that snarls at the humans to turn back. Zephyr tightens his grip on the silver key, thinking 2 days is plenty of time for the town to have already fallen. With that, he draws his blade and calls it out. The enemies had more than enough time to seize their bases. He demands to know what happened to the remote village. Just as the creature opens its mouth to answer, Altair dismounts and tells everyone to hold. Stepping forward, she addresses the monstrous figure, identifying it as the guardian of the forest, and introduces herself as coming in peace, wanting only to talk. The creature fires back, asking why she's preaching peace while rolling in with an army. It reminds her that plenty of warnings already went out by carrier pigeon, and it doesn't hold back calling her out as the human princess. It accuses her brother of torching any real shot at negotiation. It recalls the truce her brother once floated, each side building a town and a watchpost on opposite banks of the river. No contact, no interference, no conflict. It was supposed to seal an era of quiet, marked by a rare item exchanged as proof of good faith. But now the creature says all they've got left to offer intruders is death. Roots begin twitching to life and the group braces for a fight, then everything erupts at once, sending party members flying in every direction. Meanwhile, Zephyr's thoughts drift to the elves themselves. Long-lived, pointed-eared beings bound tight to magic. For over 2,000 years, they've called the Great Forest of Elfin home, drawing on its life force to shape unique magic and turn the land into a living fortress. As the fight kicks off, the creature snarls its warning again, leave or die. Regulus Danikil tries to steady the group, right up until he steps on some kind of seed pod. That detonates in his face. Altair meanwhile just looks unimpressed. Her attention snaps to a strange glow pulsing from the bushes ahead, a watchtower interior, used by gatekeeper elves to monitor the forest and command its magical plant life. The elves watching from cover get a kick out of the beam striking the princess and start mocking her openly. Only for someone to shield her at the last second. It's Zephyr deploying his dragon cape and barrier of light to swat the beam aside. The nearby warriors, stunned by how strong the barrier held, throw praise at the healer who apparently helped forge it. Zephyr turns to Altair and checks if she's alright. She nods, grateful for the save. Then a thought crosses her mind, maybe these gatekeeper elves are just following orders, nothing more. One of the elves watching goes visibly pale, shocked the humans still standing after that hit. Zephyr, completely unbothered, doesn't believe any magical rig out here can actually stop him. With his team at his back, he steps forward and uses his dragon tongue skill to command the elves to open the gate. As he speaks, he feels that same watchful gaze crawl over him again, probably tracing back to the central watchtower buried in some massive tree. When the gate finally groans open, one of the elves blurts out, confused, what just happened. No hesitation, Zephyr walks straight in, drops 2 guards cold and grabs a young-looking elf girl. She might look like a kid, but he can tell she's easily lived past 100 years. He jokes that sometimes a conversation just needs a good smack to get started, and she demands he let go immediately. He pauses, catching something off about her. Her eyes don't match what he remembers before he can even finish the thought. Someone attacks and he shoves her aside on instinct to block it. She snaps at the attacker for nearly killing her, warning them to control their strength. Turns out it's another elf mid-attack with a bow, and as the young girl barks orders at him, Zephyr clocks exactly who he's looking at. Daril, the divine archer, one of the strongest bowmen anywhere across the 10 continents. Hearing the girl's cue, Daril calmly calls out the exact range to his target, 063 miles, and starts lining up the shot. A second later, the attack fires. Altair's group is left completely stunned, unable to even tell where the shot came from. Mage scrambles to take control with her golem array, summoning a handful of long-range scouting golems to help Zephyr and one more to trace the origin of the attack. To her shock, this wasn't magic at all. It was a straight arrow shot fired from over half a mile out with terrifying precision. Back at the clearing, the arrow's about to hit Zephyr, but he deflects it at the last second with his own blade. It slices his arm anyway, and he just shrugs it off, calling it a decent shot. The little elf girl doesn't buy that he blocked it on purpose, but the wound tells her he won't be standing much longer. She urges Daril to bring out something stronger, promising to back him up. Daril agrees and unleashes his crimson meteor. His arrows now fly triple speed with triple the impact. Zephyr knows Dragon Tongue's too slow to shut this down in time. Dodging's risky too, the shockwaves alone could tear through his own allies. With no clean option left, he commits to going full power and transforms. Ned watches stunned. To anyone untrained, Zephyr's movements look slow, his swing almost lazy, but the whole thing happens in under a second. The blade's arc curls into the shape of a dragon and rockets skyward, slamming straight into the meteor in a blast that shakes the whole clearing. Ned turns the Dragon King style over in his head, a name he always figured was just poetic, describing the way it moved. Now he's starting to wonder if there's something far more literal about the dragon connection. Watching him shrug off that attack, the little elf girl stares in disbelief. To her, he doesn't even look human anymore, more like a dragon wearing a person's skin. She wonders how they're supposed to fight something like this, especially after everything the blue dragons already cost them. A memory surfaces her, sitting beside her mother's bed, crying over everything her family's lost. Back in the present, she lowers her head, done fighting, and asks Zephyr straight up, is he even human or something else entirely? Either way, she's willing to hand over anything he wants if he agrees to help them. As she pleads her case, the rest of the group finally catches up. Zephyr, for his part, has already made up his mind to help. Inside, the elf lead grips Lord Grimes' hand, floored. The knight still on his feet after taking a blue dragon poisoning. Traces of it linger, sure, but he's never seen a cure this powerful. Regulus Danikil isn't thrilled, Grimes isn't fully healed, and wandering around isn't helping. But Grimes insisted on coming anyway, determined to prove the antidote actually worked, risk be damned. To Regulus, that kind of grit is exactly what makes a real knight. The elf lead introduces himself as Heron, a high elf elder, and gestures to the 2 high elves Zephyr just fought, Daril on his left and Kiara. Zephyr recalls high elves sit at the top of the ruling class, their unique eyes often marking rare, inborn magical gifts. He also notices Kiara looks different from the one he knew in his old life, more grown somehow. Then again, guessing an elf's age is a losing game. Maybe she's mid-growth spurt with elves, you genuinely can't tell. Heron muses that the Tree of Life must have guided Zephyr straight to them, pure fortune, meeting someone who might actually help. Ever since the ceasefire with Prince Polaris, the elves have kept themselves buried deep in the forest, cut off from the outside. He tells Zephyr he's only the second human they've ever let in. The first risked everything just to enter the forest and pull the elves back from a deadly poisoning. That memory pulls up a name from Zephyr's past. Fade, also known as the Viper. Heron adds that Fade had actually been searching for lost companions at the time. In his eyes, even a friend of a friend earns some trust, and maybe that's enough for the two sides to help each other now. Zephyr's mind drifts to the rivers threading through the great forest of Elfin, once fed by the healing power of the Lake of Vitality, nourishing every living thing here. For generations, the elves thrived, drawing strength straight from the divine energy of the Tree of Life, which grew tall and mighty, feeding on the lake's power. One tributary even flowed out into the Danakil Plains, turning that stretch into humanity's richest farmland. All of that flipped the moment the blue dragon made its nest in the lake. That once pure water went toxic, poisoning the rivers and letting corruption crawl outward through the whole forest. Now the sickness threatens not just the elves but the human lands right next door. Days earlier at Lindell Fortress, Zephyr's group had huddled up over strategy. Edwin laid out the raid plan on the Blue Dragon's Nest, a joint operation with the troops stationed at Danakil. He stressed how badly they needed elven support, though he wasn't confident they'd actually get it. Princess Altair pushed back, asking why he was so short on faith in her. Edwin clarified, calm as ever, it wasn't her skill he doubted, he just couldn't predict how the elves would react to the crisis. Rough as their situation clearly was, they might still be open to teaming up. The real obstacle, Edwin knew, was never going to be the elves. It was going to be convincing the people of Danakil to go along with it. For anyone living far from the forest border, elves are practically fairy tale figures, half myth. But the people who live right up against elven territory see it completely differently. To them, elves have always been dangerous, lumped in with wolves and wild boars as threats. That tension simmered for years before finally boiling over into open hostility. 4 years back, 1 year before the Blue Dragon ever showed up, two powerful high elves known as the Scarlet Moon and the Black Moon crossed straight into Danakil territory. Their move only widened the gap between elves and humans. The elves argued that any land touched by water from the Lake of Vitality rightfully belonged to them, and since that water fed straight into the Danakil fields, they claimed ownership over the whole region. Edwin remembers a stretch where the elves nearly seized the land by force, before Prince Polaris arrived with the Temple Knights and led the counterattack. As Cardinal, Polaris spearheaded that entire fight, forcing the elves into retreat once the Golden Dragon showed up. Humans won and a truce got signed. A year later, the farmland turned toxic. That's when the Lord of Danakil and his son Regulus realized working with the elves was the only real path forward. They also worked to squash the rumors blaming elves for poisoning the land out of spite. So Danakil's leadership ended up juggling two fires at once, the actual mission and the growing suspicion inside their own ranks. Edwin admitted launching the raid this soon might be premature, but Altair laughed off the concern. She told him he was missing the bigger picture entirely. From where she stood, the timing was exactly why this could work. What looked like disaster was actually a rare opening. She reminded him to look past the immediate mess and stay locked on the long game. Back in the present, while treating a poisoned elf, Zephyr recalls a small favor he once did for one of Fade's old guildmates, who repaid it by training him personally in poisoncraft and acupuncture. Zephyr sticks with that version of the story now. Hearing it, Elder Heron, Kiara, and Darrell seem to trust him, at least a little more. Kiara watches, stunned, as the antidote takes hold, muttering that Zephyr might even outmatch Fade himself. Zephyr explains the poison he used is way rarer than that, a recipe that's floated around for years but one nobody's ever actually pulled off. He's the first. He even suspects the real formula won't officially exist until Fade invents it, years from now. Curious himself, he asks about Kiara's connection to Fade. She talks about the man like she knows him well. Sure enough, she says Fade would want to meet the whole group and asks where Zephyr's master is. Zephyr tells her he can't say. He claims his master and Fade both came out of a now-defunct assassin guild called Persephone, one that collapsed from betrayal. Until he's sure Fade can still be trusted, he's keeping the rest to himself. Kiara accepts that, admitting she can't share everything either for the exact same reason. Then Darrell chimes in, revealing Fade actually swung by a year ago. After hearing rumors about the poisoned lands, he reached out to an old guildmate and came to check it out himself. Kiara immediately tries to shut him up. which just annoys him more, and he casually hoists her up while calling her out for it. So what? Everyone else just watches the argument unfold. Elder Heron dwells on exactly how bad things have gotten. For the past year, the poisoned elves have survived on nothing but tiny doses of a lethal poison Fade left behind. And that supply's nearly dry. He remembers the brutal calls they've had to make, who gets treated, who gets left behind. To him, Zephyr's arrival looks like nothing short of a miracle. Without him, civil war might have already torn the elves apart. Now Heron finally sees a flicker of hope. Zephyr can neutralize the dragon's poison, and his raw strength might even rival Daryl's. If they can lock in his full support, Heron figures there's finally a real shot at recovering the Queen's last sealed box, still buried somewhere deep in the poison lands. 3 years back, a powerful elf woman got her hands on the final sealed box hidden among the 12 towers, and declared they finally had the strength to carve out a new kingdom. Elder Heron pushed back on her, asking if she truly meant to abandon both the kingdom and the Queen. He reminded her she's only alive because the Queen's been risking everything to hold the blue dragon at bay, but the elf just scoffed. She asked if he'd actually looked around lately, if any of this looked like victory to him. She tore into the Queen, calling her too weak to lead. Even before the poisoning started, the Queen was frail and sickly, unable to stop the Scarlet Moon and Black Moon from seizing control of the army. A real queen, she argued, would have used mind control from day one to deal with traitors like that. She declared she was done bowing to a failed ruler and would lead whoever chose to follow her instead. Looking back, she credits the Scarlet and Black Moon for teaching her something valuable. Exiled for losing the war and wrecking the towers, sure, but they still walked away with sealed boxes in hand. Their betrayal opened her eyes to exactly where she'd gone wrong. As she left, she told Heron to enjoy what was left of a kingdom with no future. Still, she added if he ever changed his mind, there'd always be a place for him in the new realm she planned to build. Then, laughing, she walked off. Left behind, Elder Heron quietly admitted to himself he never stayed out of loyalty to the Queen. He stayed because he never had the strength to seize power on his own, not without one of those sealed boxes. Looking back now, he thinks he chose the losing side. He admits he once considered grooming Daryl as an ally. The kid's got real talent, but Daryl's loyalty runs too deep. He'd never turn on his own mother, the Queen. And if Daryl ever learned Heron's real plan was to bail the moment he got his hands on a sealed box, he'd probably have him locked up without a second thought, which is exactly why Heron sees the current moment as a rare window. As Heron leads Zephyr and Altair through the main hall, he admits he genuinely believes the dragon has to die, not just for the elves but for the humans too. Fully behind that goal, he still notes most of the other high elves have already abandoned their posts. Only a handful of fighters remain, and even they're barely hanging on. He mentions he's already sent scouts across the river a few days back, scouting possible resettlement sites. Those scouts ended up capturing a few prisoners in a nearby forest town, though he assures the group they've been treated fairly and will be released soon. For now, he plays along with the Alliance while quietly keeping his real goal tucked away, the tower holding the last sealed box. The area's too contaminated to even approach safely, but with Zephyr's rare knack for neutralizing poison, Heron figures he can talk him into retrieving it. Get that box and Heron's confident he'll finally have everything he needs to claim the throne. Elsewhere, Edwin reports the elf elders agreed to cooperate. With their poisoned kin saved, the rest of the elves are starting to warm up to the Alliance too. They watch as the people of Danakil eagerly follow the fake Altair's preaching, devoted to the goddess of light. Philip's genuinely confused why the people revere the goddess this hard. His son explains she supposedly protected them since ancient times. Philip still has his doubts. In full, but he lets it go, figuring everything's turned out fine regardless. Still, with a knowing smirk, he quietly tells Edwin to stay sharp, troubles close. Not far off, Melia, a mage from the magic tower, is running low on patience. She's already fuming about getting stationed somewhere this remote and grimy, a place that apparently doesn't even allow bathing. And on top of that, her tolerance for Altair is basically zero. With a dark glint in her eye, she wonders out loud if she could just kill her already, asking Daisy if she's dug up any of Altair's weaknesses yet. Meanwhile, in the southern metropolis, the fake Altair signs off on the Thorn Mountain Clearing project, partnering with the Architectural Guild. The crowd erupts in celebration, and she plays her part, gushing about turning the mountains into fresh farmland. Wrapping the announcement, she excuses herself to get back to work. While the real Altair handles the actual mission, this decoy keeps the mountain clearing plan chugging along. Hidden in the crowd, though, Demon Lord worshippers are watching, ready to sabotage the whole project. Not that it matters. This project was never the real goal, just cover. Zephyr knows a close enough look would expose Altair as a fake eventually. Luckily, the worshippers are too busy tearing themselves apart, especially with one of the 12 apostles' seats sitting empty. Perfect window to keep moving. Back in the forest, Kiara leads the group to a magical plant called Flora, built to conjure food and water from coded input. Except it's malfunctioning now, corrupted by the poison. Instead of feeding anyone, it's churning out monsters wrapped in toxic mist. That's got the elves terrified for their village. The poison's already pushed them back from the forest's heart, and if it spreads further, they lose their home entirely. Darrell remembers that even after Zephyr helped stabilize the poison, his mother caught the worst of it 3 years now and she hasn't recovered, which means they can't afford to drop their guard. Taking Zephyr's cue, the group gears up to fight the monsters and farm magic stones off them for loot. Focused and ready, they brace as the horde charges. The mages, Altair's guard, and Ned tear into the fight, dropping monsters and keeping the swarm from breaking through. Once the attack's beaten back, Darrell pulls Zephyr aside to thank him for defending the village and stabilizing the poison. He admits it caught him off guard, help from a human. Still, gratitude aside, Darrell explains flatly that the 2 ingredients Zephyr's asking for are critical for shielding the village from more contamination. He can't hand them over. That answer sets Zephyr off completely. He lays into the elf, insisting he needs those ingredients to craft a cure for his mother. According to his plan, healing her is step 1, the lake and the tree of life come back next. And once that happens, those exact ingredients start growing back naturally anyway. To drive the point home, Zephyr flips him off and promises flat out that he'll slay the dragon exactly like he said he would. What more does the guy want? A formal invitation. Darrell still won't budge. He doubts Zephyr can actually pull off killing the dragon, and insists without those ingredients the village goes down in seconds flat. He sees himself as the last real fighter left among the high elves, and figures it's on him to protect their home no matter the cost. Fed up with the refusal, Zephyr warns him there's no second chance coming. Nobody else is riding in to save them, not from the blue dragon, not from the queen's sickness. Every human he's asked has already lost their mind, so there's no point begging them for help. He's literally bleeding himself dry making this antidote, and they still won't trust him. Stepping closer, he pushes Darrell to open his eyes. This isn't a moment for hesitation, it takes full commitment or nothing. Rattled, Darrell challenges him to settle it the only way he knows: combat. As Darrell strikes, a sudden burst of light flashes into the sky. Altair watches in shock, stunned they'd go full power in a space this tight. But before she can react further, the two vanish into a cloud of dust. Inside the dust, Darrell fires his strongest shot yet, determined to prove his point against Zephyr. It doesn't even scratch through Zephyr's dragon-like scales. As badly as Darrell wants to slay the dragon himself, deep down he knows it might genuinely be impossible. Catching him tearing up, Zephyr just tells him to get back on his feet. Then, out of nowhere, he snaps Darrell's bow clean in half, calling it garbage. But before it gets too heavy, he promises to build him something better and warns him to hold the tears because once he sees what's coming, there's no stopping the waterworks. Kiara's already tearing up though, insisting they can't just give away or scrap that bow, they're stretched thin on firepower as it is. Darrell cries out that it's a hero-grade weapon, a reveal that stops Philip and his group cold. Curious, Elise examines the bow herself and confirms it genuine hero-grade, second highest item rank there is. Given it's Darrell's, she figures it'd fetch 50,000 gold at auction easy, a number that visibly shakes Philip. Darrell just shrugs it off, saying 50,000 gold would be a steal. He doesn't care about the price, his own hesitation is what led here. Sure, the bow once protected his village from contamination, but now he's genuinely curious what Zephyr can build in its place, especially after hearing he's got some seriously rare crafting materials on hand. Part of Darrell wonders if that rare material Zephyr mentioned is actually a branch from the Tree of Life, though he brushes the thought off, figuring a branch that small couldn't make a proper bow anyway. Later, inside the main hall, Heron fulfills Zephyr's request himself, handing over a glass of the water of vitality, along with a young branch from the Tree of Life. Staring at the shimmering liquid, Zephyr realizes just how numb he's grown since his brush with death. Nothing really stirs him anymore, and yet this water in front of him carries a beauty that briefly cracks that numbness open. Right as Zephyr moves to drink, Darrell reminds him it's the very last cup. Still, he stays hopeful if the raid succeeds, they'll finally claim the Lake of Vitality and never run dry again. Zephyr backs that confidence up, and downs the water of vitality in a single gulp. Suddenly, a surge of glowing energy erupts inside him. To his surprise, it fuses with his effectiveness-boosting perk, cranking the potion's effects even higher. In this pumped-up state, he immediately triggers Dragonification and activates Maniflow. He knows he needs to hit a whole new level of strength. The conditions for the Dragon Raid make the Princess Raid they just finished look tame by comparison. The zone around the dragon sits buried under a massive poisonous field. and right at its center waits the beast itself, the Dragon King. No ordinary human stands a chance against that. To have any shot, Zephyr needs to push his dragon heart further, and the vitality-infused water is exactly the key to that leap. Watching it all unfold, Altair clocks the risk immediately. The dragon heart's supposed to be strengthened slowly with care, but they don't have that luxury anymore. So she acts, casting Moray, a powerful spell named for the three goddesses of fate, to stabilize and guide Zephyr's mana as he meditates. With careful precision, she starts merging the elements, his mana, the water of vitality, the energy pouring off the dragon heart. She channels all of it straight into his core. As the fusion begins, Zephyr's whole body convulses under a sudden surge of power, his frame starting to crack under the strain. Catching the signs of a physical breakdown, Elise immediately casts a healing spell to stabilize him. At the same time, Zephyr pushes past the usual 5% ceiling on the dragon heart's power, climbing steadily higher. But even as Altair fine-tunes the mana with everything she's got, the energy inside the dragon heart starts fighting the fusion. The whole process stumbles. And just like that, Zephyr's Dragonheart power starts sliding backward, threatening to unravel everything they've built. Beside him, Ned stays locked in, steering the wild surge of power tearing through Zephyr's body. Despite the mounting pressure, nobody breaks focus. Then the whole chamber erupts in a blinding flash, and as the dust settles, Darryl and Kiara stare, speechless. At Zephyr, now a half-human, half-dragon hybrid, the whole group lets out a collective breath of relief. Faces cracking into smiles, they actually pulled it off. In his transformed state, Zephyr's Dragonheart holds steady at 10% power with a temporary spike hitting 19. Still nowhere near his old life peak, but he can feel the gap closing. With everyone else having done their part, Zephyr figures it's his turn to give something back. He casually asks Darryl for a towel and then, without warning, bites down hard into it, announcing it's time to return the favor by securing material for a new weapon. Without a flicker of hesitation, he raises his claw and cracks off a piece of his own dragon scale. Darryl watches, stunned, as Zephyr tears the scale free without so much as a wince. He explains Darryl can forge it into dragonhide gear strong enough to build a bow and arrows that can pierce even a dragon's own hide. Sure, he's only running at 19% of his real power right now, but that scale alone packs serious strength. In the right hands, it becomes a weapon that can actually hurt the Dragon King. Afterward, the elven blacksmith drops the mana stones into a boiling pot, explaining they'll need extra high-grade materials mixed with the core to forge anything top-tier. He starts boiling the secondary ingredients next, including one of their finest mana alloys, clear gold. After careful boiling and prep, every component's finally ready. Now comes the hardest part, the fusion. For this, Altair activates her Magic Circle skill, boosting every spell effect within its range. That amplifies Zephyr's dragonification, letting him channel energy far more efficiently, combining raw power with his language enhancement ability. He guides the ingredients to flow together, binding in perfect harmony. As the fusion locks into place, a powerful blast erupts from the center of the ritual, and the light finally fades. A newly forged weapon sits waiting, a black dragon longbow paired with a set of dragon bone arrows. Time rolls forward, and now just 2 weeks stand between them and the raid. Humans and elves alike are buried in prep, fortifying their forces and stockpiling resources. Zephyr, now leading the charge, lays out how their combat units are structured. The army splits into 2 specialized teams, and Ned's named supervisor over their training. He clearly feels the weight of that responsibility, and he takes on the challenge without a hint of doubt. Zephyr lays out the brutal road ahead for the army. Reaching the dragon means cutting through wave after wave of monsters. The objective's simple on paper: cover the distance and reach a point 1 mile east of the Lake of Vitality inside 10 days. Following his lead, the troops start gathering supplies and sharpening their strategy. Part of that means mining mana stones, which they'll use to raise powerful columns, living defenses for the brutal march ahead. Mages handle golem production, while those same mana stones get poured into everything else: construction, weapons, and especially the magic circles. These circles double as traps that guard the base and act as temporary safe zones. Altair explains that a circle built with a branch from the Tree of Life can shield the whole area from the poison fields. She's already got several of these protective circles installed along the cleared path. The blacksmith, meanwhile, is burning through mana stones just as fast, trying to meet the brutal demands of forging Zephyr's new, rare weapons. As for Zephyr himself, he keeps hammering his body through training without let-up. Even with his upgraded dragonification, he can only hold the form for 10 minutes, nowhere near enough. The power keeps bleeding through his system even when he's not actively channeling it. But every use makes it a little stronger. He knows if he doesn't push past his limits now, he stands no chance against the beast. His target, hold 19% power for at least 28 straight minutes before the raid, fall short of that and victory's basically off the table. Zephyr also knows he needs more raw strength not just to fight, but to forge the extra weapons the raid's going to need. So he keeps grinding, sharpening body and mind until he hits his ceiling. And just like that, the final night before the raid arrives, everything's locked in: scouting, supplies, defenses, troops. Zephyr gives the last order of the night: rest up, get your bodies ready. As the exhausted troops file back to their quarters, Zephyr and his closest people gather in their tent, quietly working through warm, hearty steaks. Ned just stares in disbelief, watching Zephyr inhale his food like he hasn't eaten in weeks. Once he's done, Zephyr rises without a word and slips out of the tent. Seeing him go, Altair follows right after, mumbling something about being tired and needing rest. Ophelia starts to trail her too, but Ned grabs her arm, reminding her they've still got sparring to finish. She protests, insisting she never agreed to that, but Ned drags her toward the training ground anyway, not letting her wriggle out of it. Altair, meanwhile, walks toward Zephyr's tent, her mind circling everything that's changed since he showed up in her life. From the moment he appeared, the impossible started looking a lot more possible, she remembers. How everyone laughed her off when she announced the dragon raid. Letters to nobles, to foreign rulers, every single one came back rejected. Even the other parishes wanted no part of it. Her own brother turned on her too, warning that one wrong move would get her branded a conspirator. Not even the adventurers wanted in. In the end, all she had was her tiny team. And then out of nowhere, Zephyr showed up, and like some kind of trick, her unsolvable problems just started disappearing. Some might chalk that up to fate or luck. Altair's never bought into either. Lost in thought, she finally reaches Zephyr's tent. Without a second of hesitation, she steps inside and kisses him. Zephyr freezes, caught completely off guard, and then instantly clocks it. She just hit him with the kiss of darkness, a spell that forces its target to speak nothing but the truth. He starts to ask what's going on, but she quiets him. Now isn't the time for questions. Calm and steady, she reminds him that the Blue Dragon raid, the thing she's chased for so long, is finally becoming real, and it's because of him. She admits she didn't trust him at first and quietly kept tabs on him the whole time. But watching him follow through on every single promise wore her doubts down. Still, one thing keeps nagging at her. Nobody carves off their own dragon scales over and over without a deeper reason. Leaning in closer, she asks him flat out, is he hiding something? If there's a motive he hasn't shared, now's the time to say it. Her eyes take on a steady glow as she leans in and asks plainly who sent him. As the kiss of darkness activates, Zephyr answers he came here entirely on his own, and everything he's done for her. The answer stuns her to her core. The spell confirms it, he's telling nothing but the truth. She presses for more. Zephyr pulls her closer, voice quiet, and tells her she died once for his sake and that he traveled back through time to change it. Altair freezes, caught somewhere between disbelief and rising panic. She summons her dark hand, grips his arm tight, and demands the truth. But Zephyr stays calm. He already knows, she understands. This is the truth, and the spell's already confirmed it. As a wielder of Median magic, she'd know instantly whether her own spell succeeded, and it has. Gripping his hand tight, Zephyr quietly thanks himself for finally getting here. He always knew she'd eventually turn to the spell, and honestly, it's the only way she'd truly believe him, at least until she learns communion. Leaning in, he tells her she can ask him anything. He means it, but now, sitting with the truth, Altair feels the ground shift under her. The tension stretches out for a moment until Zephyr closes the gap and kisses her. Outside, meanwhile, Melia's patience is wearing thin on golem duty. She vents to Daisy, convinced Altair's just toying with him and bossing everyone around for fun. Daisy calmly points out that while Lord Danakil technically hired them, their real employer is Princess Altair. That just makes Melia madder, and she doesn't hold back complaining about her. She admits she's never liked Altair, not since their academy days. Back then, Melia burned the midnight oil every single night grinding while Altair coasted through like it was nothing. In Melia's eyes, Altair always played the part of someone above it all, coasting on wealth and connections to win over even the professors. As Melia keeps venting, Daisy just listens, quietly noting that Altair's actually been pulling her weight just fine. Deep down, she suspects Melia's real problem isn't Altair at all, it's an inferiority complex talking. Still, Daisy knows she needs to talk her down before she says or does something she can't take back. So she drops a card, perform well on this mission, and Melia's looking at a promotion to exclusive sorceress. That catches Melia completely off guard. Daisy adds that two dukes have both requested a sorceress for their courts and haven't found the right fit yet. From what she's seen, Melia's a perfect match. Pull off a strong showing in the dragon raid and her future's basically locked in. That's all the push Melia needs. Her whole outlook shifts, and with fresh resolve, she gets back to work. Unnoticed by either of them, Heron waits quietly in the shadows nearby. The second they're gone, he steps up to the golems and starts scrawling his own commands onto their control plates. Golems obey whatever's written directly on them, and Heron takes full advantage of that, rewriting the runes so they'll answer to him and him alone. The next morning, war drums roll across the camp. As everyone falls into position, everyone knows what's on the line. Some won't make it back. Their bodies reduced to dust, while for others today might mark the turning point. Once the formation locks in, Princess Altair gives the signal to bring Zephyr forward. The group begins their chant, praying and channeling their abilities in unison. As Altair lends her support, her mind drifts back to what Zephyr told her the night before, the bloodshed coming their way, and worse, the weight of having to watch it unfold firsthand. He'd spoken with quiet resolve, promising that this time he'd do better. He swore that once it was over, he'd finally claim what he actually wanted. Holding onto that memory, Altair calls on her star power, channeling it straight into Zephyr to give him strength. She remembers him sounding so sure that once this was over, he meant to give her the throne and hoped to stand beside her not just as an ally but as her king. Suddenly, a blinding flash lights up the field and Zephyr steps out of it, fully shifted into dragonification. With that, the Blue Dragon raid officially begins. Their party runs 225 strong, with healers and long-range fighters like Melia and Darrell anchoring the back line, alongside support units, Altair included, and the rest of the mages. Guarding the rear are Ned and Ophelia, rounding the rear guard out to 224 of the 225. Up at the very front stands the vanguard, just Zephyr alone ready to lead the charge. The instant the raid kicks off, he leaps into the air and rockets forward. He knows the formation's unusual, borderline reckless, but it's their best real shot at pulling this off. The closer he gets to the lake, the thicker the dragon's poison fog grows. That's exactly why he kept everyone else back out of the contaminated zone. Zephyr's the one who's actually built for it: gold-tier potions, his effectiveness boost spell, his dragonification, all stacking up enough resistance to survive and fight inside the poison. He's basically the only one who can operate this close to the lake at all, as massive monsters spill into his path. He triggers his electric acceleration and charges straight into them. Swinging his massive sword Graham alongside his dragon claws, he unleashes one brutal slash that cuts down most of them in a single motion. Pushing through the wave, he realizes he's closing in on the lake, no reason to keep burning time on low-tier monsters. Without slowing down, he summons a golem straight from his inventory and starts laying down tombstones every 100 meters, each one scattering mana wavelengths across a small radius to pull enemy attention away from his advance, creating a mana road. This pathway lets magic from the main camp travel all the way to the front lines, though its power halves by the time it gets there. The team layers strengthening magic onto the golems too, letting them steer the constructs remotely straight through the tombstones. In the middle of all this intensity, Daisy's oddly buzzing, mostly because Altair finally greenlit her thesis. The magic tower had written it off as too costly, so Altair's approval gives Daisy a real jolt of confidence. Kiara too stays locked in. He deploys a Cyclops golem to shadow Zephyr's push for scouting purposes, which leaves her cautiously optimistic. With it feeding real-time attack coordinates, though, the moment they actually lay eyes on the poison tree of life, the ruined lake, and the dragon itself, her optimism drains out fast. The whole scene feels wrong compared to 3 years ago. Back then, the dragon would have growled the second it sensed intruders. Now it just sits there, silent, unmoving, and that silence unnerves them more than any roar could. They remember Zephyr already flagging the strangeness of it, a territorial dragon just sitting still, especially deep in a forest crawling with trespassers. That thought hits Kiara now too. Turning it over, she catches something they all overlooked. What if the dragon came here for a reason? Meanwhile, Zephyr closes in on the dragon and feels a wave of relief. Exactly as expected, the creature stays quiet, which works in his favor, since he's already burned 2 minutes of dragonification just getting here. With what's left, he gets to work, summoning the black dragon chain, wrapping it around a heavy branch near the Tree of Life to anchor himself, then charges straight at the sleeping dragon. He's already briefed the others, and he's certain of one thing: this dragon was never a poison type to begin with. The last confirmed blue dragon sighting was 600 years ago. So how does something resting in a lake famous for its healing power end up poisoning everything around it? That contradiction never sat right with him. Charging in, he deliberately jolts the dragon awake, and in a blink, it lunges and swallows him whole. The knights watching from a distance freeze in shock, but the shock deepens when they see Zephyr physically prying the dragon's jaws open from the inside with his bare hands. Zephyr knows the truth. This dragon isn't the source of the poison, it's the victim. Something's slowly poisoning it with demonic energy, and it's been using the lake to try to heal itself. The beast is dying, not attacking. As he forces the jaws apart, he clenches the black dragon chain between his teeth and anchors it tight around the dragon's mouth. He understands exactly what's happening, the creature's trying to stay submerged and recover, but the poison's eating through it faster than it can heal, which is exactly why he's striking now while it's weak. Pulling with everything he's got, Zephyr binds the dragon's mouth shut, and the black dragon chain forged from his own scales holds strong. The moment the dragon feels the restraint kick in, it lets loose a thunderous cry, shaking the earth as it fights the binding. Zephyr hauls the dragon clear of the lake, aiming to speed up the poison already tearing through its body. Cut off from the lake's healing pull, the dragon has no way to recover from what's already hurting it. Even so, at 19% dragon heart output, the beast still fights him harder than expected. Its raw strength outpaces his estimate. Not one to fold, Zephyr adjusts fast. He draws Graham and slashes into the softer tissue inside the dragon's jaws where the outer scales don't reach. Then one split-second lapse in focus costs him. The dragon lunges forward, jaws wide, and pins him straight against the tree of life with its mouth. Before he can react, the dragon fires a blast of its breath straight at him. From the rear lines, the others watch in alarm. That same devastating beam once tore through part of their forest, and now it's pointed at their leader. Altair immediately feels the urgency and calls for everyone to ready their skills. Even so, something in her stays certain Zephyr's fine, and even the dragon senses something off. Despite having Zephyr locked between its teeth, it doesn't actually feel anything solid there, just the faintest tingle right before it fires. That's because Zephyr's already activated the silver key, which lets him teleport between a matched entry and exit point. The moment he was swallowed, he set it up to vanish right before the breath hit and reappear the second it ended. Timing it perfectly, he reappears straight inside the dragon's open jaws. Without wasting a beat, he strikes. His thunder palm lands clean, sending a jolt of raw force ripping through the dragon's body. Electricity crackles across its scales as the hit lands from the inside out. Despite the pain, the dragon starts charging another breath attack. This time, though, Zephyr's faster. He strikes straight at its breath gland, scorching it and blowing the buildup apart before it can even fire. He notes the glands out of commission for at least 10 minutes now, their best window to push the advantage. The mages catch the cue instantly, channeling a wave of spells straight through the mana road built off the tombstones. Bursts of elemental force slam into the dragon, keeping it pinned. At the same time, Darrell preps his dragon arrows, coating them in venom before letting them fly. His shots land dead on, punching through the dragon's thick hide and ripping a pained roar out of it. The party erupts in cheers, plenty of them praising Darrell's precision and raw power. Darrell, though, is somewhere else entirely. He's replaying something Zephyr once told him, that he's still weak because he's never known real combat. Kiara catches it and finds the comment strange. Zephyr looks younger than Darrell, yet talks like someone who's already lived through 100 wars. Darrell can't stop chewing on what he actually meant. Maybe it's not just about this raid, maybe it's pointing at something further down his own path. Back in the moment, the arrows detonate on impact, chewing further into the dragon. Darrell doesn't celebrate, he just watches, fully aware this fight is only a stepping stone. The blue dragon isn't the final boss of his story. Kiara, watching him stay this composed, realizes he's finally starting to find solid ground under him again, just like he once did. As a kid, Darrell never dreamed of being king. His ambitions ran somewhere else entirely, but that old resolve is clearly coming back now. Seeing Darrell's arrows actually landing real damage gives Zephyr a flicker of relief. Even so, he's still not sure exactly how they're going to finish this fight. He tries to tear straight into the dragon's body, aiming to slip in through the open wound. But his hand stops dead just before it breaks the surface. It's like something invisible has him locked in a grip, holding him back. At the same instant from the rear lines, Altair sees something that hits her like a punch to the gut. Without a beat of hesitation, she orders the whole party to stop attacking and shift into full defense. The mana road is shifting, its direction is changing. She snaps back to Zephyr's briefing. If anything strange shows up in the Watchers or they feel a sudden power surge, they need to reroute the Maniflow instantly. Zephyr had warned them exactly for this. The tombstones stretch spell range, sure, but they're also open channels. If something powerful enough learns to work mana through them, those same paths turn into a direct line back at them. To stop that, they need to shut down the back end of the tombstones. Doing that blocks the incoming hit, but it costs them offensive power too. Following Altair's call, the team scrambles to reconfigure the mana road, and just as they lock it in, it shifts. A massive shockwave rips clean through the field. A brutal energy blast slams into them, confirming every fear. Zephyr had warned them of exactly this if he ever got flung back like this. And the lake's surface started rippling. It would only mean one thing. The dragons activated its unique attribute, telekinesis. The power to move objects without ever touching them. Only dragons with truly bottomless mana reserves can wield it. Simply put, destruction and a lot of pain. On the field, Zephyr steadies himself, but he knows the clock's running out. Only 20 minutes of dragonification left and the real fight hasn't even started. Earlier in his briefing, Zephyr had told the party the poison in the air wasn't hitting humans or elves nearly as hard. Likely thanks to the water of vitality mixed into it, actively repairing whatever damage the poison causes, which is why no one's dropping dead outright. Still, he warned that losing consciousness out here would mean agonizing pain. He also pointed out the same effect applies to the dragon. The constant internal agonies keeping the beast dazed, meaning it might not fire off its unique abilities right away. Kiara, thinking back on past raids, finds that strange. Usually monster attacks get more repetitive over time, something about this never quite added up. Zephyr had told them this was exactly their window. The second they deal enough damage to snap the creature out of its daze, its clarity comes rushing back. And that's when the real powers show up. That's when the actual fight begins. Back on the field now, Zephyr stands before the massive, wheezing dragon wrapped in purple energy. He draws Graham his blade. The dragon's eyes lock onto it, widening in recognition. It remembers the blade, it remembers Giorgio's, and now it understands it's him again. Meanwhile, brief chaos erupts in the rear squad, but they snap back into formation fast. Altair and the mages manage to redirect the Mana Road, cutting off the feedback loop feeding the dragon's counterattacks. The rear squad's safe for now. Still, even with that defensive win, a harsh truth sets in for all of them. Strategy or not, effort or not, they're painfully small next to the raw scale of the dragon's power. Altair's worry only deepens. Their long-range hits are going to lose serious effectiveness under these conditions, and keeping Darrell supported is now everything. He's the only one who can actually use the Mana Road to land clean hits on the dragon. Darrell himself feels the pressure building. The distance is so brutal that each arrow needs nearly 4 seconds to arrive. That means Zephyr has to hold the dragon in place for 4.5 seconds straight, an eternity in the middle of a fight like this. At the same time, the dragon's jaws start closing again, and everyone holds their breath, waiting to see if Zephyr can force them back open. Inside the fight itself, Zephyr keeps dodging the dragon's swirling beam attacks. Each one carries enough raw force to erase whatever it touches. He knows tanking these head-on isn't an option, but before he can fully work out his read on the fight, the dragon unleashes a devastating surprise attack. It catches him half off guard, but he manages to block it just in time. Without missing a beat, the dragon lunges forward, jaws wide, trying to swallow him whole. Zephyr instantly triggers electric acceleration and darts clean out of reach. Mid-movement, he draws Graham and lands a brutal slash across the dragon's jaw, forcing it wide open. Wounded, the dragon lets out a roar and dives back into the lake. The whole battlefield watches in disbelief, realizing the dragon's trying to heal. Kiara catches the real problem first, though. Its dive is churning the water into violent, rippling waves across the lake, and the nearby plants, the ones that pump out magical byproducts, might soak up that chaos as raw energy. If they do, they'll start spawning powerful minions. The instant the summoned monsters appear, they swarm the golems immediately. Every rear support mage pivots to reinforcing them and mopping up the incoming threats. Altair orders the monsters cleared fast, knowing they could throw off Zephyr's fight if left alone. To their shock, though, even with everything going to plan and the golems performing beautifully, several of them suddenly start bolting off the battlefield, movement gone erratic, completely dropping out of command. Watching silently from cover, Heron knows his sabotage has finally kicked in. Back on the front, Darrell catches a monstrous projectile rocketing straight at them. He reacts just in time, batting it out of the air with a perfectly timed arrow. The force of that deflection yanks every eye toward him. Altair watches the impact site and realizes without Darrell stepping in, the entire rear squad would have been wiped out. Kiara traces the trajectory and pins the attack's origin at nearly 700 meters out. She warns the others to stay sharp. That kind of power can only mean one thing: this enemy's dungeon boss tier. As the words leave her mouth, a towering beast materializes in the distance. Meanwhile, Zephyr's mind flashes to his old life, remembering the Blue Dragon raid didn't kick off until roughly a year and 4 months later on that timeline. That attempt cost them both the Black Dragon's heart and Lucius the Holy One. Still, Altair managed to pull together strong allies and rare items, enough to eventually launch the Blue Dragon raid and take the beast down. Even with that win, they lost the dragon's heart to one critical mistake. Danakil's vital farmland paid the price, poisoned beyond repair, and the whole operation collapsed into a failure by any measure. Around that time, back at the temple after leaving the cave, Zephyr fought hard just to climb the ranks. Meanwhile, Olden, one of Ned's fiercest rivals, seized control of the Third Parish. Zephyr saw becoming a temple knight as his one real shot at revenge, the only way to close the gap between himself and Olden. He knew finding a real weakness would decide everything, and every scrap of intel got him closer. Elsewhere, Matthias and Olden sip tea, acknowledging the princess's failure and revisiting the call to hold troops back from the Great Forest, a strategic move that wasn't entirely Olden's idea, but a sharp one all the same. Zephyr understood exactly what that failed campaign cost the princess politically. She bled soldiers, resources, standing, all of it. Even if she joined the coming Ice Dragon raid organized by the Guild Alliance, he doubted she'd carry any real weight anymore. With the black and blue dragon hearts already secured, only the Ice Dragon's heart stood between them and their goal. Olden anticipated a generous reward the moment it was done. Back inside the Silver Key, Zephyr notes how differently this run is playing out. This time he sees every trap laid out for him, and he's not about to let this go according to his enemy's plan. He's also stocked healing potions to patch wounds, mana potions to refill his reserves, and golden tears, an enhanced protective item that blocks harmful effects outright. Confident in his loadout, Zephyr checks the status of his video transmission golem. The big golem at base can feed footage his way, but he needs eyes on what's happening back at camp right now. Unfortunately, buried inside the Silver Key, the golem can't get a signal. He figures the worst of it's past by now and refocuses on the fight in front of him. Back at the rear fight, the group's locked in battle against the swarm, including that towering boss. It rips a tree straight out of the ground and hurls it their way. Kiara checks with Darryl on their remaining black dragon arrows. He's down to 24, barely enough to handle the dragon itself, let alone spare any for the monsters closing in. Those arrows are crafted from hippogriff feathers, reinforced with gemseed branches for extra power. Kiara and Darryl fall into rhythm, chaining Blue Storm and Flame dance together. Zephyr clocks the synergy the whole party's holding up solid, but the core issue's still staring him down. They're simply outnumbered. Watching them close in, Darryl squares up, unfazed by the sheer numbers. Dozens or hundreds doesn't matter, he's putting them all down with his arrows. Meanwhile, the monster boss growls something in its own tongue. While casting an area of effect spell from horseback, in a blink it vanishes, leaving the knights stunned in place. Moments later, it reappears out of nowhere, slamming a massive jaw down on them with bone-crushing force. One of the soldiers spots more monsters already pressing toward the edge of camp. The troops rush the fence, but the monsters get there first. Then, to the monsters' total surprise, Ophelia arrives right on cue and stops it cold with a single kick. Calm as ever, she notes it stands too upright to actually be one of them. Then, without hesitation, she boots it clear off its feet. Amid all the chaos, Regulus Danikil sits perched on a wooden stool, reminding himself of the one job he can't fail, guarding the fragment of the Tree of Life branch hidden in the hut. He remembers Princess Altair entrusting him with this personally, explaining that the small branch powers the core of the magic circle. Lose it and the base's safety zone collapses inside 10 minutes, poisonous mist flooding straight in. Fully aware of the stakes, Regulus fights his own instinct to bolt, forced to sit tight while his knights scream just outside the walls. Lord Grimes tells him to hold firm. Regulus, meanwhile, has activated the Impenetrable Fortress, a family skill passed down the Danikil line for generations. It throws up a powerful force field around a chosen building, though the user can't step outside while it's running. The smaller the space, the harder it is to break, enough to shrug off even legendary weapons. Only those Regulus lets in can enter. He reassures himself he's exactly the right person for this. Then a knock hits the door, someone coughing, asking to be let in. The voice sounds exactly like Princess Altair's. He hesitates, terrified she might be in danger and that failing to act could cost him and his knights everything. Lord Grimes warns him it could be a trap, but Regulus insists on opening it anyway. To his horror, Elder Heron's standing there instead. He briefly doubts it's really the elf before realizing Heron copied the princess's voice using an item. It's an imp acorn, one that lets its user memorize and replay another person's voice. The second Heron pulls the acorn from his mouth, he sets off a blinding flash. Regulus, blinded for barely 3 seconds, still ends up completely immobilized. Plenty of time for Heron, already running an acceleration spell, to close the distance and grab the Tree of Life branch fragment for himself. A horn blares in the distance, signaling an emergency. Ophelia clocks it instantly. The magic circle's core has been compromised. At the same time, Heron confirms the infiltration worked and urges his crew to move fast. Ophelia warns the others the safety zone shuts down in 10 minutes. Elsewhere, Princess Altair, still composed, tries reaching Zephyr, telling him her side is falling apart. She says she'll patch the circle with a spare core but urges him to end the dragon fast. Zephyr, hearing this, isn't sure he can close it out in under 10 minutes. He wonders maybe the right incentive would help. Reading the room, she offers him last night's unfinished business if he drops the dragon in 10 minutes flat. That's all the motivation he needs. He cuts the call and snaps back into action. Right then, he notices the blue dragon's breath glands starting to regenerate, the water speeding the recovery, clearly gearing up for another shot. For one moment, his focus slips, and the dragon explodes out of the water, ready to strike. He reacts just in time, summoning the stake of faith and slamming it down onto the creature. He'd borrowed the weapon from Lucius, who, despite his own reservations, agreed to lend it to him. He activates the Watcher Golem and signals the rest of the squad to fall in behind him. Determined to close this out inside 10 minutes, he looks at the monster now and sees nothing but dead weight. Back in the forest, Heron's crew celebrates how smoothly the heist went, but the mage steering the golems quickly cuts them off, struggling to hold the copied magic together. She recalls Altair's rules about activating her skill, Mockboard. She managed to copy the purification circle from Altair's earlier briefing, sure, but keeping it stable is another matter. She warns the crew it's a copy spell, one use, that's it, and pushes them to move fast. Their goal never changes. They're heading straight for the last sealed box, holding the seed of the Tree of Life, the key to founding their new kingdom. Pausing there, Heron thanks his crew, who tell him it's an honor to follow a leader like him, but deep down, Heron's harboring intentions he has no plans to share. Back on the battlefield, the elf warriors start crumbling the second their elder pulls out. From the safety bunker, Philip and his son watch it all unfold, helpless and tense. They know they've done everything within reach, kept food supplies steady, sent Ophelia in to tear through enemy minions, leaned on a skilled healer, and pinned their hopes on Zephyr, Dragonheart, and all. Even the princess is out there shielding the soldiers with her blessings, and despite all of it, morale keeps sliding, the elder's absence weighing heavier on the elven ranks by the minute. Philip's son, though, finds it strange that Daryl's still holding the line so firmly, even with the elf he's always looked up to already gone. Philip explains that strong as Daryl looks right now, he was never the true center of the elf kingdom. That title belongs to the chief priestess. The chosen partner of the Tree of Life, the tree itself picks her, and only an elder who's earned its favor can ever lead. Through the tree, she connects to every elf and shapes their minds directly. Her name's Sylvestra, known better as the Broken Moon. Born blind, she was left paralyzed after giving birth to Kiara, yet she's still one of the most respected figures among them. Hearing this, Philip's son wonders how Sylvestra could have had Daryl too if she'd already been paralyzed after Kiara. Philip explains rumors once swirled about an affair, Kiara might have come from it, and being only half-elf is exactly why she's never counted as high elf. Daryl, on the other hand, is pure-blooded, born with rare talent, yet he never once wanted the crown. What he wanted was to be the queen's loyal protector, not her replacement. At first, that didn't bother the elves at all, but as things got worse, they started looking for someone to lead them through it. Even then, Daryl refused every leadership role offered to him. Out of options, the elves ended up handing temporary leadership to Heron. Back with Heron's party, the May wrestles with guilt over leaving the remaining elves behind. She tells herself there was never a real chance of beating the dragon, trying to find some comfort in the idea that they did what they could, especially with Daryl choosing to turn his back on them. 4 years ago, they sent their Black and Silver Moon units storming into human lands, sparking the war. In the fallout, they lost a precious item and watched a chunk of their own forest fall into enemy hands. Not long after, the blue dragon showed up and claimed the lake for itself. And the strongest moon elf walked out with the seed box, leaving Heron behind to hold together a broken kingdom. The one who left stood no chance against the poison, and even Daryl looked away, refusing to step in. Then Altair arrived in the forest, dragon warrior in tow, asking for an alliance. To the mage, the whole thing reeks of a facade. She's convinced they don't have the strength to stand as equals with humans, and even beating the dragon won't save the elven kingdom, which she believes is already lost. Overwhelmed, she breaks down crying, hit by the full weight of Daryl's abandonment and the hopelessness left in its wake. Whatever they're doing now, she tells herself, is just about carving out something new. As they close in on the tower holding the Tree of Life seed, Aaron stares ahead, fully resolved. He plans to plant it somewhere far from here, hoping the new tree eventually chooses him, his shot at finally becoming king. Instead, to their shock, a massive red monster's already there, clawing at the tower walls. Back at the safety bunker, Philip's stuck on something. The High Elves, especially the Black and Crimson Moon clans, had left to build a kingdom of their own. But nobody's heard a whisper about these new elven realms since then. He's still chewing on the question when the Crimson Beast near the tower starts radiating an overwhelming surge of energy. Taking charge, Heron deploys 2 sparrow golems, one to bait the monster away, the other to grab the sealed box. Plan runs flawlessly. One golem holds the monster's attention while the other blasts straight through the town and comes back with the box in hand. What they don't realize, though, is this demon spent 3 years hunting exactly that box. The instant it spots it, it strikes. slashing their throats and tearing it from their hands. This is no ordinary monster. It's Crimson Moon, once known as Masha, a former queen candidate from 60 years back. After going through demonification, she lost everything of who she was. The only thing left is a burning hatred for elves. 3 years earlier, both the Crimson and Black Moons were brought to their knees by the master of the Demon Lord worshippers. Furious, they dragged all of humanity into war. He made them pay for it. He revealed 2 stones of revelation, relics powerful enough to twist their wielders into full-blown demons. He explains to the smiling woman beside him that the stones are infused with the same parasitic worms, though each grants a different power once demonification takes hold. The process doesn't always work. And according to him, the outcome depends entirely on the hatred, anger, and greed festering in someone's heart. The deeper those cracks run, the stronger the transformation. With that, the master starts stoking the Moon siblings' old resentment toward the elves who stole their future and took everything they had. He hands them the stones, and in a violent surge of energy, they undergo demonification, twisting into monstrous new forms. Watching it happen, the smiling woman questions the master's real motive, but he simply claims he doesn't have one. Then, without warning, he snaps his fingers, summoning the 12 apostles of the demon god cult to welcome the newborn demons into their ranks. Over the next 3 months, the demonified siblings tear through the land, killing without pause, both human and monster alike. As they settle into their new power, Olden lends them a pack of his own demon soldiers for a fresh assignment: kill the blue dragon. The moment they reach its den, the black demon realizes the real threat isn't just the dragon, it's the elf under the tree of life's protection. Still, if they want to drag their enemy straight down to hell, they need that dragon's heart. Without hesitation, they drop straight into the dragon's den. The dragon senses them instantly and starts whipping up violent tornadoes. In a deep, rumbling growl, it declares it's been a long time since anything this beneath it dared stir it awake. Meanwhile, at a private wine gathering back at the parish, an apostle questions Olden's call to throw weak elves at the blue dragon. Olden just laughs it off. He never expected the elves to win. He sent them in as dragon food, plain and simple, and he's got his own reasons for it. He explains the 2 demonified elves were once actual candidates for the elven throne. They came from the prestigious Moon High Elf line, once renowned for their radiant light magic. Among elves who carry the Moon name, the throne is usually the endgame. But the one chosen to be queen was blind, crippled, something the siblings could never stomach. And to their horror, despite her condition and her involvement with a human, she got the crown anyway without ever going through the formal training a ruler candidate is supposed to receive. As the rest of the elves celebrated, the Moon siblings stood there in disbelief. That appointment ended any shot they had at leadership. And once demonification hit, whatever clarity or wisdom they'd had went with it. One of the Demon Lord cult's apostles suggests maybe they started the war just to prove their strength. Olden's blunter about it, they failed. As punishment, they got exiled from elven society entirely, though not before they made off with the seed of the Tree of Life. In their last stand before exile, a young elf who'd barely even earned his moon title took them both down. They escape with their lives and nothing else. Olden turns the question back on the apostle. What would he do if his own people rebelled or just walked away? The answer's simple. He'd kill them. No exceptions. And to prove it's not just talk, Olden points out that's exactly what he's already done. Back in the dragon's den, the blue dragon swallows Black Moon whole. Watching from a distance, Olden knows the Moon siblings are running purely on revenge against the elves now, and that's exactly the lever he's pulling. The instant the dragon swallows its prey, something starts stirring inside it. With a piercing shriek, it vomits up a tremendous amount of blood. The cause, Black Moon's demonic ability, a brutal mix of venom and petrification. Exactly what Olden was banking on. Poison the dragon from the inside, then let the clock decide the winner. Either Black Moon survives the dragon's corrosive gut, or the dragon somehow outlasts the spreading poison. Olden's sure of one thing: if this drags on long enough, the dragon will bolt for the Alsan continent and dive straight into the Lake of Life, the exact sacred water feeding the elven forest. Just as he predicted, the dragon launches skyward, heading for the lake, Crimson Moon still clinging to its tail like a nightmare. The dragon barely registers her, no real threat from behind as far as it's concerned. Crimson Moon holds on, not out of any real strategy, but because the fallout from demonification has left her mind clouded. Even so, some faint instinct keeps pulling her forward. Drawn toward a familiar energy stirring fragments of memory, she leaps for the seed tower. But her broken cognition won't let her actually get inside, so instead she starts attacking anything that gets close, killing without a flicker of hesitation. With the dragon eating up all the attention, nobody's even noticed she's there. And ever since that day, she's been clawing endlessly at the tower walls. Now, after tasting Elder Heron's blood, something shifts in her. Her senses start creeping back. Piece by piece, she's regaining fragments of herself. And with that clarity comes something sharper, her thirst for revenge. Her gaze suddenly locks onto a trail of radiant energy threading through the forest. It leads straight to the source. The ailing queen, Broken Moon herself. Crimson Moon doesn't just sense her anymore, she knows exactly where she is. This demon carries worms inside her, parasites that grow stronger right alongside their host. Once fully matured, the wielder unlocks a unique power. For Crimson Moon, that power is gluttony, the ability to steal skills by devouring them. Having just consumed Heron, she taps into his acceleration skill, hurling herself toward her target at terrifying speed. Within moments, the beast reaches the edge of the elven village and storms straight into the queen's chamber. The instant she sees her, she recognizes the Broken Moon, the very one she's longed to kill. Consumed with rage, she lunges at the queen, but just as the strike is about to land, a flurry of slashes tears into the demon from every side. It's Ned, sent ahead by Zephyr to guard the queen against exactly this kind of demonic threat. Seeing Crimson Moon standing right in front of him, he finally understands what Zephyr meant. Without a second's hesitation, Ned charges his Thunderbolt spell and unloads a devastating barrage, shaking the whole chamber. Back at the lake, the fight between Zephyr and the beast still rages on. Only 8 minutes stand between them and the purification magic protecting the camp collapsing. Which is why Altair's pushing him to drop the monster before the clock runs out. Truthfully, he wants it dead even sooner. He knows killing the dragon won't actually end this raid, every second matters if they're going to keep everyone left alive. Once the dragon falls, Black Moon's expected to wake up, and that's exactly why the raid failed in his old life. Last time, the moment the dragon went down, the whole camp burst into celebration. The warrior who landed the killing blow, Edorise, steps forward to claim the dragon heart exactly as planned. But just as he reaches for it, he freezes, stunned to see a barrier wrapped around the dragon's corpse. In that same instant, the demon hiding inside the dragon's stomach bursts free, catching everyone completely off guard. Worse still, it's holding the dragon heart in its claws. With a mocking grin, it thanks them for doing all the work of killing the dragon, and shoves the heart straight into its own chest without a moment's hesitation. Edorise tries to stop it, but another warrior yanks him back to safety before he can. Seconds later, a violent burst of poison erupts from the demon's body, melting everything nearby. The toxin spreads fast, swallowing the whole forest. Realizing the scale of the disaster unfolding, Altair calls for a full retreat, and just like that, the dragon heart's gone. What's left behind is the once great elven forest and Danakil's fertile granary, both turned into a dead, cursed wasteland no one could ever return to. Back in the present, Zephyr fights with every bit of that memory driving him. In his old life, the raid didn't collapse from bad strategy, weak fighters, or missing countermeasures. Those were all solid, it collapsed from one missing piece of information. Back then, 2 capable vanguards had been moving freely through the fog, confident they could take the blue dragon down. Edorise had also spotted a lingering wound on the dragon, a weak point he'd noticed once before back when the dragon moved just slightly wrong. That was their edge. But in this timeline, Zephyr's coming up empty. He can't find any trace of that same weak point anywhere on the dragon's body. Then it clicks, that old raid happened a full year later. By then, the poison had eaten deeper into the dragon, likely opening that wound himself. In this timeline, it just hasn't gotten there yet. Determined to carve out his own opening, Zephyr drives poison-coated scales straight into the dragon's body. The impact detonates in a violent blast, and the dragon lets out a thunderous scream of pain before commanding everything around it to simply stop. To Zephyr's shock, time itself freezes solid. Water droplets hang frozen midair. Leaves stop mid-fall, even the wind holds still. This is a level of command far beyond anything a normal dragon heart should be able to reach. Even the silver key refuses to respond. Zephyr clocks the effect immediately. The freeze will hold for exactly 7 more seconds, more than enough time for the dragon to charge and unleash its breath attack. But in that exact window, Darrell unloads a full barrage of arrows at the beast. The strikes land the instant time resumes. Darrell watches, stunned. Zephyr actually pulled off the opening he promised, and it worked. With every shot, Darrell keeps hammering the dragon, arrow after arrow. His barrage cracks open just enough space. Zephyr to land one massive blow straight into the dragon's body. Together, they blow out its breath sacs entirely, leaving the dragon breathless at least for now. Darrell's down to 17 black dragon arrows. He runs the math fast, each spell burns 3 arrows, meaning he's got 5 more casts left. To finish the dragon, every single shot has to land. Back at the lake as the dragon retaliates, Zephyr narrowly dodges the attack. He remembers exactly how, in his old life, they lost the dragon's heart right around the same point. The blue dragon had seized full control of its corrupted body, and the fight that followed dragged on for an entire month. Over that stretch, Zephyr learned every one of its attack patterns and through sheer stubborn endurance barely scraped out a win. Back then, the dragon fought like it remembered its prime, faster, stronger, far more brutal. As that memory flashes through his mind, the dragon catches him with a punch straight to the face. He absorbs the hit and blinks, caught off guard. It's nowhere near as devastating as it used to be. He slams into a tree but recovers fast. Dragon fires off telekinesis, sending its own lodged arrows ripping back toward him. Zephyr swings the dragon chains to deflect them, parrying each one out of the air. But just as the dragon lines up its next strike, it hesitates, caught in shock. Zephyr's vanished from view. A faint glimmer flickers in the air, the silver key, and without warning, the massive stake of faith comes crashing down from above, slamming into the dragon with overwhelming force. Zephyr follows through, slamming his lightning fist straight into the stake, driving it deeper into the dragon's throat. At the same instant, Darrell's arrows land with brutal precision, tearing the dragon's right arm clean off and sending it crashing into the lake. Even after all that damage, the dragon's still breathing. Its eyes lock onto Zephyr's sword, and that sight drags him straight into a memory of Lord Casaurus once possessed by demons. It had no choice but to fight him. In the end, Georgios landed the final blow with the dragon-slaying sword Graham ending Casaurus's life. As he lay dying, the blue dragon had thanked Georgios for freeing his master from the curse. But with tears in his eyes, he'd also warned him as Casaurus's loyal vassal, he could never forgive the man who killed him. If their paths ever crossed again, he swore he'd kill Georgios himself. Back in the present, the dragon lies motionless, the stake still buried in its neck. Kiara watches from a distance, wondering if it's finally over, but Darrell feels something still off. He feels it before he sees it, danger crawling up his spine. The tree of life shudders like it already knows what's coming. Then the dragon speaks, voice rolling out low and heavy like thunder that learned grammar. It names Zephyr the Dragon Slayer and dead serious reminds itself it can't break an oath, not even one that ends in its own forgiveness. With that, it grips the stake buried in its neck and rips it free, then it scoops up its own severed arm and through some ancient bit of dragon magic, turns it into a massive blade, efficient, terrifying, very dragon of it. Gripping the sword, the dragon growls that its duty isn't finished yet. The pressure alone is suffocating, but Zephyr can't help but grin. The dragon just turned its own life force into raw combat power. Round 2 just started and it's the scary round. Our boys got 12 minutes left of dragonification and the dragon's still sitting on one breath attack in reserve. Cute countdown, terrible odds, except none of that matters anymore because the dragon's already swinging its dancing blade of death. A weapon literally forged from its own soul and it hits like it. Zephyr knows finesse is off the table now. Only one plan survives this, hit harder than physics allows. So he pops Dragon Mode plus 200% to his physical stats, minus his transformation window down to just 3 minutes. Classic trade a lifespan for a highlight reel. The dragon winds up a heavy, glowing haymaker, and Zephyr meets it head-on with a fully loaded swing. Steel meets scale and the world briefly stops. The shockwave sends him skidding backward like he got hit by a truck with wings. The dragon's strike is strong enough to slice the tree of life clean in half. The sound alone rattles the elves watching from the tree line down to their bones. Mid-clash, Zephyr's mind flashes back to Ned's old lessons from his previous life. Martial arts that never cared about raw strength, only about reading the flow and bending it to your will. Ned's whole philosophy, master the flow and you can outfight someone way above your weight class. Locking that in, Zephyr dodges the next swing and launches himself forward like a shot from a bow. Midair, he floods his sword with energy, Ned's voice still echoing in his head. Strength moves like a river and once you actually get it, even a leaf turns into a weapon in the right hands. With that clarity locked in, he blurs around the dragon, carving precise cuts from every angle in the blink of an eye. Landing, he notices something lodged deep in the wounds he just carved. Old, buried, like it's been sitting inside the dragon for ages. Then it clicks, a conversation with a vanguard from his past life about the dragon's hidden weak point. This has to be it. He charges in again, but right as he closes the gap. He watches the dragon turn tail, diving for the water to make its escape. Not happening. Zephyr slings the dragon chains after it. They catch barely, and the beast just yanks him straight into the lake with it. Swinging to land another cut on the beast, it's answered with a fast, brutal counterstrike. It rocks him back hard. Meanwhile, back at the barrier, Kiara's panicking. They can't track the monster once it's underwater. At the same time, Darrell, leaning on the guidance of his mother and father's spirits, adjusts his aim toward the tree of life, arrows knocked and ready. Philip watches in disbelief as Darrell starts firing at the tree itself. But Darrell's got a plan here, not a meltdown. Precise shot after precise shot, he starts breaking the tree of life apart. Underwater, right as the monster lines up its next hit on Zephyr. The shattered chunks of tree come crashing straight down onto it. Zephyr seizes the opening and boots the dragon back, and drives his sword straight into its exposed bone, making the beast scream and recoil in raw pain. Back on the day Georgios took down Cassaris, the blue dragon had warned him off, but the night had its own agenda. He apologized to the dragon and drew his blade anyway, unable to walk away and leave a threat looming over the queen's future. What followed was short but brutal. Georgios overpowered the blue dragon and sheared off one of its horns in a single clean strike. Then he drove in the White Queen's finger, a stake that locks a target's power away for good, one no victim can ever remove themselves. With that, Georgios ordered the dragon to stay in its den until the red dragon calmed down, admitting that with the Cassaris heart inside him, real friendship with a dragon was never on the table. Best to avoid each other going forward. Back in the present, as the blue dragon sinks into the lake's depths, that memory surfaces crystal clear. In that instant, it realizes, the man in front of it isn't Georgios, it's someone carrying his legacy instead. It's our boy Zephyr, the new dragon slayer, apparently. Meanwhile, inside the dragon's stomach, Black Moon stirs awake, sensing the dragon might finally be down for good. He figures this is the moment to snatch the dragon's heart, but right as the excitement kicks in, Zephyr cracks him with a brutal hit, sending him flying clean across the space. No pause, no mercy, the boy follows up with another swing, smashing Black Moon straight into a tree. Zephyr's already sealed the dragon's corpse inside his silver key, locking Black Moon out of the heart no matter what he tries. He remembers from his past life how Black Moon once absorbed a dragon heart wrong, triggering an uncontrolled power surge that wiped out most of his own followers. Zephyr knows only beings on a dragon's level can safely absorb a dragon heart. Black Moon wasn't one of them, he died on the spot trying anyway. Not long after, the smiling woman showed up and swept away both the dragon heart and Black Moon's magic stone. Turns out Black Moon had just been a pawn for the Demon Lord's worshippers all along. Back in the present, Zephyr still can't wrap his head around it. Black Moon let his own people die, lost his homeland, all to get tossed aside by the very people he served, ending up in this pitiful state. Meanwhile, Black Moon picks up on something strange, human energy tangled with dragon aura. He finds it weirdly interesting. He expected elves, not a dragonoid that catches him completely off guard, just as he opens his mouth to introduce himself. Zephyr wraps the dragon chains around him and, muscling through, drives the full stake of faith straight into his body. To his shock, the figure just vanishes. Black Moon isn't there anymore. Moments later, laughter drifts in from behind. Black Moon, mocking Zephyr, claims his speed just exposed his own weak spot, making him easy to read and counter. By now, Black Moon's already figured out Zephyr's running on limited dragon power that only lasts about 2 minutes. Zephyr clocks that this guy's sharp. Only 48 seconds of dragonification left, and once his secondary spell wears off, he drops instantly. No juice left for a long fight, so he pivots a time to bait Black Moon instead. Standing below, Zephyr watches Black Moon hover above and offer to spare his life in exchange for the dragon heart. He claims no grudge against humans, just revenge on the elves. As Black Moon rambles, Zephyr quietly fires off Dragon Tongue, a spell built for direct command. He orders Black Moon to freeze. Black Moon's shocked when his leg just refuses to move. Seizing the moment, Zephyr strikes again, driving the stake of faith into him with full force. Startled, Black Moon slams up a barrier to block the hit and snaps, annoyed at getting cut off mid-sentence. Meanwhile, Zephyr, still dazed from casting Dragon Tongue, starts loading up his silver key. He knows he's got just enough stamina for one final shot. To close this out, he tries to summon the Sword of Light, but to his disbelief, the goddess simply doesn't allow it. Sword instantly bursts into flame instead. Zephyr just stares, stunned. The goddess had granted him the sword before, back when he was even weaker. Confused and furious now, he curses her name. Right then, he's thrown backward and swallowed in flame. Watching from a distance, Black Moon's baffled by what just happened but relieved his barrier held. His legs are still frozen, but that doesn't stop him from swinging. He conjures Venom, his ultimate move. Venom's spear sharp enough to punch through dragon scale. With a leap, he drives it straight into Zephyr's chest. The impact sends a brutal wave of pain tearing through his body. Hearing him scream, Black Moon's amused, didn't expect someone this strong to cry out like a rookie. Without missing a beat, he lines up another spell, claiming he's got places to be and wants to grant Zephyr a peaceful death. He unleashes a massive wave of poison. But before it lands, a strange sound rumbles up from the lake. Enormous roots explode out from beneath the water. One punches clean through Black Moon's chest from the left. Black Moon can't process what just happened. Zephyr reveals he'd been drawing in every trace of poison in the area, forcing Black Moon to burn through his ultimate skill, which unknowingly purified the lake and the whole jungle around it. Zephyr remembers from his past life how the demon cult turned the dragon heart and Black Moon's magic stone into weapons, poison fog, poison spears, the works. So this time around, he bet Black Moon would carry the same poison skill set as the original owner. He baited him into using it on purpose, knowing it was the fastest way to scrub the forest clean. The zone around the lake is now the only purified ground, but that's enough. The tree of life stretches its roots into that clean soil and the forest's recovery has already begun. Zephyr had planned for most of this, the tree stepping in was the one surprise he hadn't seen coming. Meanwhile, Black Moon writhes as the roots keep skewering him. Sensing the threat, he tries to spread poison one more time, but Zephyr steps forward and shuts him down cold, pointing out the elves have been protected by this tree forever, and yet the second it turns on him, he folds like wet paper. Channeling energy into his claws, Zephyr brings them right up to Black Moon's face, calls him ungrateful and pathetic, but figures since he clearly can't understand any of it, he'll just have to learn the hard way, in death. With that, Zephyr drives his empowered claw straight into Black Moon's stomach, ripping out the magic stone and putting him down for good. Before word of the win even reaches the rear squad, they get to witness it firsthand. The Tree of Life begins resurrecting right before their eyes. Seeing it, Altair announces through her golem to the rest of the party that the blue dragon is defeated and the dragon heart is secured. Hearing the news and watching the tree bloom back to life, the soldiers get a fresh burst of energy and start mopping up the last monsters. Altair still can't believe Zephyr actually pulled it off. While everyone celebrates, she tries reaching him again but gets nothing back. Meanwhile, Zephyr's unconscious, free-falling toward the lake's surface. The tree gently catches him with its roots, quiet, thanking him for saving it. In return, it decides to return the favor. Its roots coil around him, glowing faintly as they start pouring healing energy into him. Far off, even Ned, watching roots erupt from the forest floor near the village, smiles. He knows the kid pulled it off. Despite the relief, Ned himself is torn up bad from his fight with the Crimson Moon Demon. He's stunned to realize he got hit by his own martial arts. The demon could copy his moves and he found out too late. Ned's already lost too much blood to heal himself, and just as he starts making peace with the end, glowing vines wrap around his arms. Shocked, he realizes it's her, the queen. She assures him the vines are basically her hands and legs right now. She can't move on her own, but he protected her and now she wants to pay that back. As her vines lift her gently from the bed, she introduces herself as the Queen of the Elves, and quickly clocks Ned's condition, realizing he needs help immediately. Back at the lake, Zephyr's lost in a dream, reliving the day his father walked out on him as a kid. In that memory, his mother pulls him close, embracing his human half instead of rejecting it, choosing to raise him with love his father never gave. She apologizes for not being able to protect him, but says the last gift she can give him as his parent is the strength to protect himself. With those words still echoing, Zephyr snaps awake. He realizes he'd been dreaming about his mother. Looking around, he's wrapped in glowing vines, cradled inside some unfamiliar but gentle nest of roots. Suddenly, a deep voice tells him not to move. He's been out for 72 hours and is still recovering. It then reveals he's currently inside the trunk of the Tree of Life. And the divine voice introduces itself as Yggdrasil. According to him, this is his reincarnated form, letting him talk directly with mortals. Zephyr's stunned. He's never seen this form before. In his past life, they'd failed to save the Tree of Life and the Queen, so he never got the chance to meet Yggdrasil. The ancient being explains that aside from his wife, no one, not even their children, not anyone in the forest, has ever seen this form. Curious, Zephyr asks if he can read thoughts. Yggdrasil confirms he can, but promises he won't if it makes Zephyr uncomfortable. Still, something about this doesn't sit right. He can't read the tree's emotions, and those strange eyes only make things creepier. Sensing his unease, the tree reassures him again, no ill intent here, he just wants to say thank you. Yggdrasil summons a small branch heavy with fruit and tells Zephyr to eat, promising it'll speed up his recovery. He reveals he'd been trapped by the blue dragon's tongue spell, paralyzed, poisoned, unable to move at all. But through his children, he'd been quietly watching Zephyr this whole time, seeing how he helped both his kids and his wife. Yggdrasil's decided to offer a bilateral contract, a sacred bond between them laid out as a formal decree. Meanwhile, Zephyr has absolutely no idea what the old tree is even talking about. Still, he can tell this thing's genuinely trying to thank him, no hostility in the air. He recalls Darrell once mentioning back in his past life that his father was a demigod, something stuck between elf and god. Reading the room correctly, Zephyr decides to push his luck and negotiate. He points out that simply patching him up doesn't exactly settle the score. But Yggdrasil calmly counters healing wasn't all he did. He stabilized the dragon hearts inside Zephyr too, which need recalibrating every time their output spikes. After crushing the demon forces, Zephyr's heart output spiked to 23%, which could have easily killed him. Over those 72 hours, Yggdrasil rebalanced everything, toughening Zephyr's body to handle the strain and even prepping it to host the blue dragon's heart as well. That revelation hits hard, but before Zephyr can even respond, the Tree of Life reaches a hand out toward him, offering to implant the blue dragon's heart directly. In exchange, Yggdrasil asks for just one thing. According to him, 10,000 years ago, the first seed of the tree of life cracked its shell open. In that moment, a voice rang out urging everyone present to prepare. He understood the message. His purpose was to prep the world for the promised day. With that first stage, the air itself started shifting as mana spread across the sky. The world's original waters turned into purifying healing waters. Similar trees started the same process on other continents, running for thousands of years and slowly remaking the world beyond recognition. Eventually, the elves themselves were created just to serve the Tree of Life. With their help, everything moved along smoothly and Yggdrasil waited patiently for the promised day. But then something unplanned happened. Yggdrasil became a father. In that moment, he chose to defy his own mission, willing to pay any price to protect his family instead. As he tells all this to Zephyr, he offers again to transplant the dragon heart in exchange for a promise Zephyr will one day honor. Zephyr's still not sold. He knows he'll be completely defenseless during the transplant. That's not a risk he can take with someone he doesn't fully trust. Picking up on the hesitation, Yggdrasil catches him off guard, asking how he's going to die in the future. The being already knows Zephyr's seen how it all ends. To confirm it for himself, he peeked into Zephyr's dream while he was out cold. The first thing he noticed in that vision was a bond with Zephyr's mother, but he quickly realized that wasn't the clue he needed. Then he picked up on something else, a detailed vision of the world's brutal end, and a face he recognizes. He suspects it's a prophecy, a remarkably specific one. As Yggdrasil lays this out, Zephyr realizes the ancient tree already worked out the signals on his own. No point hiding it now, so Zephyr admits the Tree of Life dies when his own comrades attack the forest, and it never recovers from the poison used on it. Still, Zephyr holds back the part about coming from the future, letting Yggdrasil believe it's just a prophecy feels safer for now. The Ancient One, though, stays cautious. He can tell the boy's still holding something back. He admits he's certain of at least one truth. He will die. He points out that if Zephyr had seen a future where he survived to the world's end, he never would have stepped in to save him at all. As he says it, Yggdrasil reveals a symbol on his forearm. Zephyr instantly recognizes. It's the same elder mark he got after taking down the cult leader Olden. But as Zephyr keeps staring at the mark, his eyes start to burn. Yggdrasil warns him to stop trying to read it. His current state of mind isn't strong enough to handle its power. He adds that he's bound to keep certain knowledge sealed and isn't in a position to explain the core truth. Both he and the 7 dragons, he says, are bound by a mission from the Almighty they can't abandon until death. Zephyr instantly understands what that means. It's the exact reason he had no choice but to kill the blue dragon. The Tree of Life goes on to reveal that in the final days, every surviving dragon loses its will and joins the Demon Lord's army, a future he's already witnessed. Hearing this, Zephyr wonders if he too will end up an enemy like the dragons. Yggdrasil gives a vague answer, admitting he never doubted his mission and never thought this world held much value. Yet something shifted when he fell for the broken moon. Even knowing her time was short, she loved him and wanted a child with him. Her body was weak, but she still wanted to build lasting memories and dreamed of a life together. He also refused to use the Chalice of Conception, the sacred elven royalty tool for conceiving new life. Choosing to try naturally instead despite the risks, she picked her own path and Yggdrasil, moved by that love, took on a humanoid form. That one woman completely reshaped his outlook, making the world feel more worth saving than it ever had. He believes Zephyr will feel that someday too. Hearing this, Zephyr's mind drifts to Altair from his past life and the moment they shared. As he lies down and closes his eyes, Yggdrasil starts channeling the blue dragon heart's energy through his divine power. Before starting the pro, he makes one request. When the time comes, Zephyr must kill him so he never risks harming his own family, a deeply personal plea. With that, Zephyr's pulled into his own mind, forced to face the blue dragons will head on. He reflects that even though he once thought about threatening Yggdrasil over the heart, he never followed through. Yggdrasil could have manipulated him in his sleep and didn't. That alone tells Zephyr he can be trusted. Yggdrasil had also mentioned that while Altair is skilled, she lacks experience with a blue dragon heart transplant and it would take far longer with her running it. Keeping that in mind, Zephyr leaves the transplant to him. Now conscious inside his own head, Zephyr knows the stakes: fail to beat the dragon's dark will and his body either gets destroyed or falls under its control. In his past life, this trial took a full month to clear. He wonders how long it'll take this time around. As he shifts into his dragon form, the blue dragon appears and instantly reacts to the change, acknowledging his transformation. But Zephyr's genuinely shocked the second he senses the presence in front of him. Much to his surprise, it's a woman. Meanwhile, she calmly points out they've already fought each other once. So there's no reason for him to be rattled by how she looks. She invites him to sit down for tea instead of drawing his sword again. Despite her calm demeanor, Zephyr still can't quite process that the blue dragon is a woman. Meanwhile, in the forest, Darrell assures everyone that Zephyr's safe and currently with his father. Altair looks confused hearing that his father's a tree after all. Others start wondering if the tree just ate him. Darrell, though, explains the tree of life might actually be healing him. Philip, hearing that, grows worried. He fears Zephyr could end up trapped inside the tree, maybe even used as a vessel. At the same time, Darrell senses another strong presence within the tree, one he suspects might be the blue dragon's heart. That raises another worry. Will Zephyr even come back? Still, one thing's certain: if he does return, he won't be the same. Inside Zephyr's consciousness, he quietly accepts the woman's offer of tea, honored a dragon chose to reveal her polymorphed form to him. He knows creatures are most at ease in their original shape. They only shift form to show superiority, express respect, or run a con. Reading her demeanor, Zephyr figures she probably doesn't have a talent for deception, so this transformation is either respect or a flex. The woman hears his thoughts and takes it as a compliment. She's impressed he beat her even while weakened by poison. She also admits she feels at ease inside Zephyr's mind, likely thanks to the ancient Kaisari energy filling it. She doesn't want to treat him like a stranger just because he now carries a dragon's power. Suddenly, the whole area pulses with mystical energy. She notes almost casually that her leg seems upset. Without warning, she starts talking directly to his dragon heart using her psychic abilities, leaving Zephyr both confused and irritated. Her name is Artalis. In his past life, Zephyr fought her inside the same mindscape before. Even at his strongest by then, it was a genuinely dangerous fight. The only reason he survived was the dragon's erratic temperament. Sometimes she'd just let him rest mid-battle. She'd attack relentlessly, then revive him half-dead just to start again, a loop that repeated until he finally beat her. Through those endless rounds, she'd unknowingly trained him. Still, Zephyr can't help but notice every single person who's ever taught him has been a certified chaos gremlin, Ned included. As his irritation builds, Artalis notices and calls it out, which only annoys him more. Eventually, she gets to the point. She declares that with her death, she's finally free of her old mission and will soon reunite with her kin. But first, she wants to see some of his cute little tricks. She adds she has zero regrets as a warrior. Her final battle did her pride proud. Then she shares one last thought: a person's soul reveals itself through what they hold dearest. An artist through the tip of their brush, a musician through their fingers, and warriors like them through the edge of their swords. A warrior's training, hardships, and unshakable will all reveal the true shape of their soul. After sizing Zephyr up, Artalis decides she likes him and trusts him enough to hand over her power. She also senses a huge well of energy in him, plus rare untapped potential. She's genuinely looking forward to watching him reach the heights she herself never managed. With that, she announces she'll merge with him, granting him the right to use her power. Whether he can actually wield it, though, is entirely up to him. Handing over the dragon heart, she warns she'll be watching and hopes he won't throw his life away for nothing. Zephyr's mildly surprised by how easily she cooperates, but it works in his favor, saving him precious time. He also gets what she meant about dying without ever truly living a full life. Right before leaving, he offers to cook her something as thanks for her sacrifice. She smiles and tells him it won't be necessary. He'll find out why soon enough. With that, a massive surge of power erupts from within. Outside, everyone waiting near the Tree of Life feels the shockwave and turns to their stunned. Zephyr emerges, fully healed. Altair, seeing him safe, feels a wave of and pulls him into a warm embrace. Finally, elsewhere inside the realm of the Silver Key, the angel Merced speaks to someone she calls Old Master. She reports that another ancient god has chosen a new master, an event that signals a shift in the world's future. At the fourth parish of the Temple of Light, a soldier arrives and hands the captain a letter, claiming Olden has been murdered. The news spreads fast and rumors start swirling with many convinced Lucius is the one who killed him. Several hunters grab their gear, figuring that if they take down the man who beat one of the top 10 ranked twin knights, the vacant spot might just fall to them. Meanwhile, inside the Silver Key's realm, the angel kneels in prayer, recalling a prophecy of a coming battle so devastating it turns rivers to blood. With God's throne now empty, countless factions are expected to fight over it. Yet despite the looming chaos, they believe someone will rise at the end of the world to save them from that grim fate. One foretold, the Destroyer of Fate. Back at Lindell Castle, inside Altair's territory, a knight cuts down her guard and demands an audience with the princess. While Lord Zephyr rests inside the Tree of Life, he reflects on everything that's gone down outside. With the forest cleansed of poison, Yggdrasil triggers a command to the Mana flowers, magical plants that grow near streams and purify both the air and water. Outside, survivors keep pushing forward, clearing the last monsters as they make their way toward the Tree of Life. Princess Altair recognizes the skyline as Elfenheim, the Elven Kingdom's capital. One elf choked up, can't believe he's seeing it again, and thanks the group. Ned arrives soon after with the elf queen finally awake. Her presence sparks joy across the group, especially Kiara and Darryl, who run straight into her arms. Afterward, the group buries the fallen and mourns their losses at the gravesides. Zephyr reflects on how exhausting it's been treating the wounded, clearing the battlefield, tracking down the missing. With Yggdrasil focused on purifying the forest, the rest of the group had to shoulder that weight. Still, staying busy helps the survivors process the grief. Most of them lost their homes in this whole disaster. Even with the blue dragon threat over, Zephyr notices peace brings its own weight, forcing everyone to confront the real cost of surviving. The lives lost, the sacrifices made. As the last of the fallen are buried, the blue dragon raid is officially declared over. The queen formally thanks Princess Altair, the Temple of Light, the Danakil territory, and especially Zephyr, the dragon slayer. She swears on the Tree of Life the elves will never forget their dead. Honoring the bilateral agreement, she declares the Great Forest of Elves is now allied with Princess Altair and the Earl of Danakil. A non-aggression pact is sealed, alongside a promise to share whatever hardships and victories come next. Philip's son, Edwin, reflects on how these alliances settle a lot of the worries he had going into the raid. With tension already high between elves and humans, the whole mission risked betrayal from within. Trying a raid under those conditions felt premature at best. Yet Princess Altair saw the bigger picture. To her, this crisis was an opening, a chance to unite the Elven Kingdom with Danakil. She pushed back hard on the idea of exploiting the elves' weakened state. Philip Pilgrim agrees conquest was never the goal. He reminds the group that Polaris, once celebrated in Danakil as a hero, had already proven his worth driving out the Black Moon and Red Moon during the war 4 years back. Princess Altair explains that when Danakil got poisoned, Polaris refused to help, claiming he had no time, and even dumped all his Danakil-related stocks and land bonds. To him, the whole situation looked unsolvable. As a result, Danakil got left to fend for itself, desperate for aid. The elves were in even worse shape, having had zero diplomatic contact with humans for centuries. With nobody else to lean on, this moment became the opening. By helping both Danakil and the elves, Altair plans to pull them into an alliance that favors her instead of the human kingdoms like Cayenne, a strategic move to cut Polaris out and get ready for the long war ahead. Hearing all this, Zephyr also weighs the upside: Danakil's rich farmland, the Tree of Life's limitless healing, and a unified elven people. Altair's plan is working out even better than expected. Turns out Yggdrasil and the Elf Queen share similar goals. Now that the Queen's awake, she'll command the Forest Elves through the Tree of Life's bond, locking in their loyalty. A celebration kicks off as the group gathers and the Elf Queen raises a toast to their hard-won victory. Nearby, Darryl notices Yara sitting alone and walks over. Despite her wiping away tears, their easy back and forth turns into a light, genuine moment as they share apples and swap thoughts. Kiara says it's wild to think that less than 6 weeks ago, Zephyr and his crew first showed up. The dragon's beaten now, Elfenheim's reclaimed. She's relieved both her mother and the Tree of Life have recovered, and that he can finally step into his duties as the Queen's head arch. Darryl fires off a question, half teasing, but she reveals she's already decided to leave the forest soon. Later that night, while most of camp sleeps and a few can't. Like our boy Zephyr, Princess Altair gets ready to turn in for the night. But there's one important thing she needs to do first, and right as it crosses her mind, she hears a knock at her door. She knows people admire her for her beauty, her bloodline, her talent. They praise her, shower her with gifts, even pledge their lives to her, but none of them actually understand what she wants or who she truly needs protection from. Even before adulthood, she knew few would walk her path with her. She values her companions, but romance was never on the table with any of them. At some point, she accepted she might always be alone and figured that's something she could live with. Altair figures what she actually needs isn't a partner, but a weapon she can trust. She remembers the day her hope for a normal life shattered, when Polaris, corrupted and dangerous, reached for her. And she had to run. From that moment on, she knew feelings were a luxury she couldn't afford. Love to her only creates weakness, she believed. Choosing a political partner who could carry her to victory was the smart move. But then she looked at Zephyr and she'd started to question that whole belief. Ophelia, watching the shift in Altair since Zephyr showed up, comments to Ned how often the two are together lately. Zephyr would keep watch while Altair went to visit the elder. She recalls once asking the princess who'd protect her, to which Altair casually said the Tree of Life would handle it. But Ophelia knew it was really Zephyr. She confesses to feeling a little abandoned. Though she and the princess grew up like sisters, it now feels like she's just not needed anymore. She sits with Ned, drinking, frustrated and down. Ned notices and figures she's just unfamiliar with romance, or maybe she just doesn't vibe with Zephyr. Either way, he tells her to shake it off. He tells her to rest up for now and help his disciple later once she's back to herself. As she drinks, Ned wonders what his disciple's up to right now but reassures himself it's Zephyr's second run at this, he'll probably manage. Meanwhile, Zephyr approaches Altair's residence, oddly nervous. He remembers her words, beat the blue dragon in under 10 minutes and they'd pick up where they left off. He'd done exactly that and things were heating up before everything got interrupted. Standing outside her door now, worried, he wonders what surprises Altair's got waiting. He remembers Altair casting the kiss of darkness on him, forcing him to spill details about his past life. After that, he kissed her without thinking twice and just rode the moment. But she pulled back before it went further. He knows Altair has feelings for him too, but to her, he's someone she's known for barely a month. She doesn't remember their past lives, so her feelings naturally aren't as far along as his. Still, he's willing to let her set the pace, even though he fully expects her to make it up to him someday. There's more important stuff to sort out anyway, like plotting their next move or examining the dragon heart. So he steps into her room and, the second he looks at her, he realizes, it's okay to just soften up for once. Altair looks away shy, then meets his gaze, thinking about everything she'd planned to say, but now, nerves scrambling her brain, it all slips away. Without a word, he kisses her right there at the door. She notes quietly how sweet it tastes. That night, they lie beside each other. Before this, she'd believed she'd live her whole life alone, that love just didn't matter. But he changed that. He gave her more love than she ever thought possible, and she gave it right back. Altair once believed she was walking a lonely, thorny path all by herself, but he'd always been right there beside her the whole time. He thinks back to the night he told her about his past and how hard it hit her. She'd tried to bury her own loneliness, but now she can't even imagine the pain he's carried, losing everyone, forced to keep going alone. Her heart aches for him. She'd lain awake that whole night, restless, desperate to do something, anything for him. That's when it finally clicked. This is love, and she's fallen for him too. On day 44 of the lockdown in the 3rd parish, Fade holds a dagger to a priestess's throat. She freezes, thinking the sacred barrier around the parish should have made this impossible, yet here he is. Fade and Sissy came here for a completely different reason though, finding this wasn't the plan. He demands to know who supplied her with the poisons she's carrying. Elsewhere, Darryl trains with his bow. He recalls being 15 the day his mother briefly woke up. In that moment she gave birth to, and said this little girl was born with a different fate, destined to leave the forest one day. Now that she's grown and ready to go, she's chosen to leave with Zephyr, saying it might be fun and maybe she'll even run into Fate out there too. But Darryl questions Kiara's sadness at the banquet. Was it really just about leaving, or something deeper? Maybe it's the lingering rumors among the elves. He remembers the whispers, her striking eyes and vibrant hair make some suspect she's half human. Some even claim that's why the queen was punished and why the forest's life force has been fading. He figures maybe she really doesn't belong in the forest at all. Still practicing, he's surprised when his mother shows up to watch. She just smiles and says it's impressive. Darryl catches sight of her too, startled he hadn't sensed her arrive. She tells him she came just to hear his sound. After listening, she calls it the most beautiful sound in the world. With both parents finally present, his mother awakening his father into physical form for the first time in decades, Darryl feels a wave of gratitude, silently thanking Zephyr. His mother studies his form and gently points out his stance is uneven. His aim's on point, but she tells him to shoot from the heart and trust the people around him. As part of his path toward the moon title, she hands him a new task. Leave the forest and take Kiara with him. Elsewhere, Philip Pilgrim shows up with an urgent letter for Princess Altair. Zephyr opens the door and after a brief flicker of surprise, takes the message dead seriously once he spots the seal. A meeting gets called on short notice. At the gathering, Altair thanks everyone for showing up fast. She announces that, as agreed with the Elf Queen, Kiara and Darryl are now official party members. Both express their thanks. Though Darryl quietly teases Kiara for previously insisting she'd leave alone, she's embarrassed, pointing out she had no way of knowing her mother's plan. Earlier that morning, Kiara's mother handed her the last remaining seed of the Tree of Life. She reminded Kiara of her destiny, foretold long ago to leave the forest and raise a new tree. As the last queen of the forest, she entrusts Kiara with leading the next generation and building a kingdom that can survive whatever's coming. This mission, she says, might be the only way their people make it through. Kiara's mother explains she's the only one built for this specific task, given her unique nature. Her bond with Lord Yggdrasil runs weaker because she was born an empty vessel meant to channel the power of a new tree. She hands Kiara the seed box and clarifies that weaker bond with her father was intentional, designed to make her look smaller and less important than the others. Kiara learns it was all deliberate because she's the miracle child they've been hoping for all along. Reflecting on the moment, Kiara gets emotional. She'd felt joy when her mother woke up, but also fear underneath it. Deep down, she worried her mother might confirm a painful truth she didn't want to hear, enough that part of her wanted to leave without ever talking to her. Now she realizes just how deeply her parents cared and how aware they were of her inner struggle. Grateful, she walks away, no longer needing to carry those doubts. Back in the present, Princess Altair praises Darul for his performance during the dragon raid, assuring him his efforts haven't gone unnoticed. She informs him that he and his partner now count among the 10 great warriors and will be key members on future missions, meetings, assignments, and full access to supplies, intel, and resources on request. As the meeting kicks off, she lays out 2 urgent letters before deciding which one to tackle first. First, Philip Pilgrim raises a hand and offers clarification. One letter comes from a contact in his caravan stationed near the 3rd parish. He explains that after clearing the Dungeon Princess, one of the world's hardest quests, Lord Lucius, the Holy One, locked the area down and vanished from public view. Many suspect it's a play to hide the actual location of the Dragonheart, the quest's final reward. Zephyr, knowing few people are aware he's from the future, anticipates what everyone else might assume. The possibilities range from Lucius recovering after absorbing the dragon heart, to secretly selling it and covering his tracks, to just faking the whole thing so the dragon heart never existed. Whatever the truth, the situation's already triggered chaos among investors. The dragon heart's potential auction value would shatter records, so its disappearance is raising eyebrows. Philip explains that if Lucius really did absorb or dump the heart before verification, or if the whole thing was a fabricated promise, he's staring down years of legal trouble. Meanwhile, the Temple of Light, having hyped the Dragonheart to draw investment, will likely take the financial hit. To cover themselves, the investors have already assembled legal teams. The Temple's financial board looks ready to shove all the blame onto Lucius to dodge the fallout themselves. Philip explains Lucius is also badly behind on payments for borrowing the Stake of Faith, a legendary relic. As a result, the Vatican's Holy Relic management team has been sent to demand repayment. Meanwhile, others have shown up hunting for Lord Olden, all contact with whom has vanished. They're accusing Lucius of harming him, drawing in several figures who have flooded the 3rd parish, including the head of the Temple Knights from the 4th parish. And a wave of adventurers hoping to snag a spot among the 10 great warriors after hearing about Olden and the Twin Knights' deaths. With so many factions converging at once, the 3rd parish is unstable and on the edge of a siege. The troops are getting agitated, demanding entry, determined to confront Lucius and reclaim their investment. Ned points out that the 3rd parish, already weakened by the raid, won't hold long without reinforcements if a siege actually kicks off. Turning to the 2nd letter, Ned asks what could possibly be more urgent. Philip explains it comes from a butler at Lindell Fortress, concerning the recent defeat of a knight representing Lord Ophelia in the ongoing marriage competition. What makes it significant is the weapon used, a renowned blade tied straight to Zephyr's past. Zephyr immediately recognizes the weapon as Requiem, the legendary sword once wielded by Blade Master John Howell, the highest-ranked member of the 10 Great Warriors. A while later at Lindell Fortress, an old man tells Zephyr the visitors already waiting inside. Zephyr reflects that Requiem was his final weapon in a past life, though neither he nor the Blade Master had it at this point in time. Stepping into the room, he spots a warrior enjoying himself surrounded by girls. Our boy instantly clocks him as Adirius, the Blade Master's final disciple. Adirius also notices Zephyr and casually asks who he is. Meanwhile, Zephyr already knows exactly who this guy is. The moment he showed up, he became the strongest person on the continent, which seriously grinds his gears. That title, strongest on the continent, traces back to a single night. 5 years ago, at Cayenne Palace, Lord Lucas gets congratulated for beating mercenary King Gladys both through strategy and raw combat. Despite the praise, he humbly claims he's only the 6th strongest warrior on the continent. Everyone's floored. Even King Leo perks up, interested in hearing more. So he lists out everyone stronger than him. Number 1, Blade Master John Howell, followed by Henrik the Grand Sorcerer, Roland the Blessed Knight of the Sky Temple, and others. 7th place goes to Daril. 8th is Dominique from the Temple of Light. 9th, the mercenary King Gladys, and 10th, the Twin Knights. Back in the present, before Zephyr's trip to Lindell, Philip Pilgrim recalls how Lucius's popularity helped the rankings spread fast across the continent. Plenty of self-proclaimed warriors challenged the names on the list, only to get crushed, cementing the rankings further. Over time, it became the accepted official ranking of the 10 Great Warriors. After the mercenary king got executed for treason, Ophelia climbed to 9th place by defeating the Twin Knights. Since then, the rankings have stayed frozen for 2. Daril thinks back to a fight 7 years earlier when he tangled with a powerful human knight near the forest's edge, clueless at the time about the guy's fame. Now, learning he's considered one of the 10 great warriors, he questions the whole list's credibility. He notes Zephyr looks way stronger than him and even Ned isn't on there at all. Zephyr replies the list was made 5 years ago, back when they were both still growing. They'd also deliberately kept a low profile, too much attention makes it harder to move freely. Ned adds that regardless of the list's origins, getting officially added now means beating a ranked warrior and presenting proof, usually something belonging to the fallen fighter. That's become the unspoken rule. Zephyr's mind drifts back to his past life when Adirius's arrival kicked off a wave of chaos. Adirius had claimed his master handed him the legendary sword Requiem right before dying, a declaration that pulled in a flood of challengers gunning for his spot among the great warriors. Around the same time, Ned got branded a wanted man for stealing the Black Dragon's heart, adding even more instability to the region. Princess Altair notes that this mystery newcomer wielding Requiem Blade Master John Howell's legendary sword is claiming to be the master's final disciple. If true, that's an urgent matter. She adds that John Howell holds special significance for the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers, as one of the few capable of derailing his plans. Also known as the Sorceress Elva or the White Queen, John Howell's true form is said to be the White Dragon, an identity wrapped in secrecy and power. She's the one credited with teaching ancient Median magic, a form long thought lost. Elsie's shocked to hear about a dragon's disciple for the first time and wonders how that magic resurfaced at all. She notes how the princess just seems to attract rare fortune. Meanwhile, Darrell questions the name John, assuming a man, but Kiara points out names vary and John might just be a play on the sword technique or an outright fake identity. What shocks everyone most is the claim this woman is a dragon in. Edwin brings up the legend that the White Dragon was killed by the Black Dragon 1,000 years ago. Altair corrects him, the White Dragon wasn't killed, just sealed away, and every 100 years takes physical form to train a new disciple. Her own master's incarnation, she explains, vanished 6 years ago when her time in the physical world ran out. Which raises the question, how could this new disciple have trained under her since then? Kiara guesses the guy might just be lying. Privately, Princess Altair concludes Adirius really is her master's disciple, something she knows through Zephyr. But saying so out loud would open a can of worms, especially since only she and Ned know about the future. She decides the safest path is steering the conversation without giving too much away. Philip Pilgrim shifts the focus to the real issue, the sword. If Requiem were fake, this wouldn't be nearly as serious. But the blade's genuine, carrying immense power, and it can't fall into the hands of the Demon Lord worshippers, he insists. He questions why Adirius would even enter the marriage tournament, knowing the duel was public and impossible to hide. He asks if there's any chance the sword's a replica. Zephyr, though, points out the suspicious timing of it all, prompting Princess Altair to encourage him to elaborate. Zephyr explains that from the Demon Lord worshippers' perspective, their plans have taken major hits. They failed to grab the dragon heart and lost both Olden and the Twin Knights. Even so, they managed to recruit Matthias, a close ally of the Holy One, buying inside access to the Third Parish. To muddy the waters further, Zephyr says they planted clues to turn the worshippers on each other, signs of Olden's demon transformation. Traces of lightning damage pointing to Dragon King-style martial arts, one of Jin Riyang's disciples likely showing up on scene, plus a rare poison that shouldn't have been there at all. All of it engineered to shift suspicion inward. Zephyr concludes that Jin Riyang, the Holy One, and the agent known as the Tarantula, who joined the worshippers 3 years ago, likely teamed up to take out Olden. Zephyr wonders aloud how the worshippers could pull off something this reckless when their whole order's stability is on the line. He explains anyone accused of betrayal will be forced to hunt outside their ranks to prove innocence. Doing so, they'll eventually realize Ned alone isn't running the whole show. Lucius will likely take the fall as prime suspect, but sharper minds will start considering a hidden mastermind. Someone working behind the scenes, orchestrating the events, handing out roles to both Ned and the Holy One. Princess Altair catches the implication. Eventually, suspicion might land on her. Philip Pilgrim seeks clarity. Is Zephyr saying that real sword and disciple or not, this whole thing could be a setup to bring her down? Zephyr confirms it, pointing out how conveniently Adirius appeared and how risky it'd be for the princess to travel to Lindell right now. They discuss how to verify the sword's authenticity. Princess Altair mentions Requiem is said to react to dragon hearts. If Zephyr touches it, he might feel something. He agrees to head to Lindell immediately. If the sword's real, he'll retrieve it. If it's a trap, he'll deal with it himself. With that, he arrives in Lindell before sunset. On the other side, Adirius waits, having expected the PR, asks about Zephyr's identity. Meanwhile, Zephyr figures the head of the Demon Lord worshippers has probably heard the rumors about Adirius by now, though he won't act just yet. Despite his wariness of the Blade Master, he doesn't expect any real interference for the next couple years. Zephyr didn't come here for Adirius's fame, he's got a completely different reason. Noticing him, one of the girls challenges Zephyr, defending Adirius's win and daring him to speak up. Before it can escalate, Adirius calmly steps forward, joking that his master told him he'd find interesting warriors here. He seems genuinely amused to have found someone worth fighting this fast. When Adirius offers to take the fight elsewhere, Zephyr agrees but warns him to listen closely. Internally, Zephyr senses his arrogance. The guy practically expects to be followed like a dog answering its master. He activates Dragon Tongue, and as it kicks in, Adirius finds his body moving against his will and collapses. Confused, without another word, Zephyr turns and walks off. The girls, watching it all unfold in a panic, don't know what to do next. She notes that Adirius has been carried off, and whatever skills Zephyr used had some kind of unusual, powerful effect. The girl Nina suggests they go help him, uneasy about the dangerous look in Zephyr's eyes. But a nun sent from the Sky Temple to the Baron's family steps in, saying there's no need. She believes Adirius can handle this himself and tells them to stay out of it. She recalls the day Adirius first showed up at the fortress, quietly sitting at the edge of a building when Nina joined him. She admitted regret that a month had already passed and apologized for keeping him at their fortress, urging him to seek out Princess Altair like his teacher wanted. Adirius said he'd get to it eventually, explaining he couldn't just walk away with so many monsters still threatening the area. Nina remembers how Adirius single-handedly saved the fortress during a major monster wave. Rough around the edges, sure, but she respects the heart behind it. The sister jokes that someone might be falling for him. She adds that as stronger monsters kept appearing, Adirius fought with more and more intensity, often skipping rest, food, or sleep. Eventually he charged solo into the boss monster's den and beat it a week later, after wearing it down and toying with it mid-battle. His fighting looked almost possessed, wild, unrelenting. Over the next 6 months, Adirius cleared 3 nearby territories of monsters. Baron Risha, impressed by his strength, thanks him for defending the lands and marvels that someone only 18 could be this powerful. Knowing full well Adirius's goal is marrying Princess Altair, he proposes his own daughter instead, promising to make it worth his while. Adirius politely declines, insisting he has to go to the princess, but the Baron pushes for his daughter to come along regardless. The sister backs the idea, noting Adirius is reckless and locked onto battle above everything else. She warns he doesn't handle getting interrupted mid-fight very well. When Nina asks for advice, she suggests they follow Adirius from a distance and just watch quietly. Meanwhile, outside, Zephyr sips tea calmly while Adirius lies tied up on the ground. But Adirius soon manages to break free of the restraints, shouting triumphantly that he's free. Zephyr watches with mild surprise. Most knights would need at least 30 minutes to break a basic dragon tongue. Adirius does it in just 12, clear proof of the powerful item he's carrying. Adirius also hadn't expected a human to wield such advanced dragon magic, and the feeling reminds him of his own master. He starts wondering about Zephyr's true nature, dragon servant maybe, or someone carrying a dragon heart. He activates Cradle of the Earth, a rare ability tied to the white dragon, letting the user hide items in an underground stash. Adirius quickly decides it doesn't matter. His master warned him never to go easy on opponents like Zephyr. He formally introduces himself, disciple of Blademaster John Howell. Seeing him, our boy immediately knows why he's above most warriors. Exceptional natural talent, elite training, and a legendary item. That item's the Silver Lion Mithril Armor, forged from the bones of the White Dragon. It nullifies a whole range of debuffs, resisting temperature extremes, poison, curses, and even the weakening effects of dragon skills. That armor explains how Adirius has survived brutal battles and even fought dragons without possessing a dragon heart of his own. Zephyr notes the armor and quietly sizes up his combat potential. Then he pulls his own weapon from his silver key. His sword, Graham, is a legendary dragon-slaying blade forged 1,000 years ago. Zephyr reveals it's freshly soaked in dragon's blood and confirms he's carrying a dragon heart in his own chest. To test him, Zephyr pours water into a glass and lays down a challenge. If a single drop spills during their fight, Adirius wins. If that happens, Zephyr hands over both Graham and the dragon heart. Adirius asks if he wants Requiem back in exchange, but the boy replies that if he wins, he can keep his sword. Zephyr just earns the right to slap a nickname on him, suggesting playful insults like Whitey Baddock or just Mutt, as the duel kicks off. Zephyr mocks him for crawling around for 12 minutes under dragon tongue, saying Mutt's already a generous nickname for someone his level of sharp. With that, the two clash. Zephyr strikes first and Adirius blocks it, acknowledging his confidence. He raises the stakes, promising to become Zephyr's willing lapdog if he loses. Both fighters push forward at full power. Adirius quickly clocks Zephyr's skill, impressed how effortlessly he swings a massive sword one-handed. Curious to test his own strength, he activates Lion's Roar, a unique skill from the Silver Lion mithril armor. With his defenses spiked, he launches an aggressive attack, but Zephyr counters instantly, hitting hard enough to send him crashing off with a massive blast. His girls and an old man watching from the sidelines note that Adirius has grown even stronger since their last meeting. Meanwhile, Adirius leaps into the air and charges straight at Zephyr, sword crackling with energy. But our boy calmly blocks the strike, which only pumps Adirius up more. He calls it a real challenge finally, but to his shock, Zephyr suddenly fires off his dark hand spell, gripping Adirius midair and slamming him into the ground with brutal force. Stunned, Adirius has no idea where all this power's coming from. He can't move at all, like something invisible is pinning his entire body down. Zephyr stands there calmly, still holding his glass of water. For Adirius, it clicks. Zephyr just used Dragon's Way, a technique powered by an absorbed dragon heart. The ability lets the user summon the dragon's image as it once was, granting them the same power and abilities, using telekinesis. Zephyr subdues him, drifting into thoughts of the past. In his previous life, Adirius was already considered the strongest of the 10 great warriors, a top priority recruit. Zephyr had always planned to test him exactly like this. Now, seeing his current level, he realizes Adirius still has a long way to climb, and will likely leap forward dramatically in strength later in life. He recalls the exact cause of that growth spurt, and feels relieved he didn't just wander off from Lindell Fortress out of boredom, otherwise their paths might have never crossed again. Back then, Zephyr wouldn't have had the strength to restrain Adirius at all, but this time will be different. In this life, he becomes the first genuinely tough opponent Zephyr's faced since leaving his master's side. He sees potential in him, believing this time he'll grow stronger not alone but with Adirius as his sword. As their fight wraps up, Zephyr acknowledges his win and tells him to accept him as master, slapping him with the nickname Moot. Scene shifts to 6 years earlier. A gray-haired woman, Princess Altair's teacher, grabs her arm and tells her time's almost up. She calls Altair her beloved final disciple, says she's taught her everything she knows. Though her instruction is incomplete, she trusts Altair will find a way to finish the magic herself. She stresses the importance of taking down the head of the demon lord worshippers. After 25 years in this physical incarnation, the teacher reflects on the long road behind her, full of failures and a few standout students. Some quit halfway, others got lost to corruption. But Altair stood firm through it all. The teacher's proud to call her a final student, confident she'll keep fighting and inspire hope in the world. She quietly wishes she could have healed her disciples' emotional wounds completely, and hopes someone will stand by Altair when she herself eventually reunites with her original form. As her physical form starts to dissolve, she senses something's wrong. Instead of returning peacefully, her spirit gets yanked elsewhere like it's caught in a trap, disoriented, struggling to breathe even in spirit form. She finds herself somewhere strange, choked with dust. In her weakened state, she ends up trapped inside the body of a small lizard and gets scooped up by a young orphan boy, Adirius. He casually debates grilling or boiling her, totally oblivious to who she really is. The dragon spirit internally is in absolute disbelief at the sheer absurdity of getting eaten by a kid. Back in the present, Adirius explains how he became the Blade Master's disciple. She trained him in swordsmanship until her physical form faded about 6 months ago. Before parting, she entrusted him with a sword and armor, asking him to aid Princess Altair. Adirius, true to his word, especially when a bet's involved, now pledges himself as a loyal follower ready to do whatever's asked of him. Watching all this, Zephyr's pleased. Adirius, once wild and untamed, now shows some humility and discipline, proof this encounter tempered him. Zephyr sees the change as inevitable, and knowing exactly how hard it must have been for a battle-hungry warrior to train in seclusion under a dragon. Meanwhile, badly beaten, Adirius reflects on how flat combat's felt since leaving his master. Bandits, knights, even boss monsters, none of it's a real challenge anymore. Disillusioned, he starts wondering if this is all fighting has left to offer, and where he'll ever find that thrill again. But after meeting Zephyr, it feels like he's finally found his answer. Adirius knows Zephyr hasn't shown his full hand yet, and he's dying to figure out what he's hiding. He wants to fight him again someday, convinced next time he'll actually win. But he also gets that raising a warrior like him is basically like raising a dog. You can't just train them to bite on command. Zephyr jokingly asks if he wants snacks and a game of fetch too. Adirius fires back excited, promising he'll have the energy for whatever's needed. Hearing that, Zephyr waves him closer, then suddenly flicks him so hard his forehead caves in on impact. The force sends Adirius crashing into the wall with a thunderous boom. Afterwards, Zephyr calmly reminds him to keep his distance and warns him not to forget the white dragon, his master, won't return to the physical world for a long, long time. Her final message was simple: protect the princess. And Zephyr questions whether risking his life in a duel is really the best way to honor that. Zephyr finds his whole personality grating. He can't ignore that Adirius won the marriage tournament, giving him a legitimate say in certain matters. Zephyr's got no plans to run him off but decides it's smart to keep him under close watch. Adirius accepts and thanks him for which prompts Zephyr, casually loading his hand with mana, to reply he'll need some kind of safety measure just in case. 2 days later, in the third parish of the Temple of Light, Ned, spying nearby, spots something troubling. Even though these knights belong to different factions, they're all technically temple knights, but using the potion of true sight, which exposes the hidden marks of demon lord worshippers. He sees the truth: a lot of them have already been compromised. Ophelia, alongside him, explains the worshippers have likely infiltrated or even taken over these units. For now, they're just flexing. Since they still operate under the temple's banner, they won't launch a full siege without a solid excuse, like ironclad proof of Cardinal Olden's murder or theft of the dragon's heart. Until then, they'll wait, ready to strike the second the moment comes. That's why Zephyr told them it all comes down to timing. Since the enemy hasn't found their excuse yet, that's a small relief. Ned and Ophelia are here to scout the situation and make contact with Lucius, still under lockdown. They got picked for their speed and stealth, but an unexpected wrinkle pops up. Because of the power in the bands they're wearing, they're forced to hold hands, which neither of them loves. Right before leaving the great elfin forest, the elf queen gave them these bracelets. According to her, holding hands while wearing them triggers a combined stealth effect, something they've got no choice but to rely on now. Both of them are visibly annoyed at the hand-holding, but Altair reminds them they already agreed to it. She explained the mission includes keeping standout threats from interfering people like the smiling woman. Ophelia's the only one who can recognize her, making her presence essential. Meanwhile, the third parish is already prepping for invasion, using enchanted items to lay traps and build hidden tombs, turning the whole parish into a makeshift dungeon. Ned had actually helped Lucius set up the traps, so he knows exactly where every item's placed and how it works. Altair saw the value in pairing them up and pushed them into holding hands to keep the shared stealth going. The suggestion left both of them visibly uncomfortable, wondering exactly what they've signed up for. A while back, after the dragon raid wrapped, Altair ordered the party members from Danakil and the Magic Tower to stay in the forest for a while, and told the healers to help with recovery in the meantime. Meanwhile, the mage Amelia felt nervous about the assignment. She was hoping Altair would recommend her for her thesis, and this delay threw her off. Daisy tried to reassure her, pointing out that staying close to the elven princess could seriously boost her academic career. Amelia quickly saw the opportunity. She also recalled Altair asking them to build a special tool for the Ice Dragon raid. Seeing her shot to make a name for herself, Daisy eagerly shared her blueprints and designs, hoping to prove herself a loyal servant to the princess. To pull it off, she knew she'd need Amelia's help, so she started courting her support. After that, the rest of the party members got sent to the third parish. Back at camp, Zephyr forces Adirius into onion-cutting duty by triggering training mode through his silver helmet. The helmet, a gift from the White Dragon, hides a feature that can be activated via Dragon Tongue. Adirius, clearly annoyed, blames the White Dragon for leaving that function on. Now he's stuck chopping onions against his will. Meanwhile, Zephyr casually controls the training mode nearby, working the lion's emblem on Adirius's helmet. Triggering it remotely lets him keep Adirius busy while giving himself a chance to rest. Still, Zephyr knows Adirius isn't here purely for the fighting. He senses this kid's meant for more, that in a few years he'll awaken a different talent that could completely reshape his path. A lot of people depend on him without even knowing it. In his past life, their whole effort failed, and though Adirius gave everything, he couldn't save everyone. Zephyr understands that if Adirius ever loses his way, the fallout could be catastrophic. He's even prepared to kill him if it comes to that. At the same time, Zephyr's cooking up food for their new guest, knowing they're probably arriving at the third parish by now. He's also got a serious problem to work out before heading over, namely, why he couldn't summon the Sword of Light during his fight with Black Moon. He knows if low stats were really the reason, he shouldn't have been able to fight the worshipper's leader either, so there's some strange secrecy pact at play. Glancing at the silver key in his hand, he realizes he has to figure this out before setting foot in the Temple of Light. A while later, Zephyr forges two powerful weapons, which catch Adirius completely off guard. Shocked, he shows real excitement, prompting Zephyr to ask if he can use anything besides a sword. The boy eagerly says yes, assuming it's a gift, only to get clocked by the hammer's sudden weight and the axe too. knocking him flat, noting the axe actually feels better. Zephyr hands it over and orders him to chop down a tree outside and carve a cute little squirrel into it. Adirius is visibly unimpressed. But Zephyr pushes, casually mentioning the others managed it fine, implying he might not have proper control over his own mana. That hits a nerve. Fueled by ego, Adirius yells that he can absolutely do it. Without hesitation, Zephyr sets a deadline done within a few hours, no leaving the castle grounds. To lock it in, he triggers a command through the silver helmet, boxing Adirius inside a set perimeter. Shocked by the restriction, Adirius follows orders anyway and rushes off to get started. Meanwhile, Zephyr returns to his own work and activates the silver key, ready to face whatever it reveals. Meanwhile, in the underground waterways of the third parish, Ned and Ophelia slip through the shadows. The parish itself is massive, practically a fortress, high walls and food stores enough to hold out even fully sealed off. This time, even the carrier pigeons are blocked, cutting off the smiling woman and the worshippers from getting any word out. But the sewage system remains a weak point. It can't be fully sealed. And Ned knows it's the most likely route for anyone trying to slip in. Opening a rusted door, he uses a magic tool called the Labyrinth Maker, a device that warps space, letting only those who follow a specific choice pass through. Its location itself is magically hidden too. He reminds Ophelia of the method he explained earlier. To activate the path, both of them have to dance an awkward but necessary ritual to satisfy the entry requirements. Embarrassed, they push through the steps, Ophelia quietly questioning what kind of madman designed this. As they go, each specific dance unlocks a different layer of the magical entrance. But when they hit the ballroom dance requirement, a flub sends Ophelia stepping right on Ned's foot. As a result, they fail to meet the full entrance condition and get instantly ejected from the pathway, forced to start the whole thing over. At the same time, inside the main building, Lucius gazes out the window. Without warning, someone sneaks up and holds a knife to his head. Despite the threat, Lucius stays calm, more surprised anyone slipped past his heavy security at all than actually scared. With a faint smile, he turns his head slightly, curious what this intruder wants from him. The intruder announces a robbery, but Lucius calmly replies he's got nothing left to steal. With a quick spin, he grabs the intruder, only to realize it's his wife playfully teasing him. The tension melts into laughter as the two start flirting, sharing a light, affectionate moment. Later, after some personal time together, they sit down for dinner. The Holy One feels relieved to have a peaceful moment like this after so long. For Lucius, it's almost a holiday, a rare stretch of calm. Ever since he purged the parish of demon worshippers, nearly half its high-ranking priests have been removed. The raid also claimed plenty of temple knights, leaving a real shortage of capable people for key roles. Amidst all the mounting pressure, these quiet moments with his family feel like a blessing. He knows heavier battles are coming, and when they do, there will be little room for gatherings like this. He tenses up, recalling when a holy priest from the central parish told him that if he cleared the abominable princess's dungeon and reported the results to the temple, they'd consider releasing the woman he brought back from the Twilight Mansion. Until then, she'd stay confined in the third parish. According to the priest, that was already a generous offer, since temple rules technically said she should have been in the underground prison. The whole situation leaves him confused. A woman who spent 100 years inside a dungeon with strange powers might not even be human. Still, he knows her freedom rests entirely on the priest in charge and the Inquisition's majority vote. That's why he's considering clearing the princess's tomb. It's the only shot at winning that priest's vote, but he can't fully trust them. The temple's unlikely to just let her go. His wife also suspects some of the temple's higher-ups might secretly follow the demon lord and could vote against her. Worst case, if things go sideways, she could face something far worse. Keeping her safe stays Lucius's top priority. Just as she prepares to head back to isolation, she suddenly loses consciousness, catching him totally off guard. A Holy One immediately suspects sleeping gas, likely someone's handiwork, and instantly activates his rosary's dimension magic, throwing up a barrier around himself. The barrier shields him from further exposure, but he still needs to find the intruder. Sir, surprisingly, the intruder just reveals himself without hesitation. It's Fade, already sitting right beside him. Casually smoking, Lucius hadn't even noticed him arrive. Despite his relaxed posture, Fade leaves no openings. Lucius spots a tattoo on the man's arm, one belonging to the legendary Assassin Guild. That realization unsettles him. If this man really is Guild, he's likely a master of both combat and poison. Such toxins might barely touch Lucius himself, but they'd hit his wife and son hard. What throws him off, though, is the sleeping gas. A true assassin would more logically use poison to take hostages and demand something for the antidote. This intruder's timing, confidence, and behavior all feel off. Lucius starts to suspect this might be some kind of test, maybe a riddle with a deeper meaning. He wonders if this man was sent by his father. Fade confirms it, implying Lucius's mind is still sharp, exactly as it should be. Lucius's father is Duke Zarya, leader of the Cyan Kingdom's Eastern Alliance. His territory hosts plenty of high-profile guests, and rumor has it that includes royals from fallen kingdoms, even assassins. Fade reveals the Duke sent him to check on his son. He explains he infiltrated the temple a week ago, sized up the situation, and even forced a priest to cooperate using truth serum. He also confirmed whether Lucius had been infected with the worm. This catches Lucius off guard hard, but he quickly seizes the opening to make a request, asking Fade to tell his father he plans to repay the loss of the dragon heart by investing in the princess. Fade agrees and adds Lucius's wife and son will wake in 6 hours, so there's no need for purification magic. With that settled, Fade shifts to the real reason he's here, tone turning serious as he asks about Zephyr. Lucius starts to question how Fade even knows that name, but Fade cuts him off, warning that he's not the one who should be asking questions here. He should be thinking about what happens if he answers wrong. Fade goes on to reveal he's poisoned the top 50 priests with a slow-acting toxin and left traces of it scattered throughout the area. Eventually, they'll be forced to escape through the culvert. This deeply worries Lucius. The culvert's part of the sewage system, and if even one of them slips out that way, their testimony hands everyone else the excuse they need to act. Everyone waiting for a reason to move against him, maybe even launch a siege, would finally get what they need. Fade then pulls out a small bottle with the antidote, offering to hand it over, but only if Lucius reveals everything he knows about Zephyr. The third parish culvert isn't just some ordinary passage, it's wrapped in a space-distorting force field requiring specific magic to enter. Anything inside, though, can exit freely. Security measures include stationed soldiers. But the strongest layer of defense is the hidden runestones and the magic formation linking them, completely invisible to the naked eye. Their whole purpose is simple: trigger alarms the second anyone passes through without authorization. Sure enough, Lucius hears multiple alarms ringing out in sequence, confirming everything Fade just told him. Fade presses harder, warning only 5 minutes remain, demanding the information now. Despite the pressure, Lucius holds his ground. He argues his knights are already deployed in the chamber beside the culvert and can handle the priests easily. At the same time, something clicks for Lucius. Fade's offered him the antidote, yet insists the priests are already inside the culvert. That means the poison can be purged remotely, even without the antidote. Charging his holy light into his relic, Lucius confidently figures that if he takes down Fade now, he might still find a way to force detox the affected priests. Feeling the balance shift his way, the Holy One demands to know who Fade really is, but Fade's already a step ahead. Without hesitating, he pulls out the rosaries of Lucius's knights and calmly reveals they've already been put to sleep. Meanwhile, in the knights' waiting room, they're all knocked out cold, lost in their own dreams. Back in the chamber, Fade draws his blade and points it at Lucius, saying the only one at a disadvantage here is him, fight or stall as he pleases. But before he can finish, someone strikes him from behind with a thunderclap hard slap. It's Ned. Fade reels, shocked. Guard up or not, this guy still landed a hit. For a second he wonders if it's some trick of Lucius's, but seeing Lucius just as stunned, he realizes it's not. His head starts spinning, disorientation setting in as a strange scent lingers in the air. While he'd been focused on the room, something must have slipped right past his senses. Unbeknownst to him, it's Ned's mist bracelet, an artifact with an unusually strong stealth effect, even wearing just one side of the pair. Fade grows increasingly uneasy. Watching Ned's stance, he realizes the man's deliberately hiding his weapon, keeping every move unreadable. Meanwhile, Ned sticks to a hit-and-run strategy, fully aware that trading close quarters blows with a poison user like Fade is a losing game. Suddenly, Fade draws his whip sword and starts swinging it wildly. The whip's laced with poison and his attacks sweep the whole area, leaving zero margin for error. Still, Ned dodges every strike with precision. As he evades, he remembers something Zephyr told him about Fade. If the chance ever comes, try to convince him to join the party. Ned's a little worried. But according to Zephyr, Fade's the perfect person for this job. He doesn't respect the weak, so if Ned beats him, there's a real shot he'll switch sides. Zephyr also warned Fade's a poison user. And one of his toxins boosts his physical strength. The exact intensity varies depending on type and dose. But even at its peak, it won't top Ned's own strength. Ned knows Zephyr's sending him on another ridiculous errand, but deep down he gets why. Zephyr trusts him not just for his strength, but because Ned's the only one who can dispel stealth magic. On top of that, he carries the Elf Queen's blessing, making him uniquely suited for this exact fight. Back in the present, Lucius breathes a sigh of relief seeing Ned. His presence confirms the dragon raid went off successfully too. With that settled, Lucius knows what he has to do next. Meanwhile, Fade stands face to face with Ned, still trying to process what just happened. He's puzzled not just about how his stealth got cracked, but about the strange force Ned used on him. Something about it feels weirdly familiar. Meanwhile, down in the culverts, Ophelia takes down the poison priests, grateful she stayed near the entrance, especially after stepping on Ned's foot 12 times during that dance. But it's been an hour since Ned went in, and she knows it's time to follow. To prep, she uses a magical seed given to her by the elves. Pouring water over it, the seed transforms into a large, root-covered tree creature. Once fully formed, she orders it to guard the entrance, then heads in. Worried Ned might need her backup. Elsewhere in the angel room, Mercedes hears loud crashing sounds from the main hall. She rushes in only to find Zephyr already there. Surprised, she demands an explanation for his sudden arrival. Zephyr, though, brushes her off, casually claiming he's just upgrading the place's decor. Without waiting for a response, he starts smashing furniture and ornaments with his axe. Jockeying Mercedes, she starts yelling at him to stop, insisting these things are valuable and irreplaceable. But Zephyr, visibly irritated, insists he'll replace them with better ones once he's done. Just as he raises his axe again, the ancient turtle-shaped clock in the room lets out a loud chime. Zephyr pauses, muttering that time's up. He then presents Mercedes with a large, marinated rack of blue dragon ribs prepared using his grandfather's recipe. The dish is coated with a special poison. A normal knife can't even scratch the meat. According to him, he used a toxin called venom spear, then purified it with black moonstone to strip out the harmful properties. After neutralizing its effect, he sealed the purified venom into a jar in liquid form. To cook the ribs, he uses weak flames from dragon breath, applying just enough heat to slowly roast the meat to perfect tenderness. The result? A rare delicacy. Even Mercedes, for a brief moment, gets drawn in by the rich aroma. But she quickly reminds herself this might be part of his scheme. She plays along, telling Zephyr she designed the room for him to do whatever he wants, cook, destroy, indulge, but warns him if he thinks chaos will help his cause, he's dead wrong. She calls his behavior pointless, but Zephyr calmly starts slicing the meat and offers her a taste. Despite her irritation, Mercedes can't resist the flavor. As she bites in, Zephyr casually asks how it tastes, but his tone flips suddenly. He grabs her by the mouth, calling them all untrustworthy and demanding to know what really happened. He's furious. He'd believed the Sword of Light was meant for him, but right as he was about to use it, he got told he couldn't. Mercedes insists she has no idea what he's talking about. But Zephyr doesn't buy it. He throws her to the ground in frustration, declaring that if deception's the game they want to play, he'll just do whatever he wants. That's exactly what he does. He sits on the throne without hesitation and announces his time as a tool is over. From now on, he'll sit back, eat, and let the gods watch. If they want anything from him, they'd better pay more. He then orders the angel to, believe him. Mercedes, furious at his arrogance, can't believe a mere human would talk to them this way and act so shamelessly, just as she prepares to retaliate. Two glowing letters descend from the sky and crash before the throne. She's stunned the gods actually responded to his tantrum. She turns to Zephyr and congratulates him, saying he's gotten exactly what he wanted. Slightly confused, Zephyr listens as she explains. These are sealed letters from the gods, each containing divine explanations and rewards. But he can only open one, the other vanishes the second he chooses. The two letters come from the god of light and the god of sky, and now Zephyr has to pick between them. Back in the third parish, Ned and Fade clash, both blades swinging with precision. Fade, though, has already interrogated the nun Rose. Under duress, she revealed Zephyr fights with a style she'd never seen before, that he used to inject himself with poison through a needle, and that the last time she saw him, he was tailing the Saints' raid party. That's all she knew. Now, as Fade fights, he's certain the man in front of him is Ned, meaning the silver-haired guy is Zephyr. Still, something about Ned's movements unsettles him. The way he fights hints at something deeper about who he really is. As their swords clash, Fade asks how he picked up these skills so fast and what he might have been doing 4 years ago. He suspects Ned might have trained in Eastern martial arts, maybe even worked as an assassin once. Distracted by the thought, Ned launches a strike, but Fade blocks it, answering with a barrage of poison needles. Ned neutralizes them all instantly, but Fade follows up with a cloud of poison smoke. Ned stays a step ahead, dispersing the smoke with a sharp clap that sends out a shockwave. Catching Fade off guard right as this happens, he doesn't notice that during there, Lucius has already slipped out through the door. It clicks for Fade. Ned revealed himself just to buy time for the Holy One's escape. Still, he thinks that foolish Lucius didn't just stay and help him. Meanwhile, Ned feels confident. Lucius's speed and healing might not shine in direct combat, but they're perfect for protecting his wife and child. He also knows taking down Fade will require something special, though the ability's activation conditions are tough to hit in a one-on-one fight. For now, his only move is buying time until reinforcements show. During the fight, Ned tries reasoning with Fade, asking if his revenge targets the one who uses dragon arts or their former master. He then reveals that 4 years ago he too was in isolation, training. Now betrayed by the people he once trusted, he's aligned with the Saints' cause against the worshipper's master. He tries appealing to Fade, pointing out their goals seem to line up, suggesting they team up. But the guy stays skeptical. He refuses to trust Ned that easily, insisting he's the one who got played, specifically by Zephyr. According to Fade, Zephyr values nothing and tosses people aside the moment they stop being useful. He recalls how 4 years ago Zephyr joined a group of Eastern martial artists only to betray them, wiping out their entire guild. Since then, Fade's chased rumors and leads, always trying to track Zephyr down, never quite getting close. Until now, he sees this as his first real clue and has no intention of letting it slip away. Knowing Ned's stalling for reinforcements, he vows to capture and torture him for the information he needs. With that, Fade morphs a dragon-shaped sword in his hand, declaring that executing traitors is still his final duty as an assassin. The strange weapon and the energy radiating off it catch Ned off guard, suffocating, making his head spin. Suddenly, Fade charges, but Ned finds his mind flashing back to the past, distracted. He remembers sensing this same energy before. From a corrupted monster that poisoned its victims' minds, a living weapon once used by the Demon Lord's cult. That same fear crawls over him now, but right as Fade closes the gap, a powerful kick sends him crashing to the ground. The guy's stunned, especially when he realizes the strike came from the woman standing beside Ned. Even more surprising, she got close without him noticing at all. A moment later, she lets out a sharp scream, and the guy freezes instantly. At first, he wonders if the scream itself caused it, then it hits him. She's like him. Right then, Lucius arrives with his priests. Together, they chain Fade to the ground. Now the final task falls to Ned as he steps forward. Ned recalls the moment the Elf Queen entrusted him with a unique spell. She'd warned him it was dangerous, once sought after by humans long ago, though she'd always refused to hand it over. The spell requires maintaining eye contact and physical contact with the target for 30 seconds. She made him swear never to abuse it, explaining it was meant to help him recruit a comrade, someone vital to saving mankind. With those words in mind, Ned places his hand firmly on Fade's shoulder and starts channeling the spell. About a month back, when Zephyr was prepping for the dragon raid, there was a small hut Olden's infected subordinates used to pass information to him and each other. Olden may have been weaker in combat compared to the other apostles, but he excelled at intelligence with contacts spread across the country. He also climbed high within the demon cult thanks to his political savvy, but that's history now. Now in that same hut, the lifeless bodies of demon cultists lie scattered as the smiling woman steps in and calmly crushes them underfoot. She's hunting for Olden, but the state of this place tells her everything. The cult's descended into chaos since his death. No point checking the other contact points now. She starts suspecting the nobles who have suddenly fallen ill and gone into isolation might be hiding something. Her master's words echo back to her. Before sending her on this mission, he warned her not to trust anyone outside their sect, not even the cult. Because everyone else cares only about deception, he told her to investigate everything personally and to execute any traitors herself. At the time, he'd also given her his hairpin as proof so others would recognize her authority. Accepting it, she made a quiet promise never to dishonor the Dragon King style. Now, as the succeeding disciple, her first task is clear. She will save her master, imprisoned unjustly. But the master himself reasoned that if she broke him out, it'd only make him look guiltier. Instead, he told her to deal with the traitor first. As she left, he mentioned the other disciples searching for his lost brother might be heading back soon. Good news could be on the way. Later, staring at his old pocket watch, she realizes the only thing she remembers after losing her memory is her own name and the gift her brother gave her. She also feels a quiet gratitude toward her master for keeping his promise and gears up to set out on her mission. This new development throws an unexpected wrinkle into her plans. Her priority shifts. She has to find this variable and either control it or eliminate it to secure a win. The outcome could decide not just her master's position but his survival. She's ready to do whatever it takes to protect him. Meanwhile, outside the main building of the Third Parish, Ned tells Fade the master of the East trained 2 official succeeding disciples, but also secretly raised several shadow disciples on the side. One of them is reportedly similar to Zephyr or Ned himself, said to wield poison or face-shifting tricks. That's what Ned chooses to reveal to Fade, sensing he hasn't fully grasped the situation yet. He explains the master's shadow disciples were all trained in poison techniques. What bugs Ned, though, is that the poison Fade and Zephyr both use resembles one he ran into 8 years ago from his own brother, who later got caught by the master and punished for an entire month. Their masters never acknowledged any technique outside pure martial arts, so Ned's never heard this specific poison discussed in detail before. From Ned's words, Fade starts suspecting the person being discussed might be the same one who trained him 8 years back. Internally, Ned stays confused. His master taught him Eastern techniques like needle arts and acupoint blocking. So was Fade an assassin using them too? The skill's undeniably lethal and Fade seems more dangerous by the second. Still, there's a silver lining. Fade's sharing intel and looks willing to back the siege effort. Then Ned notices something that throws him off. The red scar on Fade's face has grown bigger since he last saw him. Over the next few days, a deadlock settles over the castle. The enemies outside make no move. Ophelia keeps watch all day, but there's no sign of siege prep at all. The opposing forces just seem to be sitting there training their troops. Meanwhile, Lucius, aware the Blue Dragon raid's soaking up most of the attention, starts prepping for a follow-up Ice Dragon raid. But something's still missing on both sides of this standoff. It's like everyone's waiting, quietly inching toward their limit. Then, without warning, the balance snaps. A strange newcomer appears outside the castle gates. Every soldier and commander turns to look. Lucius, spotting the figure M, involuntarily loses his composure. He can't believe his eyes. It's none other than the old Inquisitor of the Third Parish, the former captain of the vanguard party during the raid, Matthias Grimmer. The mages outside recognize him too. To them, he's Lucius's former subordinate, dismissed from the Saint candidacy young, often mocked as Lucius's own crumb-picking dog. As everyone talks about Matthias, Lucius stays frozen in shock. He clearly remembers watching Matthias transform into a demon with his own eyes. He killed him and the body turned to ash right in front of him. Ophelia sees through it immediately, though. She recognizes it as a trick, an illusion crafted by someone who knows their history. They must have known Matthias's corpse was never recovered. This looks like the work of the Master of the East, Jin Ryung, who personally trained that particular weapon into a master of disguise and deception. She's the smiling woman, and while Ophelia gets exactly how the trick works, even she finds it odd they chose Matthias as bait. Still, the intent's obvious: draw attention, confuse the enemy, shift the blame. Meanwhile, Matthias starts weaving a false story, claiming he and others were part of the original raid party but got abandoned the second they uncovered Lucius's alleged scheme. He insists Lucius plotted to scam his investors, steal the dragon's heart, and pocket the profits himself. According to him, Lucius also allied with the demon worshipper Ned during this whole betrayal. Matthias goes further still, formally accusing Lucius of blasphemy, using official authority to put a target on his back. Ned's also visibly rattled. Matthias looks just like his older sister. He struggles to understand how she could accuse him of worshipping the demon lord in front of everyone. He remembers Zephyr once mentioning she lost her memories in a childhood accident and doesn't even remember his name. Meanwhile, one of the waiting party members takes interest in Matthias's declaration. He finds the whole scene amusing, and acknowledges that despite being a senior inquisitor, he lacks the authority to detain the Holy One, who vastly outranks him. He can only bring formal charges, and for those to stick, at least 3 high-ranking priests need to approve as he removes his mask. Benjamin reveals that 3 such priests are present, and warns that if the accusation turns out false, Matthias gets executed on the spot for insulting the Holy One. He then activates a hero-grade holy relic called Themis's Judgment. A relic from the Old Kingdom used in trials, it automatically fires an arrow at anyone giving false testimony, usable 3 times a day. He presents the relic and commands everyone to give testimony, insisting the angel is watching. He points the relic at Matthias, who accuses the Holy One of colluding with demon lord worshippers. The smiling woman recalls that this relic once belonged to the ancient Inquisitor Themis, who blinded herself to guarantee fairness, relying purely on hearing to catch lies. The relic works by analyzing subtle sounds, heartbeat, breath, vocal tremor, for signs of anxiety. But the smiling woman's an expert at manipulating muscle movement and faking emotion on a subconscious level, confident even a holy relic can't catch her lies. In her Matthias form, she confirms the accusation. When no arrow fires, it signals her statements true. Cornwall, a first-class inspector for the Temple of Light's Financial Council, acknowledges this and officially approves the accusation. Benjamin, a senior Vatican Holy Relic Management member, gives his approval too. The smiling woman silently marvels at the absurdity of it all. If accusing the Holy One is blasphemy, then surrounding and threatening him must be too. She sees this crowd as people who have traded reverence for profit, shameless folks waiting for someone else to kick the temple doors open on their behalf. She debates whether she's just relieved to be here at all. Mentally chaining the name Matthias Topire, imagining him burned under the Holy One's title. Her thoughts darken further, wondering if it'd be simpler to just burn everything down. Meanwhile, Matthias questions Gertrude about her stance. Internally, Gertrude couldn't care less about the financial fallout on the Holy One. Her only real concern is Olden still alive, just as she prepares to answer. A lightning strike cuts in, and Ophelia steps forward, expressing sheer disbelief anyone's entertaining these claims. Gertrude instantly recognizes her, Ophelia, one of the 10 great warriors and known bodyguard of the princess. Cornwall notices the man standing beside her, oddly struck by how familiar his face feels. Ophelia turns to Benjamin, asking how reliable Themis's judgment really is. He answers with total confidence, perfectly accurate. She pushes back on that certainty, asking if the relic can detect false testimony delivered under hypnosis or mental suggestion. She argues that even conviction can be manipulated at the belief level. Pointing at Ned, she explains he was personally sent as reinforcement by Princess Altair to aid the Holy One. She calls him her servant, claiming he slept in the stables with her horses for 12 years. In her eyes, his loyalty is beyond question. She accuses whoever's posing as Matthias of fabricating lies and manipulating the room. At that moment, the disguise starts to crack. Her outer clothing gets scorched and the lightning strike disrupts her mana flow, revealing her true form. Crowd realizes this isn't Lord Matthias at all. It's a woman in disguise. Caught, the impersonator admits she's been exposed. Again, noting this is the second time Ophelia's foiled her, she turns to Ned, calling him a traitor, vowing to take his life before the day's out. With that, she and her 2 men pull out a hypnosis ocarina and begin to play. In response, a massive corrupted creature rises up from the ground. Ned quickly clocks it as a Shoggoth, but something's off. The musical pattern needed to control it is unusually long, signaling the beast's evolved. What they're facing isn't a regular Shoggoth, it's a Basilisk class. The impersonator, now fully in her true female form, gets ready for what's next and asks if they're ready. Cheon, it's time to begin the Song of Swords and screams, her voice echoing. Cornwall feels a wave of fear. He recognizes the basilisk's cry rippling across the battlefield, triggering intense dizziness in anyone without magical protection. A nearby soldier reassures him the mercenaries will clear a path for retreat. Cornwall soon notices everyone's reacting to a skill the basilisk just used. As they move to counterattack, more monsters pile in. Realizing the scale, Cornwall calls it a full-scale monster assault, the basilisk acting as its commander. He notes basilisk translates roughly to small king, and the creature's power lives up to that name. Groups fall back in panic, shouting for help. Benjamin watches the chaos and warns that scattering is dangerous. He recalls that anyone who meets the basilisk's glowing eyes turns to stone as he watches people start to petrify. He summons the Staff of Benevolence. Planted in the ground, it generates a purifying magic circle. Multiple staffs resonating together expand the circle's protection over a wider area. Using them to raise barriers, Benjamin orders every party to focus on the monsters. He asks Cornwall to buy him some time, claiming he's found a way to kill the creature. Cornwall grants it, and Father Benjamin agrees to leave the task too. Meanwhile, Cornwall pulls out the spear servant of the goddess, an item reserved for busting open castle gates during sieges. When activated, it summons a powerful stone statue that instantly attacks with its spear, punching a massive hole in the monster's body. Then, following up with a relentless barrage of strikes, Benjamin reflects that basilisks are an evolved form of Shoggoth famous for psychological attacks. Like Shoggoths, they induce fear through mind corruption, causing hallucinations. At 100% corruption, victims go berserk and attack even their allies. Physical hits are useless, only magical or elemental damage lands. Fortunately, most of its abilities can be neutralized by a priest's purifying magic. Its light-based attacks aren't a worry, but Benjamin's concerned about a unique trait reported in past basilisk fights: a second mouth on its tail. This mouth can cast a devastating spell after charging anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour. If it fires, up to 80% of the party could get wiped out. Since each basilisk carries a different tail skill, predicting behavior is nearly impossible, so shutting it down before it activates is now priority 1. As the battle escalates, Benjamin asks for a status report. A priest reports land monsters arriving within 10 minutes, flying ones 2 minutes after. Benjamin acknowledges the urgency and orders everyone to protect him for the next 3 minutes. Time to activate the Holy Family's Golden Mirror, a legend-grade holy relic. Meanwhile, at the Holy Relic Management Team's headquarters, mages standing in front of a portal mirror announce they've picked up a signal. Father Benjamin's used the Golden Mirror. It's their turn to step in. For this, they all activate the Dagger of the Holy Sanctuary skill, drawing mana from whoever wields it. He then channels the gathered mana through the Golden Mirror to Benjamin, who feels the overwhelming force rip through his relics, far stronger than what he's used to, forcing him to fight just to stay on his feet. He recalls bringing the Golden Mirror as a siege contingency. Had he rented it like the Stake of Faith, he could have used it freely, but since it's specifically assigned for the siege mission, using it outside those bounds risks severe punishment. Despite that, he decides survival beats protocol every time. Just as he lines up the target, he jolts in shock as Gertrude grabs him from behind. She reminds him of the rules, warning the mirrors only authorized against fortress gates. And for Olden's sake, she forcefully redirects the shot toward the G. As the blast slams into the G, one of the worshipper apostles watching is satisfied with their prep. Confident Gertrude's obsession with Olden will keep her following the plan. Meanwhile, another apostle admits he'd rather confront the threat directly than wait around. The other understands but insists all-out war has to stay the last resort. He explains that before launching a campaign that big, they need clear justification through formal declarations, repeated negotiations, and explicit orders from above. Following those steps, he believes, keeps their actions looking justified. Justification, he adds, buys them powerful allies and honors the rules of the game. Ultimately, it means they won't have to fear retaliation from the Golden Dragon, the kingdom's guardian. The apostle named Othello admits he's trying to drain the Holy One of anything valuable while keeping his own position safely in the spotlight. Another present, Wilhelmina, acknowledges that's just how high society operates. She notes the apostles are bound by their own rules too high in the temple to give up their influence now. With that, she urges everyone to regroup, gather their strength, and prepare for strike back in the fight on. In a row, Cornwall demands to know exactly what Benjamin and Gertrude are doing. Two then fire off a third shot from the Golden Mirror. Meanwhile, in the forest near the third parish, Golem guiding Altair's party reports the assault's already begun. They'll reach the weakened temple barrier in 30 minutes. Elsie suspects the Golden Mirror's responsible, explaining it concentrates divine energy or mana into a brief vortex of destructive power. Princess Altair worries the protective force field around the dungeon princess relic might not hold much longer. Darrell offers cover fire with an arrow and asks Kiara to calculate the coordinates. She needs 15 seconds, but mid-calculation, Darrell notices something unexpected. Without hesitation, he orders everyone to jump on the count of 3. Despite their best efforts to dodge the incoming SL, some soldiers get struck and go down, while Princess Altair watches it all unfold. As the dust settles, they hear a voice mocking their scattered mess. Stepping into view, Jin Gang, Jin Ryung's son, top disciple of the Dragon King style. Drawing his weapons, he declares his intent to send them all to hell. Back at the third parish, chaos erupts as Ned and Ophelia team up against the smiling woman 2-on-1. Mid-fight, Ned tries to reach her, insisting she remember he's her younger brother. She refuses to accept it. Unable to believe the man in front of her could actually be related to her. She lashes out, but Ned sidesteps the strike. She accuses him of being deceived, warning that if he's going to lie, he should at least commit to it properly. Suddenly, the sound of a breaking barrier echoes through the area, and the fortress gate collapses. Ophelia quickly assesses the situation and confirms the defenses have failed. Realizing this, the smiling woman activates her electric acceleration ability and bolts toward the temple. Ned and Ophelia give chase immediately. As they sprint after her, the Demon Lord Worshipper guards start playing a flute, knowing their jobs to protect her mission at all costs. The flute sound triggers the monster's strange mouth ability designed to hold back the pursuing priests. The monster opens its mouth and roars a spell into the sky, forming a dark magic circle. That starts raining blood down. The priests hesitate at first, confused by the sudden downpour, but their thoughts quickly start twisting. A cursed rain takes effect instantly. Anyone it touches falls into a frenzy. Even the priests struggle to shield themselves, purification barriers or not. Moments later, things get worse. Wild monsters flood in, attacking indiscriminately, tearing through anyone in their path with brutal force. As Ned flashes through the chaos, he hears his comrades' piercing screams and realizes just how bad this has gotten. The Demon Lord worshippers, shielded by the flute's influence, stay unaffected by the rain. Ophelia's protected too. So Ned faces a hard call: chase his sister or protect his overwhelmed party. He recalls Zephyr's words, eliminating enemies matters, but saving fighters who can still fight matters just as much. Numbers matter, trust his gut in the moment. Remembering that, Ned tells Ophelia to pursue the smiling woman since she can spot her on sight. He turns his focus to the advancing monsters. He knows chasing his sister with the Elf Queen's blessing might have been the smarter play, but right now, this is what the moment demands. As Ophelia closes in on Matthias, ready to strike, the monster suddenly intercepts and traps her before the blow lands. Just then, the smiling woman vanishes and reappears behind her in a flash, charging up a falling thunder attack as she descends, right before it lands. A poison whip hits her midair, interrupting the strike, its fade making a perfectly timed entrance. Seeing him, Ned realizes he's got real comrades now, people he can trust. He channels mana into his sword, determined to clear a path for Zephyr. Renewed, he starts swinging his blade, cutting down monsters and enemies with his electric-charged strikes. Mid-fight, he reminds himself of Zephyr's dream to become Altair's king. Ned's confident that helping him get there brings this whole conflict to its rightful end. With that, he charges forward straight into a massive monster's mouth, sword drawn. Meanwhile, outside in the parish, Lucius addresses everyone through a megaphone, party members and followers of light alike. It's the first time in 50 days they've heard his voice, and the sudden broadcast stuns everyone. The Holy One continues, explaining that during those days he prayed to Goddess Arya to deliver their enemies into their hands. Now he announces he carries her message. According to him, the goddess urges them not to doubt and to treat her followers with the reverence they'd show a god. Those who believe will receive her blessing. He raises his voice, calling everyone to witness a miracle. A massive beam of light shoots down from the sky, piercing straight through the monster's body. Looking up, everyone sees Zephyr in his dragon form, holding a lightning bolt weapon. He fired it from the sky in a blinding flash, lighting up the entire battlefield. Turns out he'd opened the letter from the goddess of light, and with it, the miracle begins. The other party leaders freeze at the sight of the boy wielding the sword of light. Night. They can't wrap their heads around someone this young holding an item that high-ranked, one that can dispel dark magic. They know this sword surfaces once every few hundred years and only for a chosen one. Their surprise deepens noticing that with the sword in hand, the boy now shows dragon-like traits, radiating an aura eerily close to the gold dragons. Meanwhile, Zephyr reflects on his past life. At this exact point back then, he'd gone largely unnoticed, overshadowed by Adirius who took the whole spotlight. But looking back, that anonymity let him move in silence, ambush enemies, and grab rare chances to grow stronger. Now he knows that just like before, he could stay hidden behind names like Lucius or Darrell, but this time there's no need. It's finally time to step forward and show the world who he is. Just a few days earlier, inside the Silver Key, Mercedes let slip something that stuck with him. The voice that once stopped him from using the sword wasn't Arya's, since he can't hear a god's voice directly. That reminded him of a time he thought he'd heard the goddess through Mercedes but never actually heard her firsthand. He realizes he still doesn't know what Arya's voice even sounds like. Pushing further, Mercedes also revealed that while the goddess gave him full permission to wield the sword of light, the sword itself rejected him. That brings back another memory, Mercedes explaining the goddess entrusted him the sword on one condition: protect the Holy One. Only now does everything click for Z. He understands now that although he can use the sword freely for 10 months, the moment he carries out the goddess's command, protecting the Holy One, it's bound to obey him. 10 months is more than enough time to take what he needs. Back in the present, the boy casts Dragon Tongue, forcing every human to kneel and freezing the monsters solid. To everyone's shock, it works instantly. Everyone stops exactly where they stand. Even Ned and Ophelia drop under its effect. Then, with a single swing, Zephyr slashes through every frozen monster at once, leaving the smiling woman stunned. She doesn't understand what just happened, but quickly realizes the figure in front of her isn't the saint with the dragon heart. It's a dragonoid. Aware of the threat, she knows retreat's her only option left. Luckily, the chaos Zephyr caused buys her just enough time to shift her look. As she prepares to flee, something strikes her from behind. Leaving her dazed, it's Fade, arriving perfectly again. He'd been watching close, noticing she stole someone's cape and disguised her energy signature, but he never once lost her trail. He's certain it's her because he marked her earlier with a uniquely scented poison. That scent lingers, letting him track her by smell alone. Realizing this, the woman silently gives credit for his rare talent. Meanwhile, Zephyr's deep in thought, aware of exactly how powerful he's become. With the Sword of Light and 2 dragon hearts inside him thanks to Yggdrasil, his current output hits 24.5% for both. With that much power, he knows there's no need to hide who he is anymore. Just wait for the right moment to reveal himself and claim the missing piece of the puzzle. In his past life, no matter how strong he got, people never believed in him. They wrote him off as inferior simply for being a slave. That perception cost him plenty of valuable chances, and played a part in his eventual split from Altair. Zephyr finds it ironic now. Despite being the only one who could save them, the powerful figures of that era refused to acknowledge him, never let him lead, all because of pride and ego, even when cooperation was the only way to survive. Still, despite their stubbornness, he chose to help anyway. He knew he needed numbers against the overwhelming enemies ahead, powerful allies or not. Now, in the present, he understands he can't win the Great War with just a handful of elites. They need someone people can rally around, and that role belongs to whoever holds the Sword of Light. Right now, that's Zephyr with undeniable proof of his status as the Chosen One in hand. Even Lucius kneels before him, saying he's been waiting for this moment. Zephyr confirms he's completed what Lucius asked of him, then from within his silver key he pulls out the severed head of the blue dragon, presenting it to expose the deeper issue, the corruption rooted in Danikil. Seeing the dragon's head, the leaders are floored. That same day, Lucius's public prayer spreads rapidly across the continent. News of the Chosen One's appearance hits every region, accompanied by letters urging officials and nobles to recognize the Goddess of Light's decision. The message also mentions the dragon heart, reinforcing the Chosen One's legitimacy. Reading it, the royal court raises concern. It feels dangerously close to embezzlement or overreach. But with the goddess's name attached, it's nearly impossible to challenge. Plus, plenty witnessed the event firsthand, and everyone knows no one's going to question the dragon heart's disappearance. With all this in play, it becomes clear that Lucius and Zephyr just landed a major win. Zephyr's now the central figure in this world's unfolding story. In response, people begin official prayers to Goddess Arya, asking for her eternal light and guidance. The scene shifts to Jin Gang, recalling his earlier days as the most gifted disciple across the Dragon King style. Born with an exceptional physique, he grasped the core principles of martial arts fast. Even after accepting the demon worshipper's worm, he kept growing, racking up incredible power. His name, meaning strong dragon, fits his identity perfectly. He sees himself as powerful, firmly on the right path. Though he holds a deep dislike for his father, who constantly rambles about reclaiming his eastern throne, Jin Gang also thinks Ned's a fool and a stubborn one for refusing the worm. In his eyes, everyone else is just wrong. He figures with the world on the verge of collapse, clinging to loyalty or pride is pointless. Rejecting the worm to him is nothing but empty ego. Jin Gang's convinced values like that mean nothing in the end times. The only thing that matters is who holds the demon's power capable of outgrowing humanity's fragile limits. That he believes is exactly why his father exiled him from the East and why Ned turned against him. Even so, he holds no respect for Ned, and believes he alone is destined to become the true dragon. But things haven't gone the way he expected. Right now, Jin Gang's trapped, bound by magical roots and enchanted hand seals cast by Altair's party, Darrell included. He can't figure out why he's being held. Altair, though, recognizes him instantly as Ned's elder brother and acknowledges he's clearly stronger than all his siblings, having already beaten dozens of Dragon King-style disciples solo. Still, they manage to trap Jin Gang. Pinning him with her dark hand and ghost spells, Altair calmly remarks he should have brought healers. Meanwhile, Kiara supports the fight, casting her root spell combined with Pollen Rush, handling the remaining Demon Lord worshippers who arrived alongside Jin Gang. Elsie handles healing duties, keeping the party in fighting shape. Darrell's enchanted bow, boosted by Elsie's buffs, proves brutally effective. His boosted speed lets him slow the enemy pack while carving up serious damage. As the battle winds down, Altair looks at Jin Gang and tells him he made a critical mistake letting his guard down and giving them time to channel their buffs. She says his downfall's entirely his own doing. Hearing this, Jin Gang goes furious, hurling curses her way, but before he can finish, one of Darrell's arrows nails him straight in the head, blasting it apart. Altair watches Jin Gang collapse. She knows he had zero value as a hostage and would have been a serious threat if he'd teamed up with the smiling woman. Killing him was the safest call. Realizing Jin Gang was here, Altair starts suspecting the smiling woman might now be with Lucius. That flash of light she noticed earlier could have been Zephyr, as she mulls the possibility. A slight blush creeps up her face, knowing she might see him soon. Afterward, the group scouts the area, secures it, and starts the healing process before heading toward the third parish. There, Altair's group arrives just as night falls, finally reuniting with Zephyr. Meanwhile, the local residents are shocked at the sight of Darrell. It's been centuries since they last saw an elf. Cornwall, watching from a distance, grows puzzled seeing Princess Altair standing so close to Zephyr. He starts wondering if they knew each other before. Also present, Fade sees Zephyr for the first time. He instantly realizes Zephyr isn't the one he's been hunting. Ned, noticing Fade lost in thought, offers to introduce him to Zephyr. But Fade refuses, claiming he just doesn't like the guy. His indifference shifts to surprise when Kiara calls out his name. As she runs toward him, he vanishes without a trace. Outside the parish, the 10 strongest challengers start pulling back. They know they can't take on the Saint right now, and if he really did defeat the Twin Knights, he might outclass all of them, making it pointless to engage right now. Elsewhere in one of the temple hallways, a knight arrives to find Gertrude trapped in an enchanted snare. She calls out for Olden like a woman possessed, insisting she'll find him. At the 4th parish, Prince Polaris finishes reading a letter detailing everything that's happened. He laughs, genuinely amused by this unexpected turn. Intrigued, he says he wants to meet Zephyr in person. The boy's given him so much entertainment he feels he deserves a reward. Eager for another encounter, he turns to the Golden Dragon and asks if it's time to arrange a new event for round 2. Next day, every force besieging the third parish withdraws. The officials in charge of the sacred relics reclaim the stake of faith. Meanwhile, the Finance Council expresses satisfaction at a fresh investment opportunity tied to Zephyr. The parish defenders witness all this and prep to relay updates to their respective clients. Among the biggest news, a possible shakeup in the Ice Dragon raid plans thanks to the recent arrival of a dragon slayer. On the other side, Gertrude and the knights who'd secretly infiltrated the parish hunting Olden get captured and jailed, awaiting investigation. The High Priestess is initially troubled by how to explain away Olden's alleged demon worship connection, surprised how smoothly everything turned out. Strangely, everyone involved seems to have lost their memories, sidestepping complications entirely. The priest nearby remarks the situation could have spiraled if news of Olden's death went public. He also suspects the fourth parish may still be scheming, believing this retreat's only temporary. To the High Priestess, it feels like everything's been resolved, yet something still feels unfinished. While escorting Lucius, he overhears the conversation and so he settles it in his own mind by confidently calling it a clean win. In hindsight, he's right. They handled the grim smiling woman and even the angel herself appeared, delivering a letter from the goddess of light straight to Lucius. Before leaving, she simply reminded him to keep offering his prayers. As the Holy One opened the letter, it revealed an emissary of the goddess would soon arrive from the haven, carrying a divine artifact. Lucius felt deeply honored the goddess herself sent word, immediately assuming the emissary was Zephyr. He became fully devoted to fulfilling whatever task she required. What Lucius didn't know? That letter was a forgery written by Zephyr himself after bribing an angel during the Dragon Corpse barbecue. Zephyr knew Lucius would never uncover the truth and quietly planned to reward his unwavering faith later. Meanwhile, something more pressing pops up. Fade gets a letter from Lucius's father notifying him of his arrival at the third parish. The Holy One's visibly shocked by the news, but once Fade reveals his father's instructed him to offer help, the priest lights up. He recognizes Fade's presence could be a serious asset for the coming Ice Dragon raid. Fade agrees to assist, though he makes clear his support's purely goodwill. He feels zero personal obligation here. Not far off, Zephyr shows up and asks Fade if the smiling woman gave up anything useful. He adds that if Fade had actually known something about the tarantula, he wouldn't have left in the middle of the night. Fade looks ready to answer but stops himself. Ned, reflecting on the situation, realizes his hunch might be right. The main problem with the smiling woman is that his queen's blessing has zero effect on her. As a result, they've resorted to a truth serum, but even that hasn't yielded anything about the tarantula. Ned suspects all Fade actually got was the Dragon King Styles location, leaving plenty of questions unanswered. Ned also recalls the tarantula are notoriously hard to trace, and with the Ajin gang dead, the only ones who might know anything are the Master and Zephyr. At that moment, Zephyr offers to help Fade get his revenge on one condition: he shares what he knows. He warns him not to refuse. With a sudden burst of speed, Zephyr flashes right up to Fade, startling him. Caught off guard, Fade quickly agrees to listen. Later, the whole group gathers for a meeting, where the new party member, Adirius, introduces himself as the wielder of Requiem and a disciple of the White Dragon. He explains his master ordered him to assist Altair, so he's finally come to fulfill that order. The group welcomes him warmly, and Altair suggests he train under Zephyr for now. Adirius accepts without a second thought, though he understands the princess wants him observing the current situation first. He's slightly disappointed he couldn't make a more dramatic entrance, ideally showing up mid-Blue Dragon raid. He holds strong confidence in his own skill, believing that had he been there, he might have slain the dragon himself with one clean strike to the heart. Inwardly, he recalls the White Dragon's words, when the Demon Lord descends, every dragon will follow into unleashed destruction. His mission then is clear: kill them all before the end times arrive. That's what his master told him. While in lizard form, which also implied he'd eventually have to kill the White Dragon's original form too. Adirius knows he can't bring himself to do that, so his goals shifted. Instead of killing, he now aims to stop the Demon Lord's descent entirely. He also gets that dragons could be powerful allies if handled right, and their support could make the coming battles far easier. Still, he's puzzled why Altair hasn't considered this. Then, he remembers maybe it's fear. Fear that might be gripping everyone at that table, clouding their judgment and making it harder to think straight. Adirius doesn't like the atmosphere, so he decides to stay quiet for now, observe the group and follow along until he fully understands the situation, while lost in thought. Zephyr glances over and notices something about him he doesn't quite like. After the meeting, Elsie casts her spell Angel's Embrace, an unusual form of magical health assessment. All the new members visibly squirm about it, while Elsie clearly enjoys their discomfort, joking about how rare it is to examine specimens like a dragon, a seasoned warrior, and an elf all in one sitting. Hearing that, Fade gets irritated, but to his surprise, Elsie soon discovers she can't inspect him at all. Around the same time, Altair arrives, asking if she's looked into the Smiling Woman. Elsie explains that despite meeting every known condition for the Queen's blessing, they couldn't apply it to her. Elsie speculates the woman might already carry a blessing or maybe a curse causing interference. That theory doesn't hold, though. According to Elsie, they examined everything thoroughly and the results point to a different issue entirely. The woman might have something wrong with her brain. This revelation surprises Altair. The High Priestess notes that while high-level healing spells can reattach a freshly severed finger, they can't restore parts lost years ago. Since the Smiling Woman was in the shipwreck where she lost her memory, she likely suffered brain damage and now perceives the world in a fundamentally different way. Elsie points out the woman didn't even register she was looking directly into Ned's eyes, meaning the conditions for the Queen's blessing were never actually met. This suggests the Smiling Woman might no longer see humans as humans at all. Later, Zephyr visits the holding cells to observe her himself. As he approaches, she stares back at him without the slightest flicker of hesitation. 13 years ago, after the boat incident, she got swept away by the waves and washed up on an island. When she came to, everything around her was dark and silent except for a constant ringing in her ears. With no memory of who she was, she panicked and screamed. One day, overwhelmed by pain and thoughts of ending it all, she suddenly caught the scent of incense, and the ringing stopped. At that moment, a heavy voice told her to open her eyes. When she did, a mysterious master healed her and her vision started returning, if only barely. That was the moment she met her mentor. She spent her days learning the language of the East and meditating under his guidance. Slowly, a sense of peace settled in. During meditation, her vision kept improving. But what she saw disturbed her. Everyone around her looked like monsters. The only person she could recognize as human was her own reflection in a mirror. Tired of living among monsters, she longed to find her younger brother. Problem was, she had no idea what he looked like. Still, she held on to hope that if they shared any resemblance, she'd recognize him whenever the time came. Then, one day, despite faithfully following everything the master taught her, her vision got even stranger. She started seeing symbols and arrows hovering over people's forms, markings that deeply unsettled her. In the present, after hearing all of this, Fade explains it sounds like a form of long-term trauma treatment, an extreme method that breaks the brain's normal function to unlock a natural flow of mana. The process is brutal, often relying on poison, and 9 out of 10 subjects don't survive. Those who do gain altered sensory abilities, heightened smell, taste, or sight, sometimes even a shifted sense of reality itself. As the Smiling Woman slowly grows used to the strange shapes she sees, she realizes the arrows are actually guides. By adjusting the shape of her face to match their pattern, she discovers she can transform her appearance into someone else entirely. She recalls how her mentor cared for her, showed her her worth, and taught her martial arts. He even tried to help find her younger brother. Determined to repay him, she once set out to retrieve a dragon's heart but failed. Still, her main goal stays saving her master. For that, she needs a way out of this prison. Zephyr manages to piece all this together just by watching her closely. She notices him staring and assumes he's acting weird. She admits she'll be killed if released and makes one final request. A bath before she dies, willing to trade any information for it, pleading with him. If he can't untie her, could he at least wash her himself? Zephyr steps into the cell, tells her to stay still, and gently lifts her head. In that moment, as she looks into his eyes, she believes she hasn't snared him with her charm. Actually, she believes she has Zephyr fully under her spell, convinced he sees her as an irresistible war trophy who will eventually cave. Desperate to escape, she's willing to do anything. Knowing even someone as strong as a dragon heartbearer or the wielder of the Sword of Light can't fully resist their instincts. But to her shock, Zephyr leans in close and coldly orders her to expel the worm inside her. Almost instantly, she feels something rise in her throat and starts coughing up blood. Zephyr watches from the side, unmoved. He remembers her from the past, how she once tried to manipulate him, pretending closeness just to use him before tossing him aside. But now, watching the writhing worm, she's vomiting onto the floor as she gasps for breath. Zephyr states he could kill her right now, but chooses not to for her brother's sake. He tells her that her life now depends entirely on her behavior. With those words, he forces her eyes open, dragging her back to awareness. Suddenly, a burst of light explodes from the cellar, and moments later, Zephyr emerges. Altair, waiting outside, wonders if it's Zephyr calmly explains he made sure she'll gradually return to normal and her senses, maybe even her memories, could come back over time. Altair, concerned, asks if the process takes long. Zephyr says slowly weathering the worm's side effects is the safest route. Still, he's a little surprised. He'd assumed Altair was against rehabilitating the smiling woman and had planned to just kill her instead. Hearing that, Altair admits she did want the smiling woman dead, but also sees the value in someone with such rare talents. Deep down, she knows the truth. The smiling woman is Ned's sister, and of course, she feels responsible for helping her. Meanwhile, back in the cell, the smiling woman lies unconscious. Zephyr, anticipating trouble, has already placed a safety seal there. With that matter settled, he shifts focus to the next pressing issue. Truthfully, Zephyr never wanted to meet the smiling woman in the first place. His original plan was to kill her, but since she's Ned's sister, he had no choice. Even so, seeing her in person, he struggled to suppress the emotions she stirred up. What troubled him even more was a question he still couldn't answer. Why do so many willingly follow the demon god cult even after learning the truth? Why stay loyal to someone who brings nothing but ruin? He knows he can't afford to keep asking. The future he's fighting for depends on holding onto the memories he already carries. As he stands lost in thought, a sandal flies past his hand. Looking up, he sees Altair at the top of the stairway, smirking. She'd untied it herself on purpose. The moment feels almost surreal, the dark, narrow stairwell, the chill in the air, Altair's skin faintly glowing in the low light. It all blurs together. There, on those cold steps, they share a quiet, intimate moment. Zephyr reflects on how deeply he's been wounded in the past. Betrayal after betrayal, he'd built his world in darkness where trust had no place. But then Altair came. She offered honesty where others brought lies and somehow became the reason that, no matter how many times he has to start over, he still wants to be with her. The next morning, as the lockdown at the third parish officially lifts, the council announces a grand ceremony marking the end of the recent raid. During the banquet, Altair takes the chance to reveal her plans for the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. The event also showcases the spoils from the princess's dungeon raid, alongside several powerful party members, each adding weight and prestige to the gathering. The setup's ideal for pulling investor interest, and Zephyr feels genuinely pleased with how it's all coming together. But his mood flips sharply when he spots Polaris entering the main hall with a group of knights. Clapping, showering praise on Altair, Polaris turns his attention to Zephyr, praising his performance and stating he came here specifically to meet him. The boy, caught totally off guard, stands there in disbelief. He hadn't expected Polaris to show up, least of all here. Polaris Albert Cayenne, first prince of the Cayenne kingdom and the youngest cardinal in the temple, is famous across Aslan. Unlike the sickly second prince, Polaris is celebrated for both his intelligence and looks, earning the title Aslan's brightest star. Zephyr feels uneasy and confused by the sudden presence of someone with this kind of status, especially considering Polaris also happens to lead the Demon Lord cult. Before Zephyr can react, Lucius steps forward to greet him. Outwardly calm, Lucius is just as rattled underneath. He knows Polaris has no legitimate reason to be here and quietly vows not to let Zephyr become his next target. Sensing the tension, Polaris tries to lighten the mood, reminding everyone he's just a priest. Then, with a playful smile, he adds that if his presence bothers anyone, he's prepared something for them. He snaps his fingers, and a group of cheerful children rushes in, gathering around him. At his signal, they start singing in harmony. Zephyr, caught off guard, has no clue what he's trying to pull. Polaris then reveals the children are war refugees and orphans he's personally taken in. He points out that while he himself has limited power to fix the world, Zephyr was the one who stopped the recent tragedy at its root. Saying this, he kneels before him and offers thanks. The crowd erupts in applause and cheers. Altair, though, stays skeptical. She knows her brother too well to believe he traveled all this way just to hand out compliments. Something else is going on. Meanwhile, Polaris pivots smoothly, launching into a speech about the dungeon bubble collapse and the economic ripple effect across the continent. Polaris explains new dungeon-related laws have just been enacted. One of them requires all treasure and loot from dungeon raids to be evaluated by a nationally certified appraiser and reported to the investors. He reveals another clause: values must be assessed against current market conditions and economic trends. To everyone's shock, he claims that upon review, the current market value of a black dragon heart is listed at 0 gold. He continues, explaining that under this law, dungeon items don't legally belong to the party until officially reported. If any items get used before that reporting, healing items, exclusive loot, their value must be reimbursed from the party's profits. Since the dragon heart's valued at 0 gold, Polaris argues using it should technically cost nothing, but he implies this report doesn't reflect the truth. At that, Lucius reacts angrily, but Polaris calmly clarifies such claims wouldn't come from him directly, but from the public. Turning to the room, he addresses everyone, stating the dragon heart can't be measured in human currency since it was used to carry out the goddess's will. Naturally, its monetary value comes out to zero. He shifts back to Zephyr, praising him for acting selflessly, claiming he never cared about treasure or money, acting purely for the goddess's sake. His words are sweet, but both Lucius and Altair sense something rotten underneath. Meanwhile, Polaris keeps going, stressing that Zephyr saved everyone from chaos without taking a single coin, which, in his view, makes the dragon heart priceless. Zephyr, though, grows visibly annoyed by the whole act. The guy continues, claiming that the moment he heard the news, he rushed to his father and requested that Zephyr's arrest be reversed. He then summons a scroll explaining he'd afterward visited the bishops of every parish and gathered their signatures, all agreeing Zephyr's actions were a miracle of the goddess, beyond human law's reach. Placing a hand on the young soldier, he claims everyone here respects Zephyr for his help and his sacrifice for humanity. He announces the bishops have pledged their full support, military aid, resources, even a foundation to help those in need. Hearing this, Lucius realizes the whole scene's an act, just one he didn't expect to unfold quite this way. The very religious justification they've used to dodge legal responsibility is now getting turned right back on them. They're being indirectly forced to hand out aid without compensation. Refuse and the dragon heart's legitimacy comes under scrutiny, comply, and they kiss all potential profit goodbye. Hearing this, Zephyr glances at Altair, hoping she'll step in, but he quickly realizes her own brother is the one behind all of it. Formerly the Golden Dragon's left arm, Polaris renounced his throne claim and took up priesthood, eventually rising to bishop in the Golden Dragon's territory, a position that carries serious weight. Challenging him means effectively challenging the Golden Dragon itself, making it nearly impossible for anyone to oppose him. The investors, watching everything unfold, grow disheartened. Realizing Polaris is maneuvering to grab all the profit for himself, they start pulling out, seeing no financial gain left on the table. At that moment, Polaris steps closer to Zephyr, revealing he hasn't come to start another war just to beat him. Despite the tension, Zephyr holds back a laugh, fully aware this guy in front of him is completely absurd. Polaris's whole act follows a familiar pattern temple guilds and nobles use to squeeze out smaller guilds and individuals. They start with vague excuses to cut off funding, keeping their promises just enough at first to seem legit. Then they stall, claiming the money's still processing or approvals pending from another branch. Eventually, the promised support just never shows. As a result, soldiers get left undersupplied. Dungeon raids fail. To keep top members from getting poached, guilds are forced to overpay them. On top of that, dungeon gear, especially enchanted or specialized items, costs a fortune. There's also the ongoing cost of labor, potions, food, camp gear for parties that range from a dozen to several hundred members. Even the right to raid a dungeon has to be purchased. But when the higher-ups monopolize the profits, it's a death sentence for the party, which is exactly what Polaris is doing right now. Returning to the present, Polaris mocks Zephyr's lack of a comeback, pushing the idea that, now that Zephyr matters, he has to follow the rules, personal strength be damned. He even suggests Altair will go broke without financial backing, and since she has an image to keep up as princess, Zephyr's expected to fill that gap. His words are carefully aimed to needle Zephyr, pushing him right to the edge of anger, aware that one impulsive move could spell serious trouble. But instead of lashing out, Zephyr calmly starts quoting an old prophecy, one about a red smoke like blood rising from the south and swallowing the whole world. He says it's the sign the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse have risen, bringing war and death across the land. As he recites it, Lucius recognizes it instantly. Meanwhile, Zephyr continues, drawing on his silver key, summoning the Sword of Light, claiming an angel once told him he'd need it to prevent the world's downfall the day he earned the blade, and charges it with mana. He firmly states that since the goddess granted him both the dragon heart and the sword, he can't hand them over to anyone. Instead, it'll be Princess Altair who decides where the dragon heart belongs. With that settled, he calmly shakes Polaris's hand and thanks him. With that, the bishop takes his leave. Walking away, he's deep in thought. For a mere peasant, Zephyr handled that better than expected. He wonders whether Zephyr plans to hand the dragon heart to Altair, strengthening her party against him. The thought darkens Polaris's expression. He feels Zephyr's chosen a hard path, one that'll eventually ruin him. Polaris firmly believes all 7 pieces of the dragon's heart need to be recovered and reunited. Otherwise, there's no point having any of them. Even walking back, he stays hung up on Zephyr, suspecting the boy knows nothing about how the world really works. His cooperation with Altair, the cryptic prophecy, the calm demeanor, it all raises doubts. He doesn't buy that Zephyr's acting purely out of goodwill. He considers whether he should have run a mana dedication ritual to test him, but too many eyes were watching. Still, he reassures himself his true goal is summoning the Demon Lord, everything else is just entertainment for now. Besides, he's got a special gift prepared for them, one he crafted himself. That gift turns out to be Adirius, whom Polaris had already met earlier. He'd lied to Adirius, claiming he'd found a way for him to reunite with his master. Adirius, seeming to believe him, accepted a necklace from Polaris. Back at the third parish, Altair and Zephyr discuss their recent run-in with Polaris. Altair's relieved they still hold the dragon heart, though a little surprised to see Zephyr smiling, asking about it. He reveals he'd expected a far worse outcome. The meeting also clears up some of the cult leader's behavior from his previous life. At the time, he'd been confused by the man's sudden appearance, but after hearing Altair's remarks about the white dragon, he pieced together a theory. Maybe the cult leader showed up to check if the white dragon was involved in Olden's disappearance. Even so, one detail still bugs him. In his past life, Polaris never once acted against Adirius for 2 full years despite his known ties to the white dragon. The answer, though, comes straight from Adirius himself. Some time earlier, Zephyr and Adirius, who showed him his ice dragon deity. From that talk, he learned Polaris was never able to collect the dragon hearts. This explains why he seemed relieved during their recent meeting. He likely figured they'd never gather enough power to challenge him. Keeping that in mind, Zephyr decides to act, pretending he doesn't know how to use the dragon heart, and it works exactly like he'd hoped. Polaris leaves, choosing to fight through wealth and political influence, exactly how humans tend to operate, and Zephyr knows that well. But when he mentions humans, Altair briefly recalls a memory of her brother in his demon form. Meanwhile, Zephyr keeps thinking that if the bishop had shown his true power, they'd all be dead by now, or at the very least their party would be fighting for its life. Yet Polaris leaves Zephyr untouched and never reveals his ties to the Demon Lord worshippers. Our boy suspects there must be rules in play, boundaries Polaris can't cross, at least for now. He realizes all Polaris can really do is label him a threat to the kingdom and try to eliminate him through the Golden Dragon's influence, likely triggering internal conflict inside the temple. Zephyr finds it almost funny. For all his manipulation and arrogance, the guy genuinely believes he came out on top. But our boy knows better. He knows the cult leader will eventually realize his mistake and regret letting this chance slip away. And though Polaris backed off for now, Zephyr's certain they'll push much harder soon, especially with Altair by his side. At the next meeting, Zephyr preps a spread of dishes, made from dragon meat paired with a glass of water drawn from the Lake of Life. According to him, this combo helps boost their stats, something they'll need for the coming battles across the snowy fields of the Ice Dragon Raid. As he urges everyone to dig in, they're all surprised how flavorful and nutritious the food turns out. The water from the Elven Lake doesn't just boost regeneration, it extends lifespan too. While everyone enjoys the meal, Altair grows curious about when Zephyr learned to cook. He replies he picked it up from his grandfather who once ran a restaurant. Altair jokes about it, then raises a concern Adirius is the only one missing. Zephyr just notes dragon meat doesn't sit well with him, dodging further explanation. Still, she worries Adirius might resent them for it. Zephyr, though, feels confident that even if he holds a grudge, he won't act on it, not with Durrell around. Meanwhile, Adirius quietly concludes it might be best to eliminate Zephyr now. Despite the cult leader's earlier interference, the dragon raid proceeds as planned and on schedule. In the following meeting, Lucius presents a list of items headed for the upcoming Lauren auction. This auction's the biggest on the continent, where millions of gold worth of goods change hands, legendary items included. Placing an item there, the priest explains, is a lengthy process. It takes months just to submit an item and even longer for evaluation. Only after all the formal steps does it hit the official catalog, one only auction staff can even view. Overall, the auction process typically takes half a year to get an item listed. But Zephyr notices one entry in the catalog scheduled for bidding in just 2 months. He recalls that once auction dates lock in, sellers can't cancel unless the auction house finds the item unsatisfactory. That loophole's an opportunity, offer something better, and the auction house might cancel the previous listing to accept the new one. With that in mind, Zephyr starts sifting through the list, trying to figure out which item could help with the raid. He also realizes he can't lean on his usual trick of consulting the past since these events haven't happened yet. He recalls a significant event from before. When Adirius showed up to meet Altair, he brought a large force with him. At the time, Altair and her group had left the castle to chase down Ned, who was fleeing with the dragon heart. With the castle mostly empty, Adirius decided to hunt down the dragon on his own, claiming he just wanted to talk to it. When he reached the ice castle housing the dragon, hoping to make contact before the princess could, he found something entirely unexpected. The ice dragon wasn't what he'd pictured at all. She appeared as a girl with horns and a commanding presence as Adirius stepped inside. She instantly closed the distance, catching her sister's scent on him. She'd long suspected her sister's hand in matters like these. Assuming Adirius came to test either his strength or the Dragonheart's power, she drew her sword and introduced herself as Morania, the ice dragon, then declared he'd have to beat her first if he wanted anything from her. Caught off guard, Adirius still feels a flicker of excitement. He and the ice dragon are cut from the same cloth, both driven by passion and a fierce instinct to protect their people. With that unspoken understanding, the two clash. She quickly grows impressed by how well Adirius holds his ground against her relentless attacks. Knowing he's her sister's disciple, she expects nothing less. He summons hundreds of ice swords, sends them flying at him. In one powerful swing, Adirius shatters every last one. Without missing a beat, the ice dragon closes the gap in a flash, launching a fierce assault. Their fighting styles mirror each other so closely it feels like reflections trading blows, every strike met with an equal counter, every move answered with matching precision. Meanwhile, her aura intensifies, and with every breath, she starts freezing the ground around her castle. As the battle spills outside, she finally gets the upper hand and drops Adirius, but in that moment she realizes he never came to kill her. Curious, she decides to learn more, and while the two sit locked in that fragile pause, unaware of where the future's headed, a quiet, magical winter settles around them. Despite getting knocked down, Adirius pushes himself up for another attempt, but the ice dragon easily dodges and counters, sending him back to the ground. She remarks he needs at least 100 more years of training before he can hope to challenge her. To keep him sparring anyway, she summons 7 magical swords and encourages him to try them out, especially one named Requiem. He picks it up and together they keep sparring for hours until exhaustion nearly overtakes him. At one point, he strikes a flint to start a fire, something the ice dragon's never seen before. Intrigued, she watches him prepare food over the flames. They share the meal, chewing through roasted meat. Once finished, they resume sparring until sleep finally wins and he dozes off. Watching him drift off, the ice dragon finds herself baffled by human behavior. Most humans lose all will to fight the second they feel her dragon power, yet he stays curious, eager, even. She thinks back to her sister's other disciples, all of them strange in their own way. The dungeon princess. Her armored guard come to mind, the guard especially whose inhuman strength and presence left a lasting mark. She once saw him as a mere child, but he grew into something that unnerves her now. Adirius, too, shows real promise: strong physique, adaptable mana control, sharp spatial awareness. What stands out most is his mindset. He runs at challenges. Even when they knock him flat, he keeps analyzing his own technique, reflecting on what went wrong and how to fix it. He clearly can't match her yet, but he trains hard anyway, not for victory, but for the joy of testing himself. Every clash is a chance to grow, and he thrives in the grind. Adirius improves so much that the ice dragon Morania now spars with him in her true form. 3 months into his training, he's thrilled with his progress. He can now land hits on Morania even when she's in dragon form. But that excitement crashes into panic once he remembers he has to return to Lindell Castle in 2 months when the princess is expected. In the meantime, he's carved out a small space in the ice to live. One evening, Morania calls him outside to show him the northern lights. As he sits and watches, the shifting colors leave him mesmerized. He recalls his master once mentioning she'd seen the northern lights with Morania before, and had hoped to see them with her again. Hearing this, Morania drifts into the past. Long ago, the great dragon heart shattered into countless pieces, and over the course of 100 years, those pieces became the dragons. Her own fragment blended blue and white. After waking from the ice, she met her sister. The two of them were different from the others. They shared something deeper. Her sister carried a passionate nature, and though they were both white in appearance, Morania could never claim the title white dragon that already belonged to someone else. She keeps drifting through memory. After Kaiser's death, her sister slipped into a long sleep, and the other dragons began acting strangely, prepping for some unknown grand mission. Since then, Morania hasn't had a conversation like this with anyone, least of all someone who shares memories with her sister. Hearing that, Adirius can't hold back his emotions, which the ice dragon immediately notices as he wrestles with himself internally. His mission is to eliminate every dragon, but following it to the end means killing both Morania and her younger sister. He knows he can't do that. To show her what he actually feels, he uses Cradle of the Earth to bring out the preserved body of the white dragon's lizard form, revealing it once belonged to his master during her time traveling with him. The ice dragon senses her sister's aura in it. She even recognizes the flowers her sister used to love, which stirs something in her. Meanwhile, Adirius excuses himself, saying he needs to track down another of his master's disciples, Princess Altair. As far as he believes, the princess plans to destroy all dragons and he intends to back her up, honoring his master's final words. But secretly, he hopes to avoid that outcome. He believes he's found a way to stop the world's end without killing the dragons, and for that, he needs Morania's help. It's known that when the end times arrive, everything, dragons, the tree of life, all of it turns toward destruction, falling in line behind the demon lord. That's the rule of the end. Only death escapes it. Despite this, the white dragon got a second chance by taking possession of a lizard's body. When her health began failing, her body reaching its limit, she revealed to Adirius she'd cast a spell to pass her will onto him after death. She was forbidden to speak it while alive, so the spell was her only way to communicate once she'd passed. She advised him to seek out Princess Altair and support her efforts to stop the end of the world, since Altair was determined to destroy every dragon to save it. Even as she shared this, the white dragon struggled to admit Adirius might not be able to finish the task, especially if it meant killing her or her sister. In her final moments, she urged him not just to save the world but to live for himself too. After her death, Adirius set out to fulfill her mission, still deeply conflicted. The thought of destroying her kind weighed on him hard. He never reached a clean decision on it, but kept moving forward anyway, telling himself he was helping people. One day, inside a dungeon, he stumbled onto something his master had once mentioned. A summoning altar for the demon lord. He recognized it instantly. He destroyed the altar, believing that wiping out threats like this at the source could prevent the apocalypse without needing to kill a single dragon. But the Ice Princess later explained there are thousands of altars hidden and scattered, making it basically impossible to stop them all that way. She stressed that Adirius was deluding himself even about her, and if he genuinely wanted her backing, both he and Princess Altair needed to prove their worth. According to her, this was the perfect opening since Altair planned to take down Artalis. If Adirius pulled his weight there, she wouldn't mind joining as a teammate. Following that, Adirius traveled to Lindell, where Princess Altair welcomed him as her fellow disciple. Over the next year, he cleared various dungeons, gathering loot to prep for the coming raid. The whole time, he avoided visiting the Blue Dragon, knowing her sensitive nature could make any encounter risky if not approached carefully. He figured staying with the party was the safer play, pretending to support Altair's raid, hoping it'd eventually win over both the Blue Dragon and maybe even the princess to his side. Later, Princess Altair announced they'd received extra investment for the Blue Dragon raid, crediting Adirius for the surge in volunteers. He downplayed his part as simple dungeon clearing, but she insisted he deserved the credit. As prep continued, a mercenary named Ralph showed up, introducing himself as someone assigned to help Adirius as penalty for losing a duel. Soon after, Fade joined too, sent by Duke Zarya, and immediately asked about payment. Adirius felt everything was moving smoothly. When the time came, he opened the dungeon gate, marking the raid's start, and told the vanguard to head toward the Lake of Life as the Blue Dragon fell, celebrating their win. Adirius buried his sorrow and acted pleased, knowing he had to keep up appearances. He then declared he'd consume the dragon heart as promised, and Princess Altair gave her approval. Adirius quietly took the moment in stride, determined to earn everyone's trust and rise in influence until he surpassed the princess and seized control of the party himself. Fade insisted on relying purely on his own strength. Adirius preferred fighting alone, but understood he couldn't watch Fade's back mid-battle either. Instead, he focused on getting close enough to heal the Blue Dragon, using the demonic sword sacrifice for it. Seeing the dragon up close, he quickly realized reality was way more complicated than he'd imagined. Still, he felt grateful for the healing items he'd gathered. As he struck, the dragon briefly snapped back to full consciousness, and remembered the divine blade, Requiem. Its true power only awakens through someone who carries a dragon heart. To the dragon, the blade represented both a tombstone and a funeral march, while thinking of the White Queen. The dragon acknowledged she no longer had to follow her command, but she couldn't pass her power to someone she deemed unworthy. She challenged Adirius, who barely dodged the initial strike. Adirius failed to talk the dragon down and found himself unable to retreat, forced to fight. When Darrell charged in at no alternative left, he struck at the dragon's horns, apologizing repeatedly with every stab. In that moment, he started wondering if this whole experience was revealing a hidden talent in him. He reflected on his own limits, his failure to protect the ones he'd wanted to save. Realizing he needed to get stronger, he decided he had to take control of the raiding party. If he didn't, he feared they'd end up killing Morania next. For now, he kept playing along, hiding his real intentions. Thinking it over, Adirius felt relieved, claiming the Blue Dragon was part of his contract. He couldn't stand the thought of someone else taking it. Before deciding anything, though, he planned to meet Morania first. but his anticipation got shattered when Black Moon burst out from the dragon's stomach, exploding on contact with his heart. Just like that, this raid became Adirius's worst yet. He lost both the blue dragon and its heart. Furious, he blamed Fade for dragging him away to protect him, convinced he could have stopped it if he'd stayed. Fade disagreed. He argued that even if Adirius claimed the heart, the poison mixed in would have done serious damage. Retreating was the safest call. Not just for Adirius, who survived thanks to his armor, but for everyone else around him who could have caught the toxin. With that, Fade announced the end of his contract and his intent to leave, warning the group not to invite him again, especially if Adirius stayed on the team. He also advised the princess against giving Adirius any real authority. Confused by the warning, the princess started keeping a closer eye on Adirius. But something happened later that made her set those doubts aside. The ice dragon herself showed up to back Adirius, recognizing he'd proven his worth. To help him, she froze the entire Elephant River in Danakil's farmlands, crippling the region's resources, but by freezing the river, she stopped the poison from spreading across the continent. Following that, the ice dragon officially joined Altair's party. Adirius, now carrying the title Dragon Knight, started fighting alongside her on the battlefield, but this marked the start of the party's slide in the wrong direction. According to Adirius, tearing down the summoning altars became the party's top priority, with all efforts pointed there. During the fight with the Black Dragon, Philip, the leader of the merchantry, was lost and Fade left soon after thanks to ongoing conflict with the Duruas. Tension also rose between Darryl and Kiara once the Ice Dragon joined the group. They both understood she'd have to be killed eventually. But Adirius disagreed, causing a deeper split. Plenty of members sided with Adirius, who consistently helped others without expecting anything back. Darryl, lacking that same charisma, struggled to earn the same support. Adirius claims he only wanted to earn people's trust, but that shift eventually pushed the elves out of the party. What remained started to look less like a team and more like a tight circle built on personal admiration for Adirius, not shared goals. Altair grew increasingly uneasy, suspecting her master once ordered the ice dragon's death for a specific reason. Meanwhile, the internal divide Adirius unintentionally created became the gap Fade later used to join the party. On arrival, Fade instantly recognized Zephyr from the third parish and pinned him down fast, surprised the boy had picked up combat skills. He wondered who could have trained him. The scene shifts to an earlier time when Zephyr once wielded the Dragonheart and formed a bond with Fade. Because of those events and Zephyr's growing pull, Altair found herself drawn to him. She realized building strong allies like Zephyr was essential if she wanted any shot at challenging Adirius and proving he might be leading the party astray. To push her plan forward, Altair convinced Zephyr to work with her. Our boy, ever business-minded, reminded her to nail down the terms up front, since a previous party member had stolen their kill before. He demanded the spoils back, insisting the Demon Lord worshipper's corpse and belongings rightfully belonged to him. Their first meeting had some friction, especially with Fade and Zephyr wrestling with the limits of a two-man team. Despite that, they agreed to team up thanks to their shared goal. Adirius, though, was displeased, both by Darryl and Fade's return and by the presence of the guy who once took the dragon heart. In the past, Adirius aired this concern to the ice dragon and she got furious hearing it. She trapped Zephyr in ice and grilled him. Witnessing this, the knights felt reassured seeing the dragon was on their side. Adirius, meanwhile, used Zephyr's presence to quietly steer public opinion in his favor. Back in the present, Zephyr watches the boy train and quickly realizes that beneath the naivety, he's instinctively cunning and thirsty for fame. The boy, aware of his own limits, pushes himself hard, hoping for one shot at freedom and influence once the raid begins. Meanwhile, Adirius, running through prep, stays frustrated by Zephyr's grip on him through the Silver Lion's control. Still, he knows Zephyr will likely lift the training restrictions once the dragon raid starts, his full powers going to be needed. Adirius holds firm to his belief he alone should decide whether his master, the White Dragon's familiar, lives or dies. During the pre-raid briefing, Altair assigns every party member to a specific team. The auction team's tasked with buying equipment. The farming team, including Adirius and the priests, gathers loot from monsters. Hearing this, Ned realizes he needs to keep close tabs on Adirius during the mission. Lastly, the scout teams Fade, Darryl, and Kiara, tasked with tracking down more members. The whole team division reminds Zephyr of his earlier days. However, Ophelia quietly raises a concern to Lucius about whether leaving the parish is safe, especially with his father's arrival looming. According to the Holy One, there's a chance he'll be late, so finding him directly would be faster. Lucius also mentions both his firstborn and second child, catching Ned off guard. Meanwhile, Altair's preoccupied with another important task waiting for them in the capital. She recalls the Elf Queen asking her to deliver greetings to a human scholar named Vidal, who'd visited the Elfin Forest 61 years ago. Altair had been shocked to learn Vidal wasn't just still alive, but currently serving as the Academy's dean, where she herself had once studied under him. The Elf Queen entrusted her with a letter for him, noting his heavy influence among nobles and how he might help with the coming raid. Still, Altair hesitates, remembering her poor attendance at the academy and the bad impression it left on the dean. To smooth things over, she decides to bring Lucius along, knowing his top academic standing might help ease the tension. At the same time, Fade and Kiara discuss supplies for the scouting mission, but Fade insists running will be faster than anything else. Meanwhile, Zephyr, despite the tight clock, has another pressing task. He has to fulfill the Goddess of Light's quest, protect an unknown target for 10 months. He knows the rewards and punishments both run deep, but the target's identity remains a total mystery. According to the prophecy, the Sword of Light is supposed to guide him. As he gears up to resume his other duties, his sword suddenly begins to glow. A beam of light shoots into the sky, and Zephyr instantly senses it's pointing toward the target, one that now seems to be closing in fast. Moments later, two figures riding dragons descend from the clouds. One is Lucius's father, the Duke, and the other is none other than Vidal, the Academy Dean. As the dragons land, Philip, the leader of the merchantry, turns out to be with them. Zephyr immediately recognizes him and recalls leaving him in the Elfin Forest for safety. Altair, spotting Philip, feels a wave of relief, and Philip looks just as glad, having heard the group manage to capture the smiling woman, the very reason he'd gone into hiding. Philip quickly lays out the situation, knowing the group's deteriorating condition. He brought Lucius's father, the Duke, along with Professor Vidal. When Ned lays eyes on the Duke for the first time, old memories surface. He remembers how the Duke had played a key role shaping the world's current state. The Duke had cashed in hard on the economic collapse from the bubble crash, and his aggressive investment strategies only made things worse. Ned indirectly blames that whole event for his family's downfall and finds zero reason to hold a good opinion of the man, even purely on the logic of it. The Duke seems like the worst kind of person, self-serving, short-sighted, entirely focused on his own family's gain. That's exactly why Ned struggles to believe someone with that reputation for greed would willingly join the human resistance. Altair, on the other hand, is thrilled the Duke's here. She'd planned to reach out to him anyway, and now he's shown up on his own. According to Zephyr's past life, the Duke eventually offered support, but only after Lucius got brainwashed by Olden and his own grandchild, along with valuable merchandise, got taken hostage. In that timeline, the Duke had badly underestimated Olden's capabilities, letting Matthias stay close to Lucius and even reassigning Olden to the Third Parish, on a wager of old, true intentions. After completing his mission, Olden received a powerful item from the cult leader, recruited the Master of the East as his subordinate, and rapidly built up forces strong enough that even the Duke couldn't step in. In the present, Altair knows Zephyr's successfully disrupted Olden's plan, but she also sees the drawback. Because the Duke never witnessed Olden's actions or their consequences, he has no reason to feel grateful for being spared. When they meet, the Duke immediately voices his disappointment to Philip, noting that Zephyr, whom some call noble, looks like an ordinary person. Philip steps in to defend Zephyr, calmly stating he's got real combat experience, frontline action during the dragon raid. He adds that Zephyr, alongside Ned, took down the dungeon princess entirely on their own. This surprises the Duke, who wants confirmation that the two really pulled it off alone. Philip confirms it and mentions they also witnessed everything that happened inside the dungeon. The Duke's interested in learning more but holds back, aware that revealing too much could expose his real motive. Instead, he pivots the conversation, making clear he won't offer any financial support. On the contrary, he states that if they want his knowledge and connections, they'll have to pay for them. Lucius, taken aback, urges his father not to talk that way, reminding him that Zephyr saved his life and is the only one capable of helping with the dragon raid. But the Duke quickly shuts him down, fueling Lucius's frustration further. He mocks his own son, telling him to focus on paying off his own debts. As for the Ice Dragon raid, the Duke notes the guild union's already on standby, ready to act anytime, implying he's got other options. As the Duke prepares to tack on more conditions, Zephyr steps in and firmly cuts him off, stating that whatever offer the Duke's about to make, he can top it. With that, he summons the light sword and swears an oath, declaring the Goddess of Light sent him. She's instructed him to protect the Duke. Then, using light chains, he binds the Duke, ordering him to drop the theatrics and stay still. With that, the Duke silently caves and joins their cause, and the groups get moving on their assigned tasks. The farming team heads for the desert lands where they meet. Harvey of the Gelano Guild, ordered to join the princess's raid. The auction team, led by Philip, heads for the capital, while the scout team also departs on their own mission. Kiara feels anxious that Zephyr isn't with their group, but Darryl assures her everything will be fine. Still, she stays uneasy, especially knowing Vidal, the man rumored to be her biological father, is among them. She wants to say something to him, but seeing him as an old man now, she no longer feels the need to bring it up. After some travel, the scout team arrives at the blazing forest. Meanwhile, Zephyr and the Duke make their way up Mount Scylla at the center of the continent. As they hike, the Duke grows curious, wondering why they've picked such a remote spot. According to Zephyr, they need to reach this destination no matter what, but deep down, part of it's personal. He wants to understand the Duke better, and it's easier one-on-one. In his past life, when they'd used the Dungeon Princess's tomb as shelter, the Duke had been genuinely excited, claiming his dream was finally coming true. Zephyr had been right there with him, listening as the Duke admitted he'd sunk millions of gold, countless years, and even lost his own son, all just to see what the dungeon boss room looked like. He wasn't interested in the dragon heart, but something far bigger, though at the time, Zephyr thought pushing for more wasn't worth it. Despite his power and Zephyr's past life knowledge, the Duke stayed secretive and no one ever really learned his goals. Now, in the present, Zephyr recalls the Duke's expression when they mentioned the Dungeon Princess's tomb. Seems he hasn't given up on that original wish. Zephyr wants to help him get there, but knows if the Duke pulls anything reckless, he may have to be the one to stop him.